After they left the hospital, Selena asked, "The Ellsworths?" Luke said, "It should take a few days for official news to come out, but it's unlikely that they'll continue to cause trouble in Los Angeles. Kick a man when he's down." Now that the family was under investigation, it was unknown how much power they could keep. The entire Ellsworth family was like a huge net that couldn't be destroyed so easily, but a large part of it would definitely disappear. At the Stone Castle, Luke had only taken the secret files on the blood god sacrifice. He hadn't touched the evidence of Sheldon and the others selling people as livestock for blood as well as their own amusement. Just a small portion of these things could wipe out Sheldon's political power, and the Ellsworths' influence in other circles would come under suspicion. No country would want a vampire on the political stage. Humans had limited lifespans. How could they compete with a vampire who could live for hundreds of years? When they arrived at the police department, they found many detectives still talking in the Major Crimes Division. Listening to them, Luke walked over to Sonia's desk with a strange expression. "Nobody wants to work today." Sonia looked away from the screen and said, "That's right. We were discussing Batman's first appearance, and no one's in the mood to go out." Speechless for a moment, Luke said, "Seriously?" Sonia looked at him strangely. "Are you an alien? Aren't you excited at all? It's Batman." Luke raised his hands in surrender. "But Batman doesn't pay our salaries. He probably doesn't need us detectives to become his loyal fans, right?" Sonia said, "Fine, that makes sense. So what I'm more concerned about." She pouted at the screen. Luke looked at the screen and saw that it was playing the Collins show from last night. But there was no Batman on screen, only Shira talking on a phone. Luke asked, "Titanium phone?" Sonia said, "Yes, I'm very interested in one as well, but it hasn't been released yet. I'm already thinking of buying one." Luke smiled. "You want to take a photo with Batman too?" Sonia said, "No, this thing is very useful for gathering intelligence. It's like a portable computer. At the very least, it can send basic texts and images. We can't go out for work with a laptop, but we can bring phones out, right?" Luke said, "That's true. I've already started saving up. I'm going to buy one as soon as it's released on August 8th, said Sonia. Luke raised an eyebrow. Saving up? Don't tell me you can't afford a few $100. Sonia was vexed. I don't have any money. I'm still paying back my college loan, and that will be for a long time. I can only save a bit on some cosmetics. Luke said, It's fine. You have good skin. Going without for 1 month won't be a problem for you. Sonia's face turned even darker. F***ck off. I don't want to talk to you. It was because she was close to Luke that she didn't curse him roundly for joking about her skin. Luke slipped away with a chuckle and checked in with Elsa before he left again. Claire, on the other hand, called him. Luke, the police academy is preparing to give the students special treatment this week. Luke didn't think much of it. Oh, is it a bonus? Claire said, I wish, but that's just a dream. There was a new notification from the police academy that students who performed well during this earthquake can sign a letter of intent with the police department and become official police officers in 2 months. Luke asked, and you're on that list? Claire nodded. What do you think I should do? Luke fell silent. Claire had come to Los Angeles for college, but she had gone to the police academy out of curiosity. Now, this little monkey really looked like a police officer. In the end, Luke said, don't be in a hurry to make a decision. The training isn't over yet. Think about it for a few more days. But no matter what your decision is, you have to be responsible for your future. Claire was a little disappointed, but she still hummed in acknowledgement and hung up. Looking at the indecipherable expression on Luke's face, Selena said, if you're worried about her, why didn't you recommend that she go to college? Luke sighed. Since Claire asked me about it, it means that she's already considered it. She's also a police officer. I'm her brother, but I can't help her make a choice. Selena said, but that's college. I wanted to go to college when I was young, but unfortunately. Luke said gloomily, even I didn't go to college. How can I convince Claire? Selena was lost for words. This reason really was too hard to refute. The most helpless thing was that he was now still doing very well. Even if Claire went to college and then came out to become a police officer, she might not be able to do as well as Luke. A 19-year-old level 3 detective would probably become a sergeant in his early 20s. Few people in the whole of the police system could rise up in such a way. Selena quickly dropped the matter. Claire was Luke's sister. If he didn't want to interfere, she certainly wouldn't. A moment later, she was amused. Hey, aren't you attending a police academy? Luke said, that's right. I haven't been in a number of days anyway. I'll go find Remick and see if he has a task for me. Noticing Selena's mocking gaze, he shrugged. Fine, I'm going to ask him about this promotion. I might be able to give Claire more time to think about it. Selena turned around and took out 3 chocolate lollipops from the box. Want one? Luke said, yes. The two of them and the dog arrived at the police academy with lollipops in their mouths. After finding Remick, Luke simply stated his purpose. Remick didn't have anything to hide. The police department doesn't have enough police officers. This is a special case this time, and City Hall has given the department the green light. As long as you've been a student for 3 months, you can become an official police officer. He then looked at Luke and said, so, you made it. Luke nodded knowingly. This rule also applied to his student batch. Over 1,000 students had been given the green light. In the future, if anyone wanted to question Luke's police academy record, they would have to go through the records of nearly 1,000 students. But that was just a small issue. He had long made arrangements for his identity as a police officer. What if a student doesn't take the position now, but takes it in a few years, he asked. Remick was stunned for a moment before he understood. Your sister. Luke nodded. I'm just asking. After all, there's no harm in going to college. Remick certainly approved. How did he get to this position? First of all, he obtained a decent college degree. Remick knew many police officers who only graduated from high school and community colleges and worked hard for more than 10 years, only to be promoted to sergeant. If they were lucky, they could make lieutenant. A diploma was a key indicator that determined the upper limit of most people. With a diploma from a prestigious university, one would have a huge advantage when it came to getting a promotion. But after thinking for a moment, he shook his head. If your sister is going to attend university for the next few years, she still has to redo the training. That's the rule. Luke wasn't too surprised. Thanks, Remick. Walking out of the building, he looked at the girls on the training ground and walked over. Claire, Karen and Hux were chatting on the grass. Hearing his voice, the 3 of them turned around. Claire was stunned. Luke, why are you here? Luke said, I'm a temporary staff member at the police academy. Karen, however, had already stood up to hug him. Thank you, Luke. Noticing Selena's strange expression, Luke asked calmly, why are you thanking me? Karen patted her forehead. You saved us that day. You left too quickly. I was going to treat you to a meal. Selena didn't say anything as an amused look flashed in her eyes. This young lady was quite proactive, but she was far from being Jenny. It wasn't until they chatted for a bit that Luke and Selena learned that Class D-15 was on break today. Even though Los Angeles was still a mess, the rookies weren't machines, nor were they seasoned police officers. Karen took the initiative again and suggested that they find a place for lunch. It was her treat. Claire hesitated for a moment, but in the end still offered to help. As Selena gave a half-smile, Luke accepted the invitation. He and Karen also chatted a lot throughout lunch. After a meal at a Santa Monica seaside restaurant, both sides said goodbye and went their separate ways. Selena then said with a smile, "Wow, these ladies are real elites. They'll pounce when they have the chance." Luke didn't think much of it. That's a good way to put it. At least, it's better than those ladies who put on airs and wait to be fawned over, right? Selena said, "Stop pretending. You've been trying to get information out of her, haven't you? Poor girl. TSK TSK. Luke smiled. Karen is Senator Thompson's niece and Beth Patrick Thompson's cousin. After the plane crash a few months ago, Senator Henry Ellsworth became a strong contender for mayor. Also, the Thompson family has always been in conflict with the Ellsworths. Where else do you think the information she leaked earlier came from?" Selena asked. "So, you wanted to ask her about the Ellsworths? But she doesn't know much for her age, does she?" Luke chuckled. "No, she's already revealed a lot. Remember when she said that the younger generation should stay away from the Ellsworth family?" Selena thought for a moment. "She did say that. Is there a problem? It also means that the Ellsworth case has already spread among the politicians, and it must be a serious problem, or these young people wouldn't have noticed," Luke explained. "After all, it's not rare for rebellious young people looking for thrills to get involved in killing games and evil cult worship." Selena nodded. "That's true." Luke said, "These families in the political circle are much more sensitive than ordinary people. The fact that the news spread among them means that the Ellsworth case can no longer be covered up. They're all trying to avoid this earthquake in California." Selena asked, "Are the Ellsworths that powerful? Once their luck runs out, will the whole of California be affected?" Luke said, "When an avalanche happens, not a single snowflake is innocent." Selena asked, "What do you mean?" "Even if most people don't know what the Ellsworths did, they're accomplices," said Luke. "These people might not be vampires or have killed anyone with their own hands, but they're definitely corrupt and abusive. Have you forgotten how Wolf Ellsworth broke into our interrogation room and took Mr. Dillon away? Do you really think Dustin wanted to let that scum go?" Selena nodded and got it. Luke had never liked opponents with no bottom line. Sheldon Ellsworth didn't respect human life at all, so Luke naturally had to kill him. In the next few days, the political scene in Los Angeles changed, just as Luke predicted. The FBI already officially made public the news that they were investigating evidence of Sheldon Ellsworth's crimes, and had obtained major results. Sheldon's faction began to crumble. As for the rest of the Ellsworth family, they drew a clear line between themselves and Sheldon as they tried to protect themselves. But how effective these actions were would depend on the depth of their involvement and their own PR efforts. They wouldn't be able to clear their names so easily in front of a bunch of enemies who were waiting to take advantage of them. On the surface, Luke discovered that more than 20 mid-level Ellsworth employees had suddenly disappeared. Whether they had escaped or were arrested, it was a heavy blow to the Ellsworth family. Judging from Dustin's relaxed expression, he knew that the situation was favorable for him and Jennifer. Elsa and Elizabeth returned to work, no longer needing to take turns to protect Jennifer. The only thing that puzzled Luke was that Dr. Bruce Banner, Jennifer's cousin, had left, and never visited her again. It was normal for cousins to not have as close a bond, but Dr. Banner hadn't seemed like that when he was donating blood. From what Jennifer said, it was clear that they were quite close. After all, Banner was at the California Institute of Technology, which was located in the small city of Pasadena on the outskirts of Los Angeles and half an hour's drive away. Like a moving blood bank, Dr. Banner had rushed over and given Jennifer hundreds of milliliters of life-saving blood before he disappeared. It was a strange situation, but Luke didn't think much of it. Perhaps Dr. Banner was that type of cousin who was cold-faced but warm-hearted. He was afraid of being thanked, so he holed up in his lab after doing something good. This would happen quite often in the future. Thankfully, as part of the registration procedure, the hospital had Dr. Banner's phone number. Luke obtained the number easily and sent a message to Dr. Banner. Of course, he couldn't word the news so simply or bluntly in a text message. He could only tell Dr. Banner not to let his life or work be affected because of what happened to Jennifer. When Dr. Banner received the message, he smiled bitterly and thanked Luke briefly. Unlike what Luke had imagined, that Dr. Banner had been in a hurry to return to his laboratory to continue his work, the doctor had been on break recently as the laboratory had stopped operating due to a lack of funding. Since he had been forced to take a break, he came back to Los Angeles to look for his old school friend to see if they could give him some inspiration. Putting down his phone, Dr. Banner sat on a wooden bench inside the college and mumbled, "The experiment isn't going anywhere. I just wanted to have a heart-to-heart chat with Jennifer, but she was severely injured and hospitalized. Has my luck been so bad recently that I implicated Jennifer?" In fact, the old friend whom he had arranged to meet today suddenly said that he had something urgent to attend to, and would only be here later. The doctor, who had huge doubts about his blood, could only stare blankly at the clear sky. After getting rid of the Ellsworth family that he had long held a grudge against, Luke finally relaxed. Luke and Selena's work hours were cut down a little, and they went home at 4 p.m. every day. The new skills which Luke had acquired from Tony Stark recently had to be put to good use on the new armor. Selena and Gold Nugget's equipment also had to be slowly modified. Luke even stopped with his personal hobby, repairing and replicating old machines, for the time being. Apart from regular training, he spent the rest of his time immersed in the knowledge of these new skills. Generally speaking, there were several clear milestones related to Tony Stark's skills. The first and most important one was naturally the appearance of the metal armor. This meant that Tony had finally started to become a superhero in terms of strength. Of course, that was only in terms of strength. As far as his mindset was concerned, he was still far from being a superhero. But this didn't have an impact on Tony's big brain, which was like a tech whiz cheat. He was inspired endlessly as he resolved all sorts of major problems in making and using the armor. The reason why Luke was able to create the Terminator armor and the Beast armor so easily was because Tony had done a lot of research when it came to solving the problems with his own armor, and he had personally tested the products many times. Tony had verified that most of these things couldn't be applied to his metal armor. But Luke wasn't making metal armor, so he could use them. Tony barely leaked anything about the metal armor, but Luke wasn't bothered. In any case, he would only sell low-end products like what he had given Damon and Mindy. Of course, if he really dared supply them with top-grade armor, it wouldn't take more than 3 days for the father and daughter pair to be sent to certain secret agencies for interrogation. Thus, low to mid-range products could still be of some use. They weren't easily coveted, and were cheap and abundant. Damon and Mindy could buy 2 sets with $500,000, and they even came with small accessories. The only thing he had done when he was free in the last few days was to use the remaining components to assemble 3 unbranded smartphones. He, Selena and Claire each had one. The 3 of them were supposed to meet at a small park in the area where Claire was on duty, for Luke to pass her the phone and have lunch together. Selena had already used her fake phone before, and naturally knew what this so-called prototype was like. The little monkey had no idea, however. She fiddled with the phone excitedly for a while before she suddenly realized that something wasn't right. Huh? Why isn't there a logo on this phone? Isn't it a titanium phone? Luke made a shushing gesture and said in a low voice, "Come closer. I'll tell you." Then, he whispered in her ear, "I know someone at the top in the titanium phone company. Keep it to yourself, otherwise, if everyone else asks you to get a prototype for them, what will you do?" The little monkey nodded quickly. Many of her classmates at the police academy were looking for a way to get their hands on a titanium phone beforehand. The titanium phones hadn't officially been released yet. At the moment, only test models had been sent to some celebrities. For example, Shira had a unique rose gold model. What Luke gave the little monkey was a polar light blue model which wouldn't be released for years. Furthermore, it was the most unique one of that range. Selena had gotten amber red, which similarly was the only one of its kind. Luke himself was using the most common and unremarkable black. After being tricked by Luke, the little monkey excitedly took a few pictures and a few short videos before she remembered something. She waved at Luke and gestured for him to lean in. "Since you have a connection with an executive of the titanium phones, then do you know Shira?" Claire asked. Luke found that odd. "How do you know that I know her?" Claire's eyes lit up. "Are you very familiar with her?" Luke nodded casually. "Not bad. I have her personal number, at least." Claire was immediately excited. It was easy to suss out the phone number of a regular person. But celebrities and big shots were different. Most people could only get their office lines, and when they called, it would be their assistants or secretaries who answered. The fact that Luke had gotten Shira's personal number meant that they were close. "Luke." Claire grabbed his shoulders and shook him. It was a little difficult for her to do so with her petite figure, and it was quite funny. Luke said, "Just tell me what you want." Claire ventured, "Well, I'm a loyal fan of Shira." Luke immediately raised his hand. "Stop. I grew up with you. You've never played any of her songs." Claire was shocked. "How, did you know? You don't really listen to music, do you? You even said the songs I like are too noisy." Luke snorted. "But I remember Shira's voice. She's not a rock singer. Why would you listen to her?" Claire chuckled and scratched her head. "It's only recently that She saw his, 'I'll just watch you make it up' expression. Finally, she stopped trying and confessed, 'Fine. Actually, I only like her latest single, Kiss from a Rose. It's a love song she wrote for Batman.'" Luke was confused. "Huh? What love song?" Selena couldn't help but interject, "You can't be that dense, right? This song was released the day of the Collins show, and it's now the top song on the charts." Luke. He really hadn't noticed. He was busy working cases in the morning, modifying the armor in the afternoon, and conducting experiments in the evening. Whenever he had the chance, he would arrange with Selena to go out and fight the gangsters. He was too busy to listen to music. Claire's mouth dropped open, and it took her a long time to accept the truth. "I always thought that you just didn't like rock music, but now I know that you don't like pop either. Don't tell me that you like classical music." Luke coughed and said, "Classical music isn't my cup of tea. Rock music is fine, but I think what you're listening to is average." Claire was shocked again. "What? Excuse me?" Luke glanced at the basic vocal sound and basic musical instruments on the list of abilities which belonged to a girl with the lion's roar. He was extremely calm. They only cost 200 credit points, and he had long learned them. He coughed and said solemnly, "My dream was to be a singer." Both Claire and Selena had WTF expressions on their faces. Luke had actually had many similar dreams in his past life. From wanting to be a scientist when he was young to becoming a magnate, he changed ambitions so frequently that he hadn't realized any of them before he transmigrated. "Listen to this." He opened his mouth. "It starts with one thing, I don't know why." Claire, who had lived with Luke for more than 10 years, never thought that Luke could sing, and pretty well at that. Selena calmed down a little. She had heard him sing once in a while, and although it wasn't in this style, all of it sounded pretty good. Claire, who had always been interested in music, couldn't help but ask, "Why haven't I heard this song before?" "Luke, I made it up. It was something from his previous life." Claire and Selena were lost for words. Claire asked again, "Who sings rock and roll like that? Can it even be considered singing?" Luke said, "It's a personal style, which is why I don't really appreciate your, agricultural heavy metal." Claire, "Huh. That's heavy metal, alright. What agricultural heavy metal? Why haven't I heard of rock music like that?" Luke said, "Fine, maybe I remembered wrongly, but the meaning's there. So, it's not that I can't sing, it's just that I don't usually sing. The rock songs that he remembered from his previous life were well-known masterpieces, he had long forgotten the average ones. Of course, it wasn't fair to compare these top-notch rock songs of these top rock singers or bands with the ones that Claire listened to. What he sang just now wasn't bad, and was a cross between rap and rock. Claire had never heard it but she liked it, and couldn't refute his words at all. She was distracted by this for a moment as she questioned Luke inquisitively on the rest of the song. Selena reminded her, "Hey, didn't you want Luke's help just now?" Claire slapped her forehead. "I want to meet Shira and hear her personally talk about Batman." Luke scratched his head. "She seems a little busy recently." But seeing the longing look in the little monkey's eyes, Luke said, "I'll call her." Shira quickly picked up. After a brief conversation, Luke hung up. "She's preparing a charity performance for the earthquake and is rarely at home." Claire gave a disappointed "oh" and didn't say anything else. Looking at how listless the little monkey was, Luke's heart softened. "It seems you're pretty good at singing," Claire said, "don't you know? I was in a band with a few guys in school. I learned basic music theory, but I'm not a professional." Luke rubbed his chin. "Let me hear a bit of it." "Claire, huh?" That night, Luke drove to a hotel and made a call in the lounge before he sat down. 10 minutes later, a woman wearing a t-shirt and shorts, and a cap and a pair of sunglasses, came over and sat opposite him. "Luke, long time no see." Luke said with a smile, "Shira, I'm sorry to bother you so late, but I have something to ask you." Most of the people who went out at night in Los Angeles were celebrities. Shira was a big star, of course. She was exhausted, but she was also interested. Luke rarely contacted her directly. He sent her holiday greetings at most. She still owed Luke a favor, so she had agreed to meet him the moment he called. She nodded readily at his words. "Go ahead. Actually, you can use a little more publicity for your charity show," Luke explained his idea simply, and Shira's expression turned serious. After some consideration, she felt that this plan was very practical. For the past few days, she had been thinking about the charity performance itself, while Luke's idea was to promote it and let more people know about it. It wasn't too difficult or too big to do, and could be done as a dress rehearsal for the performance. And the song? She raised the biggest question. Where can I find a suitable new song? A new song was required for this promo event. It had to be in line with the theme of the charity show, and be something that could be sung by a lot of people. Luke took out a piece of paper with a smile. "I got someone to write a song. You can take a look first." Shira was surprised. "You found someone?" She picked up the song sheet and took a look, and couldn't help humming lightly. Luke waited for a few minutes. Seeing that she was still trying to figure out how to sing the song, he couldn't help but tap the table. "Shira, wait." Shira came back to herself and looked up at him. "Huh? What?" Luke said, "You can take your time looking at the song. As long as it's for charity, you don't have to pay for it. It's up to you to decide if you want to use it or not." Shira looked at him in surprise. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly smiled. "If there's something you need, you can tell me." Luke chuckled. "I have a sister who's curious about your new song and Batman, but you've been busy recently." Shira raised her hand. "I can specially make time to chat with her. There's no need for the two of us to be so polite, right?" Luke said, "The charity show is a serious matter while she's just curious, the two shouldn't be mixed together. So, I want her to come and help out during the show for a bit. You can talk to her when you have the time, but don't give her special treatment, just treat her like any of the other volunteers." Shira naturally understood that he didn't want his sister to chase after stars. As a volunteer, Claire could do good work and get practical community experience, killing two birds with one stone. Chatting with Shira would just be a bonus. Shira nodded quickly. No problem. The show naturally will need a lot of volunteers. Luke said with a smile, don't underestimate my little sister. She's an excellent student at the police academy and has already started fieldwork in Los Angeles a few days ago. Shira also smiled. I see it runs in the family. Luke took out a card and gave it to her. The song composer has already entrusted the related legal matters to this firm. If it's for charity, there won't be any additional conditions, and I won't be involved. They stood up and shook hands. Luke was about to let go, but Shira suddenly felt playful. She pulled and hugged him, then pressed her cheek to his a little intimately in farewell. Since we're friends, don't be so formal. This isn't a business meeting. Luke went with the flow and half-hugged her in return, but joked, celebrities like you have to smile and hug your fans. You'd rather be alone in your free time. Shira was lost for words. That was pretty much what she was like. But she hadn't seen Luke in a long time, and when she saw his sunny smile, she felt a sense of familiarity. For some reason, she felt much more relaxed, and the fatigue from her busy days lessened. As a big star, she was always mentally stressed and guarded. From the ups and downs of her career to being crushed by her peers, the rubbish media reports and scheming people, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Luke didn't want to waste time on meaningless suspicion, so he used a few tricks. Using basic psychology and basic hypnosis, coupled with a bit of mental communication, it was very easy for him to comfort Shira. Of course, he had no intention of hypnotizing her. He just wanted her to relax and treat this meeting as a regular chat between friends. After saying goodbye, Luke left. After driving for a while, he frowned and suddenly turned the car into an alley. He turned off the engine, opened the door, and got out in one smooth movement. A moment later, a car stopped at the mouth of the alley. Someone got out of the passenger seat and carefully entered the alley. The person in the driver's seat looked around. Suddenly, the passenger door opened. Before the driver could react, someone grabbed him by the neck and pinned him to the seat. Who are you? Why are you following me? The driver struggled. What are you talking about? Let go of me. Luke pressed the driver's face to the seat and searched the glove box with his other hand. Let me see. Hee, so it's the paparazzi from Moonlight News. The driver remained stubborn. So what? I'm going to sue you for attacking me. Luke ignored him. Your driver's license is here as well. Look at you, Mad Karen. Your home address is XXXXX. I'll remember that. Remember, don't let me catch you on camera doing anything bad, or I'll release your personal details to the tabloids. A reporter from Moonlight News who buys and takes all sorts of illegal drugs definitely isn't a news reporter, right? The driver was horrified. You, nonsense. I don't. Luke said, okay. Since you're so innocent, we'll wait for the private investigators to follow you for a month. If they don't find anything, they'll follow you for another month. What do you think they'll get? The driver was speechless. As Luke spoke, he took out the memory card from a camera in the car. Endure it for 2 months. I have high hopes for you. With that, he disappeared in a flash. Feeling the grip on his head relax, the driver quickly raised it and gasped for breath. He looked around, but there was only the dark sky. Luke, on the other hand, had already quietly entered the alley. He swiftly appeared behind the creepy-looking paparazzo and grabbed his belt. Ah! The paparazzo gave a strange yell as he was flung into a metal dumpster, and Luke slammed the lid down. After doing all that, he was in a good mood. Batman had been forced into the sewers by the paparazzi several times. Today, the paparazzi had even dared to follow Luke and take photos. He now let them have a taste of the stench for themselves. In the car, Luke transferred the memory card to his fake phone. After a few glances, he had no choice but to accept it. These paparazzi were really good. In some of the photos, the angle made it look like Luke and Shira were kissing. Coupled with that last cheek-to-cheek and Shira's happy smile when they said goodbye, these photos could really paint a vivid story. There would be no way to escape titles like Appearance of Batman's Underaged Love Rival and Shira Tempting a Young Sapling. American tabloids had played with shocking headlines like this for decades. They were proficient at it and had no boundaries. Fortunately, Luke had chosen a public location like the lounge. If he had gone to Shira's room, just 2 photos of him entering and leaving the room would turn him into Shira's little sex friend. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only rejoice that he hadn't driven his own car over, but a rental. It wasn't a big deal to go on TV, but it would be troublesome to go on TV as part of a Batman and Shira sex scandal. He wasn't a masochist and didn't want this sin pinned on him. After she returned home, Selina looked at Luke suspiciously. "Did you sneak out to beat up people? Why do you look so happy?" Luke washed his hands and made some tea before telling her what happened tonight. He showed her the photos on the phone. Selina examined the photos and burst out laughing. "These guys are really good at finding angles. Most people would think that you're Shira's boyfriend." Luke said helplessly, "I don't want to be in any weird headlines, but you can't keep down the determination of people to create news even when there is none." Selina tossed the phone back and took his cup for a sip of her tea. "Don't forget how popular Batman is now. There are too many people eyeing Shira. Don't think you're still the same as before." Luke took his teacup back from her and took a sip. "In any case, I've finally made arrangements for Claire. I'll call her tomorrow." Selina said, "I'll send her a message and see if she's asleep." Luke was stunned. "It's so late. What else can she be doing?" Selina sent the message. She looked at him speechlessly for a moment before she said, "They're having the standard get-together for the new cadets. She's asking if we want to go over." Luke said, "It's a girls' party. I'm not going." Selina said, "There are guys and also a lot of naked dancing girls." Luke said, "Do you think I'll believe that?" 10 minutes later, Selina narrowed her eyes and smiled at how fast Luke was driving. "Didn't you say that you don't believe me?" Luke said, "Seeing is believing. I want to confirm it with my own eyes." Selina burst out laughing again. She knew that Luke wasn't there for the topless girls. He was there to watch Claire. It wasn't an issue of trust. Young people were impulsive and did all sorts of weird things. It wasn't uncommon for them to lose their lives. Luke wasn't worried about Claire losing her life, he just wanted to see how she was doing. If she was easily led astray, she may as well quit being a police officer and focus on her studies in university. 20 minutes later, Luke and Selina snuck into the party. The party was a kilometer away from the police academy and next to a lake. There was also a meadow and woods, and a small beach. It was both quiet and secluded, and there was plenty of space to move around. There were all kinds of cars parked on the edge of the woods, and there was a bonfire on the beach. A large group of people were laughing and drinking beer. Selina was wearing a loose orange bohemian dress and looked more laid back than usual. Luke was still the same. He was wearing a loose shirt, casual pants and a pair of sneakers. He looked no different from a high school student. Without attracting anyone's attention, they blended into the crowd. Luke sighed. Claire would be able to drink as much as she wanted here. There were a lot of cadets in this batch who were more than 21 years old, and they could easily buy a lot of drinks. Nobody would be nosy and forbid her from drinking. However, Claire, who was chatting with Karen and Hux in a low voice in the center of the clearing, only sipped on her beer. Luke gave her a tick in his heart. To be able to control herself in this situation and not drink wildly like the rest, she had good self-control. In comparison, Karen and Hux were far more free in their drinking. There was a set of speakers on the beach playing dance music, and it was actually Shira's old song. This big star's popularity had skyrocketed recently, and she was charging toward the top. If she did what Luke told her, she might really be able to become one of the top female singers, it was just that her methods were a little unorthodox. But luck had always been part of a successful person's strength. Luck was a necessity for most top celebrities. Strength alone wasn't enough to guarantee that they could stand out from the millions of competitors. Looking at the dancing crowd, Luke reached out to Selena and asked, "May I have the pleasure of this dance?" Stunned for a moment, Selena then smiled and stretched out her hand. "As you wish." They were surrounded by people dancing and chatting. The people who were chatting were gathered to one side of the fire as the others danced enthusiastically around it. It was the kind of dance where they took off their clothes and capered about wildly. Of course, Luke and Selena didn't join in on the fun, but danced on the edge. It wasn't like this was a state competition, and no one had outstanding dance skills. The people who were dancing on the fringe were just huddled together as they whispered to each other. It was the same for Luke and Selena, but their topic of conversation was a little different. "Look, someone's hitting on Claire," Selena alerted him in a low voice. Luke didn't think much of it. Plenty of boys chased her when she was in high school, and there were even more when she joined the cheerleaders. "She knows her limits." Selena said, "At least 4 guys have hit on her since we got here, one more than Miss Karen. How come I usually don't feel that she's so popular with the guys?" Luke chuckled. "What about you? Did no one chase you at Knox High?" Selena sighed. "It's different. Now that I think about it, if it wasn't Latino guys, even the more serious guys still just wanted a bit of fun. Most of the white guys also thought that I would be easy to hook up with." Luke gave a light, "Wow. And then? I seem to recall Robert helping you deal with a few minor disputes." Of course, that was something he and Robert had talked about after Luke and Selena became colleagues. Selena chuckled. "I knocked out the teeth of 3 white boys who tried to drug me, and got my hands the drug which they had on them." Luke understood. The 3 boys had lost their teeth, which was proof that she had hit them. But with the drug as evidence, if the school dared to touch her, they would be accused of discrimination. "Actually, my teacher almost convinced me to hand over the drug," Selena said in a low voice. But Robert rushed over and pushed the teacher back. Luke hummed in response. If she had handed the evidence over, the school would inevitably turn it into a small incident. Selena, as the perpetrator, might even have been expelled in order to quell the situation. After all, she was just a Latin American. I remember that when Robert entered the office, he immediately locked the door and pointed his gun at the teacher's head and said, "Do you believe that even if I shoot you dead, I can still prove that you were going to help those little B***** destroy evidence that they tried to attack my niece?" Selena's movements slowed down and she stared at the night sky. "Niece?" Luke found that odd. Selena chuckled. If he didn't say that, he wouldn't be able to intimidate the other party so easily. Luke nodded. "That's true. It wasn't until I became a sheriff in Shackleford that I realized that the police weren't that great." Selena couldn't help but laugh. Because it was Robert who was amazing, not the police. Luke also laughed. That was right. Even if Robert wasn't the sheriff, he was still as hot-tempered, and dared to point a gun at the teacher's head. Luke asked, "The teacher didn't sue Robert?" Selena burst out laughing, her whole body shaking. "I was there. I really think that if the teacher had said anything else, Robert would have blown his head off. After that, the teacher didn't even dare fart, and he ran far away whenever he saw me." Luke chuckled. He never saw this side of Robert at home. That was because Catherine was at home, so this rough man never revealed his violent side to his family. Selena said, "When we left the school, I was still afraid to approach Robert. In the end, when we got into the car, he threw the gun at me and let me play with it." Luke, "Huh. It was an air gun," said Selena. Speechless for a moment, Luke shook his head. "So Robert can be evil? He's not as reckless as he looks." Selena said, after working so many cases, I've realized that he does things the same way you do. Even if you don't look the same on the outside, you're the same inside. Luke said solemnly, the outside is what matters. He's not as handsome as I am. Selina slapped him on the back with a smile. You shameless B*****. Luke, however, understood. Selina was right when she said that he and Robert used similar methods. Robert knew Flegg. Even if he hadn't been in some secret armed force before, his methods were like the army's, swift and ruthless, while he had a secret agency's attention to detail. This was indeed similar to how Luke did things. Selina was an old detective with excellent observation skills. Luke was quite pleased. A moment later, he found it funny. His mentality seemed a little old. His line of sight fell on Claire, who was chatting and laughing. Luke had to admit that his mentality was indeed a little old. Selina was already 25, but Luke couldn't help but view her as a junior. Claire, who wasn't even 18 yet, was even more so. Luke and Selina danced and chatted for a few minutes. Finally, a sharp-eyed monkey noticed them and ran over with a smile. Karen and Hux also greeted them. However, Karen had a strange expression on her face as she looked back and forth between Luke and Selina. She seemed to be sizing up a love rival. Luke and Selina greeted them calmly, before Luke dragged Claire into a dance. Of course, it wasn't a couple's dance, but in front of the fire with the other partygoers. Of course, they didn't take off their tops. After dancing for a while, Luke returned with the little monkey. Claire handed him a can of beer, but Luke decisively refused, so she gave him a can of Coke instead. You do drink, right? Luke shrugged. I stopped drinking after I became a police officer. It wasn't because he couldn't hold his liquor well, but because alcohol had almost no effect on him and was no different from an old popsicle. Cola could at least replenish a lot of calories and provide daily energy for the body. After chatting for a while, Karen sat down on his other side. Selina ignored them and continued drinking her beer as she chatted with Claire and Hux. Seeing how easily Karen took off her top, it was impossible for her to catch up with Miss Jenny, so she was still far from success in her endeavor. Suddenly, a girl walked up to Luke and stretched out her hand. Nice to meet you. Luke shook her hand with a smile. Just call me Luke. I'm Clarice. The girl introduced herself. Luke was still smiling as he looked at their hands. Is this an invitation? Clarice seemed stumped for a moment. She didn't let go of his hand. Hearing Luke's words, she finally smiled. Oh, maybe it's because you're too handsome that I couldn't help myself. They let go. Then, Clarice stretched out her hand to Selina. I don't think we've met before. Luke, however, reached out and took her hand again. Just call her Selina. But, can I invite you to dance? Clarice was stunned for a moment, before she smiled. That would be great. As the girls watched, Luke led Clarice into the dancing crowd. Hux was confused. Karen was flabbergasted and cursed inwardly. Another love rival? Claire looked at Selina and then at Karen with a strange expression. She had a feeling that her brother would be in trouble tonight. Selina was as calm as ever. She took a sip of her beer as her gaze fell on Clarice. She was well aware of the kind of person that Luke was. It was definitely unusual for him to approach a girl. Karen, the fair, rich, and beautiful young miss, had taken the initiative many times, but had never made any progress. It was even more unusual for Luke to promptly pull a girl who had appeared out of nowhere into a dance. Recalling how Luke had stopped her from shaking hands with Clarice, Selina grew even more suspicious. She told Claire that she was going to the bathroom, then took Dollar to the woods. After lingering in the car for a moment, she returned to the beach and sat down next to Claire. Of course, Luke noticed her movements. He praised her inwardly, but continued, Really? You're from Texas? What a coincidence, so am I. Half an hour later, Luke returned and told Claire to get in the car. He said he had good news for her, and told her to go home with them that night. Naturally, Claire had no objections. After saying goodbye to Karen and Hux, she got into the car and they left. Luke typed a name on the tablet and gave it to Selina, who was in the passenger seat. Claire, who was in the back seat, found it strange. "Huh. Dollar, you're very lively today. Ah, so much saliva. Huh, no licking, no licking." Luke knew that Dollar was only Dollar now since Gold Nugget number 1 had already recombined with Selina. He had a smile on his face and a strange look in his eyes. "Claire, are you very familiar with that classmate, Clarice?" After fending off Dollar's saliva attack, Claire shook her head. "So. We've spoken a few times, but we don't interact much." "What's her personality like?" Luke asked again. Claire found that odd. "Luke, are you really going after her?" "Well, I'm not saying that she's bad, but I really don't know much about her. Should I ask around tomorrow?" Luke said, "It's fine. I just think she's quite open-minded." Selina looked at him and shook her head. She was telling him that there was nothing suspicious about Clarice's identity, and that there were no matches in the database of criminals or important people. Luke shifted his gaze and casually mentioned the volunteer position which he had found for Claire. Stunned for a moment, Claire then screamed. "Ah! Luke, is that true?" Luke frowned as he endured the ringing in his ears. "Are you really that happy? You're not a hardcore fan of She-Ra?" Claire shrieked. "Don't you know anything about this charity show? There are already 20 celebrities and singers who are going to be in the show, including 2 rock bands that I like." Fine, you definitely wouldn't have heard of them." Only then did she remember that her brother didn't even know that She-Ra's new song was at the top of the charts. There was no way he would care about which stars and singers would be participating in the charity show. Luke smiled. "Then you have to be mentally prepared." Claire asked, "For what?" Luke quickly put in 2 earphones before he said, "The minimum number of stars and singers participating in this show is 50. The ideal forecast is 100. "Ah!" Claire screamed again. Annoyed, Selina covered her ears and glared at Luke accusingly. He knew that Claire would scream again, and had put in earphones himself. Dollar, who was in the back seat, was so scared that it whimpered and moved away from the creature that had suddenly turned into a shrieking banshee. When they got home, Claire, who was too excited, was dragged to combat training by Selina, who couldn't take it anymore, and the living room finally quieted down. Luke connected to the database at home and once again searched for information on the girl, Clarice Johnson. Just now, when Clarice touched his hand, a system notification had popped up. System, unknown energy detected trying to establish a link with the host's mind. Do you accept? He decisively chose no and stopped Clarice from making contact with Selina. He didn't know how the mental link was activated, but it was safer not to act according to the other party's wishes. Claire, on the other hand, had always had Gold Nugget number 2 on her. The symbiotic state was very resistant to mental attacks, and there wasn't a high chance that anything would go wrong. A moment later, Clarice's results were displayed on the tablet. Everything was still normal. Recalling various details of his contact with Clarice, a scent in Luke's memory suddenly floated through his mind. After comparing it many times, he said with a smile, "It's you." "That's right, if you have that ability, your guts wouldn't be small." An hour later, Selina dragged Claire out of the training room. Claire was no longer hyper. She stretched out a trembling hand toward Luke. "Help, Luke. Selina wants to tire me to death." Luke said with a smile, "If she doesn't tire you out, you won't be able to sleep tonight. You have to thank her." Claire was desperate. "God, there's definitely something wrong with the 2 of you. Why are you talking so much like each other? There's no chance for Karen. Why are you looking at me?" Luke looked away and took a sip of his tea before he picked up his tablet again. Go take a shower. We'll discuss the volunteer work schedule when you come out. Claire suddenly came back to life and dashed into her room. Give me 5 minutes. Looking at Luke, Selina asked with a faint smile, Miss Karen is indeed up to no good. She even bribed Claire. Luke said, the most she can get is my body. Don't even think about getting my heart. Selina, huh? Luke smiled. I'm kidding. You should take a shower too. I have something important to tell you after Claire goes to bed. Selina snorted. You've become terrible at changing the topic recently. You should practice more. A few minutes later, both women finished their showers. Luke and Claire discussed the schedule for her fieldwork training and volunteer work. Claire thought for a moment, then said, I've been thinking about it for the past 2 days. Being a police officer actually isn't a job I like. Luke and Selina didn't say anything and listened attentively. Claire's expression turned serious as well. During this time, the police training made me realize that I'm actually not used to this sort of work that focuses on discipline and hierarchy. I prefer to be free. It's just that I met Karen and Hux there, and they really plan to become police officers. I also wanted to see if I can meet Batman, so. She smiled in embarrassment. Luke didn't laugh at her. Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? What are your short-term and long-term goals? Claire tilted her head and thought for a moment. My short-term goal should be to finish university. I'll do my best to finish my university course in 3 years and get a degree. My long-term goal. Does being an artist count? Luke asked, what kind of artist? The arts were too broad. Painting, photography, sculpture, film, music, literature, and even extreme sports could be associated with the performing arts. Claire said, I'm mainly considering 2 things, singing and dancing. Luke smiled. Cheerleading captain. Claire, yes. I like to challenge myself to accomplish difficult targets. I want to stand under the bright lights and look at the scenery from there. In the end, under Luke's silent gaze, she still chose to tell the truth. Fine, the truth is that I've always wanted to be a celebrity, but I've never learned acting. I have a foundation in singing and dancing. Luke asked, so, you won't miss this volunteer opportunity? Claire nodded decisively. That's right. It's good to see for myself what a singer has to deal with, and confirm beforehand that I don't hate this life. Luke was satisfied. He didn't think that Claire was suited for a job as a police officer. Actually, he himself wasn't really suited to be a police officer. The reason he was doing well was because of his motivation to get experience and credit points, as well as the ever-present sense of danger. He knew that even when he wasn't around in the movies, the superheroes would save the world. But what if something went wrong? Could he just sit around and wait for death with his family? As a loyal fan of the first rule of safety, he would never place all his and his family's hopes on superheroes. He had never forgotten the ordinary people who died in the war between heroes and villains. He also didn't want his family and himself to end up like those people who died without a word. He also wouldn't denounce superheroes the way some people did. Without them, the world would end and nobody would survive. Denouncing a superhero was just a way for ordinary people to vent their grief. He didn't need that. He wanted to become a strong person who had enough resources to protect his family. Based on his current progress, he should be able to achieve this goal in 1 to 3 years, enough to keep up once the curtain opened. Claire had also made a major decision in her life. She would leave the police academy and start her short stint as a volunteer as she officially came into contact with the work and lives of celebrities. After Claire returned to her room, Luke gestured at Selina. She sat down next to him, and he said in a low voice, has Gold Nugget felt anything unusual when Clarice touched Claire? Like energy or something else? After talking to Gold Nugget, Selina shook her head. Nothing unusual. They haven't interacted much, and Gold Nugget hasn't noticed this girl. Luke said, have it think back carefully. Selena hummed in assent, then asked, is she a superhuman? Only someone with a superpower could make him so cautious and stop her from shaking hands with Clarice. Luke nodded. Remember, try not to have any physical contact with her. We saw her ability not long ago. Selena was surprised. Who? Wait, let me think. We saw a woman with a superpower recently. Luke nodded with a smile. Selena thought for a moment. Is she the superhuman who pretended to be Sanchez and Harrison? Luke chuckled. I'm 80% sure it's her. Selena thought for a moment and said, she can take someone else's appearance, so Clarice's identity might not be real, right? Luke narrowed his eyes. Yes. That's why Gold Nugget has to follow you at all times to ensure that she won't impersonate you. Selena said, she won't pretend to be you, will she? You danced with her for quite a while. Luke sneered. Maybe that's why she ran over to see us today. But Gold Nugget will definitely confirm my identity. He then touched Selena's hand. She shivered and exclaimed softly, but her expression was still calm. Fine, Gold Nugget said that it knows how to confirm it's you. Luke chuckled. That's good. As for Claire, the two of them weren't worried. Gold Nugget number 2 was always with Claire and had never left. The two clones could communicate telepathically and had yet to be restricted by distance. A moment later, Clarice's results were displayed on the tablet. Everything was still normal. Recalling various details of his contact with Clarice, a scent in Luke's memory suddenly floated through his mind. After comparing it many times, he said with a smile, it's you. That's right, if you have that ability, your guts wouldn't be small. An hour later, Selena dragged Claire out of the training room. Claire was no longer hyper. She stretched out a trembling hand toward Luke. Help, Luke. Selena wants to tire me to death. Luke said with a smile, if she doesn't tire you out, you won't be able to sleep tonight. You have to thank her. Claire was desperate. God, there's definitely something wrong with the two of you. Why are you talking so much like each other? There's no chance for Karen. Why are you looking at me? Luke looked away and took a sip of his tea before he picked up his tablet again. Go take a shower. We'll discuss the volunteer work schedule when you come out. Claire suddenly came back to life and dashed into her room. Give me 5 minutes. Looking at Luke, Selena asked with a faint smile, Miss Karen is indeed up to no good. She even bribed Claire. Luke said, the most she can get is my body. Don't even think about getting my heart. Selena, huh? Luke smiled. I'm kidding. You should take a shower too. I have something important to tell you after Claire goes to bed. Selena snorted. You've become terrible at changing the topic recently. You should practice more. A few minutes later, both women finished their showers. Luke and Claire discussed the schedule for her fieldwork training and volunteer work. Claire thought for a moment, then said, I've been thinking about it for the past 2 days. Being a police officer actually isn't a job I like. Luke and Selena didn't say anything and listened attentively. Claire's expression turned serious as well. During this time, the police training made me realize that I'm actually not used to this sort of work that focuses on discipline and hierarchy. I prefer to be free. It's just that I met Karen and Hux there, and they really plan to become police officers. I also wanted to see if I can meet Batman, so. She smiled in embarrassment. Luke didn't laugh at her. Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? What are your short-term and long-term goals? Claire tilted her head and thought for a moment. My short-term goal should be to finish university. I'll do my best to finish my university course in 3 years and get a degree. My long-term goal. Does being an artist count? Luke asked, what kind of artist? The arts were too broad. Painting, photography, sculpture, film, music, literature, and even extreme sports could be associated with the performing arts. Claire said, I'm mainly considering two things, singing and dancing. Luke smiled. Cheerleading captain. Claire, yes. I like to challenge myself to accomplish difficult targets. I want to stand under the bright lights and look at the scenery from there. In the end, under Luke's silent gaze, she still chose to tell the truth. Fine, the truth is that I've always wanted to be a celebrity, but I've never learned acting. I have a foundation in singing and dancing. Luke asked, so, you won't miss this volunteer opportunity? Claire nodded decisively. That's right. It's good to see for myself what a singer has to deal with, and confirm beforehand that I don't hate this life. Luke was satisfied. He didn't think that Claire was suited for a job as a police officer. Actually, he himself wasn't really suited to be a police officer. The reason he was doing well was because of his motivation to get experience and credit points, as well as the ever-present sense of danger. He knew that even when he wasn't around in the movies, the superheroes would save the world. But what if something went wrong? Could he just sit around and wait for death with his family? As a loyal fan of the first rule of safety, he would never place all his and his family's hopes on superheroes. He had never forgotten the ordinary people who died in the war between heroes and villains. He also didn't want his family and himself to end up like those people who died without a word. He also wouldn't denounce superheroes the way some people did. Without them, the world would end and nobody would survive. Denouncing a superhero was just a way for ordinary people to vent their grief. He didn't need that. He wanted to become a strong person who had enough resources to protect his family. Based on his current progress, he should be able to achieve this goal in 1 to 3 years, enough to keep up once the curtain opened. Claire had also made a major decision in her life. She would leave the police academy and start her short stint as a volunteer as she officially came into contact with the work and lives of celebrities. After Claire returned to her room, Luke gestured at Selena. She sat down next to him, and he said in a low voice, "Has Gold Nugget felt anything unusual when Clarice touched Claire? Like energy or something else?" After talking to Gold Nugget, Selena shook her head. Nothing unusual. They haven't interacted much, and Gold Nugget hasn't noticed this girl. Luke said, "Have it think back carefully." Selena hummed in assent, then asked, "Is she a superhuman?" Only someone with a superpower could make him so cautious and stop her from shaking hands with Clarice. Luke nodded. "Remember, try not to have any physical contact with her. We saw her ability not long ago." Selena was surprised. "Who?" "Wait, let me think. We saw a woman with a superpower recently." Luke nodded with a smile. Selena thought for a moment. "Is she the superhuman who pretended to be Sanchez and Harrison?" Luke chuckled. "I'm 80% sure it's her." Selena thought for a moment and said, "She can take someone else's appearance, so Clarice's identity might not be real, right?" Luke narrowed his eyes. "Yes. That's why Gold Nugget has to follow you at all times to ensure that she won't impersonate you." Selena said, "She won't pretend to be you, will she? You danced with her for quite a while." Luke sneered. "Maybe that's why she ran over to see us today. But Gold Nugget will definitely confirm my identity." He then touched Selena's hand. She shivered and exclaimed softly, but her expression was still calm. "Fine, Gold Nugget said that it knows how to confirm it's you." Luke chuckled. "That's good." As for Claire, the two of them weren't worried. Gold Nugget number 2 was always with Claire and had never left. The two clones could communicate telepathically and had yet to be restricted by distance. Last time, Gold Nugget went with Luke to rescue Robert from the cruise liner on the Atlantic, and the two clones could still communicate with each other. They were even more useful than phones. If this Clarice really approached Luke and Selena in Claire's form, she would instantly be seen through. Suddenly, Selena said, Gold Nugget said that the two clones need to recombine to make sure that nothing is wrong with the second clone. Luke nodded. It can come out after Claire falls asleep. I'm going to the workshop. A moment later, Selena sent him a message saying that Gold Nugget hadn't found anything unusual, and that the clone had returned to Claire. Luke replied that he got it and went back to work. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with Clarice Johnson. In any case, this person was still at the police academy. He would give this copycat a full set of tracking devices tomorrow. Since he had noticed the anomaly, as long as she didn't discard everything that could be tracked, she wouldn't be able to escape as easily as last time. The next morning, the three of them went to the police academy. Claire had to go through the procedure to leave. Luke had already informed Remick, and Claire could go through the procedure herself. Luke and Selena watched the surveillance footage from the car as Claire walked out of the administration building and said goodbye to the students from D15 during her break. She went to look for Claire, said Selena. Luke hummed and continued staring at Clarice. A few minutes later, Clarice walked away. Selena said, she's trying to sound out our whereabouts. Luke picked up his laptop with a smile. Let's see if Miss Johnson has any other accomplices. Looking at the camera, Selena said, she's starting to make calls. Luke operated his laptop. It's not the number on the registration form. She actually has money, she's using 2 phones. As he spoke, his hands swiftly flew over the keyboard. Let's see who you're contacting. Selena said, she's no longer on the phone. Did you trace the number? Luke said, no, but it's about the same. A moment later, dozens of numbers appeared on his laptop. Only these numbers were recorded at the base station near the police academy. Luke smiled. How long was she on the phone? About 3 seconds, said Selena. Luke said, okay, then there's only one number. Let's see who she was talking to. After a while, he stopped. Done. Selena glanced at the screen and said, fine, it would be strange if there wasn't a communication record. In the record for the phone number they had traced, only the number Clarice was using showed up, and that was only after the end of the police training. Also, both were prepaid numbers. As a loyal customer of prepaid phones, Luke knew what that meant. After saying goodbye, Claire drove off to her new volunteer life. Luke and Selena still hadn't left. Half an hour later, Clarice left the police academy in her car. Luke and Selena looked at each other and smiled. What an impatient kid. They drove off as well. Instead of following Clarice's car, Luke and Selena drove to a block east of the city and wandered the streets. Selena looked at the camera. She's here. Luke hummed an acknowledgement and asked, have you confirmed their destination? Selena said, it should be that bungalow. That number was dialed from this area recently. He thought for a moment. Let's go and have lunch first. They went to work as usual in the afternoon. At 3 o'clock, Luke's expression changed. Check the security system at home. Someone's in the house. Selena took out her tablet and quickly checked the surveillance footage. Looking at the image, she exclaimed, wow. If you weren't right next to me, I would have thought that this was you. Looking at the person who looked exactly like him on the screen, Luke snorted. The security system didn't warn of a break-in. Her imitation is really good. Selena clicked her tongue. Did she touch your body last night and turn into you today? Why does this ability feel so weird? Luke said, it's even weirder to watch her rummage through the house. As he spoke, he sped home. When they were close to their neighborhood, Selena warned, she's going to run. She probably knows that we're on the way back. Does she have accomplices helping her keep an eye out? Luke said with a smile, don't forget that she took 2 twin girls with her out of the police department. Selena didn't even raise her head. She's running to the back door. Holy sh*t. She's now Karen Gaffney. This was the first time she had seen a person transform from a man to a woman in just a few seconds. It was as unbelievable as a movie special effect. Luke's smile grew wider. That's great. Let's go say hi to this good neighbor. The car swung around the corner and sped up. The sound of tires screeching on the ground rang out as Luke parked the car by the back entrance. Looking at Karen Gaffney, who happened to be standing in front of the gate, Luke said with a bright smile, "Hi, neighbor, long time no see. Are you here to talk to Selina?" Karen heard the brakes and turned around. She chuckled. "No, I was just passing by. I know you're busy." Luke opened the back gate with a smile and drove past her. "It's fine. We just happened to get off work early today." Selina had already gotten out when Luke stopped the car. At that moment, she walked to the side of the road and pulled Karen into the house. "Since you're here, chat with me for a bit. We haven't met in days." Karen looked conflicted. "I'm sorry to bother you." Selina said, "It's fine. It's been a long time since you and Jeff came to have dinner with us. When Jeff gets off work, have him come straight here." Karen gave a dry laugh. He's working overtime today." Luke and Selina were both secretly amused. Working overtime? Jeff Gaffney was a mid-level manager in the HR department who spent his time chatting idly. What damn work. After they entered the house, Selina sat down with Karen and had Luke get some drinks. Luke put some drinks and snacks on the table and took out a deck of poker cards as he sat down. "You lost terribly the last time you played poker. Let's have another round today." Karen's face stiffened. "Well, I have to go home and cook." Luke waved his hand. "It's only 4 o'clock. You can cook some steak and sausages when you get back. It won't take you even half an hour. If you really don't have time, we can pack up some barbecue meat for you to take home later." Karen's mouth opened slightly, but she had nothing to say. In her muddle-headedness, she played a few rounds of Fight the Landlord or whatever with Luke and Selina, and lost to Luke 3 times. Luke, on the other hand, looked at the system notification and smiled. So that was how it was. "System, you have defeated Stacy Geraldine Carlisle and have received a list of her abilities." Stacy Geraldine Carlisle's abilities: Basic Combat, Basic Firearms, Basic Intelligence Gathering. Elementary Replication, X Gene, partially available. Prerequisites: 60 Strength, 20 Dexterity, 40 Mental Strength and 20,000 credit points. After getting what he wanted, Luke gave a perfunctory reply and sent the copy of Karen Gaffney out. Karen quickly slipped away as if she had been granted amnesty. Standing in front of the door, Luke chuckled. There was a special scent in the air that ordinary people couldn't detect. Thanks to his sharp nose, he could easily lock onto it. This Stacy with the replication superpower was the accomplice of the twin sisters who had broken out of custody. She had also turned into the female SWAT officer, Sanchez, and shared a car with Luke. In the end, she turned back into Harrison and swaggered out of the police department after she picked up the twins. This person's ability was impossible to guard against, and was one of the abilities that Luke wanted the most. He had thought that these 3 gutsy girls had already left Los Angeles, but they hadn't. However, from Luke's mental communication, he could tell that this Stacy wasn't malicious. She was more like a thief who had been caught red-handed and was desperate to escape. However, he was quite unhappy about the fact that Stacy had come into contact with Claire. Thus, he forced her to play cards with him, and won 3 times. In fact, after his second net victory, he was qualified to learn elementary replication. But he still went for a 3rd victory. Based on his experience, even lucky people like a certain tycoon would show signs of bad luck after losing 3 times to him. If someone with ordinary luck lost to him 3 times, it would be normal for them to choke on water or slip on a banana peel when walking. He had just obtained Stacy's ability in passing. In any case, he was free, and was able to obtain the ability by playing a few rounds of Fight the Landlord. He didn't mind losing it later. However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that he had put a special drug in the drink that he had given to Stacy. It was a drug developed for his sharp nose, which had been in his inventory ever since it was invented. It would only be metabolized 72 hours later. Before that, the person who absorbed the drug would emit a scent that ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect. For sharp nose, it was no harder to track than body odor and not as bad. It could help him lock quickly onto Stacy and her unpredictable appearance, until he had finished dealing with the three girls. That night, Luke took Selena out. They were only dressed casually tonight, and Selena drove. When he reached the place that he had been looking for, he opened the door and got out. When he walked into the alley, he opened the suitcase in his hand. In the car, Selena let the drone out. "I see them. All three of them are here." Selena's voice came through the earpiece. Luke walked unhurriedly to the bungalow and unlocked the door in 2 moves. "The girl who likes to roar seems to have noticed something," Selena warned him. Luke closed the door and raised his gun. Duh. There was the sound of something similar to a nail gun being fired. In the living room, the short-haired girl who had just stood up felt a slight pain in her shoulder. "Someone's here." After the warning, she tried to attack with her ability. She barely made a sound when she started to feel dizzy. She collapsed with a thump, and the roar she was about to let out stopped. Luke moved his gun. Duh. The mushroom-headed girl had just rushed out of the room, when she was hit in the chest by a tranquilizer. Bang! The cloth over her chest suddenly exploded, and the tranquilizer broke into fragments. Luke's pace didn't change as he continued moving forward. When he reached the door, the mushroom-headed girl swayed and collapsed. He used his foot to cushion her fall so that her head wouldn't hit the ground. He also looked at her torn shirt. Fortunately, the tranquilizer only left a small wound on her chest. Satisfied, he suddenly stretched his hand into the bedroom and pulled the trigger. Duh. Duh. Ah, a girl exclaimed. Crash. There was the sound of breaking glass as someone crashed out of the window. Luke smiled and went to the kitchen. He opened the back door and walked out. A slender figure stumbled through the backyard. She tried her best to resist the effect of the tranquilizer, but it was too strong. She broke out of the window and ran another 10 meters. Her hands barely touched the wooden fence in the backyard, when she blacked out. Luke walked over and picked her up. "You're not going to torture them, right?" Selena asked nervously in Luke's earpiece. Luke hadn't been gentle when he dealt with the hoodlums when he went out as a vigilante last night. She didn't want to imagine the girls being treated the same way. These 3 girls were too reckless and went overboard, but considering their age and the possible consequences, it wouldn't be good to be too ruthless when dealing with them. Luke nodded. "If they don't have any extreme ideas, I'll just scare them a little at most." Selena didn't say anything else. She knew that as long as they wanted to hurt Claire, he would never let the matter go. This guy had always been that protective. Luke took out 2 needleless syringes and injected the cure for the tranquilizer into the unconscious Stacy's neck, before he injected an inducer on the other side. 2 minutes later, a dazed Stacy opened her eyes, but her pupils weren't focused. Luke pressed down on her heart with a bit of force and looked into her eyes. "Stacy, you're safe now. Nobody will hurt you." In the car not far away, Selena was creeped out as she listened. She had the feeling that Luke's voice was a little strange and different from usual. He was now speaking in a level and gentle tone without any fluctuations. There was none of the feeling that was usually present in his regular tone. But what happened next shocked her even more. After half an hour of intermittent questioning, while Stacy would occasionally fall silent, she still told Luke everything about the 3 of them in the end. They had complicated backgrounds, but not overly so. When it came to certain past experiences, Stacy would be strongly resistant and refused to talk. Luke decisively steered clear of this sensitive issue. What he was more interested in was why the three girls had approached Claire and if they had gotten any information from her. When they got the answer, it was so simple that neither Luke nor Selena quite believed it. After confirming it several times, he also injected the twins with the inducer, but the results were the same. After 2 hours of questioning, he finally came out of the bungalow. In the car, Selena immediately drove off. After a brief silence, she said, "Did we go overboard?" Luke said, "If they hadn't contacted Claire and had just approached us, would admit that I went overboard." Selena was lost for words. Touching Luke's family would definitely piss him off. The Carlos family had been wiped out after a surprise attack. In comparison, the three girls had only been injected with an inducer and pumped for information. They weren't even hurt. This wasn't too much. Luke didn't blame Selena for being soft-hearted. She didn't have a system, so she could only rely on her own judgment to differentiate between good and bad. The system, however, had helped Luke stabilize his worldview. He wouldn't go easy on anyone who threatened his safety. However, the three girls indeed hadn't committed any huge crime. They had only been attracted by the $100 million reward on TV when they tried to break a prisoner out. They had never considered what Alex Montel had done. Luke believed that they would learn a lot from this lesson. They felt that they could do whatever they wanted with superpowers, and that the doors to the prison and various research institutes would open to them. After failing to rescue the prisoner and escaping from the police department, the twins wanted to leave, but they couldn't resist Stacy's insistence. Of the three of them, the one in charge was Stacy. Although her direct combat ability wasn't the best, her overall combat ability and practical nature still far exceeded that of the twins. More than half of her 10 basic abilities were combat-related, while the rest were support abilities. They were all obtained through elementary replication. Simply put, Stacy's elementary replication ability was similar to Luke's super learning mode, but also slightly different. Basic replication was already a huge cheat in being able to completely copy someone else's appearance, but it had a lot of side effects. By using elementary replication to touch a target's body, their genetic information and memories could be obtained. The longer the interaction, the more complete the memories would be until the copy was practically the person themselves. But that was also the side effect of this ability. The more thorough the replication, the deeper the influence that the target's memories would have, which would lead to a more unstable mental state. This was equivalent to the appearance of multiple personalities. Stacy had used this ability many times, and there were few targets that she had copied deeply, but she was still greatly affected by it. Her personality had also changed from lively and cheerful to irritable and sensitive. Last time, Luke had foiled their plan to break Alex out and had caught the twins and placed them in custody, which complicated her feelings for Luke. She had a few personalities who were fond of appearances, and she liked Luke's sunny and handsome appearance. There were a few personalities who were petty and angry, and couldn't forgive him for ruining their plan to make money. Either way, she was unwilling to admit defeat and leave. After a struggle, she made an irrational choice: stay in Los Angeles and make trouble for Luke. But when all was said and done, the three girls weren't ruthless people. Their plan for revenge was to collect evidence of Luke's corruption and then make it public so that he lost his job. Using her ability to change appearances, Stacy looked around for evidence of Luke pocketing dirty money. If it were anyone else, they would definitely go crazy from anger. But a straight body did not fear a slanted shadow. As the cleanest and most promising young detective in Los Angeles, he had never been corrupt, and certainly wasn't afraid of being investigated. Naturally, there was no progress in Stacy's investigation. At first, she tried making direct contact with Luke. Elementary replication required physical contact, and it couldn't be for too short a period of time. But Luke had always kept his distance from people. He liked to wear homemade gloves when he worked, and shaking hands wasn't an option. It was even more impossible to bump into him. Stacy had assumed different identities and pretended to slip and fall nearby, thus seizing the opportunity to knock into Luke, but Luke always swiftly stretched out a hand to stop her. And if she didn't bump into him, she really fell. She had no choice but to give up when it came to someone as difficult to handle as Luke. After many twists and turns, she finally found out that Luke often came to the police academy to visit his sister, Claire, who was training there. As for the real Clarice, something had happened at home recently, and she left school right away. So, Stacy replaced Clarice and wanted to see if there were any leads in Claire's memories, only to find that she couldn't access them. At that moment, Luke and Selena appeared at the party, and she went to look for Luke. Dancing was the perfect opportunity to touch his body. As a matter of fact, Luke hadn't been wearing gloves that night. She was delighted when she shook his hand. But before she could celebrate, she realized that she couldn't read Luke's memories either. Recalling how she couldn't read Claire's memories, she could only speculate that there was something special about Luke's family. She immediately switched targets to Selena. A detective was even closer to his partner than his wife. She also knew that Selena and Luke lived together. There was definitely something fishy going on. But Luke didn't give her the chance. He dragged her out to dance. When she investigated Luke, she had checked the police department's internal files and learned that the guy had an astonishing success rate when it came to cracking cases and unbelievable combat ability, which was why he had been able to catch the twins so easily that night. Not daring to rouse his suspicion, Stacy could only retreat. The next day, Claire came to the police academy to sort out the administrative procedure for leaving school. Stacy went up to Claire and asked her a few questions before she finally decided to go deep into the tiger's den to look for intelligence. Luke did have a lot of secrets, but he carried everything that couldn't be exposed in his inventory. The smart access system let Stacy, in the guise of Luke, in easily. But before she could find any evidence, Luke suddenly returned home and blocked her escape. That was the whole story. After mulling for a moment, Luke suddenly felt a little ashamed. It seemed, he was more of a lawbreaker than they were. None of the three girls had killed anyone before. They had also duped and blackmailed rich men who wanted to mess around with young girls. Most of them could only swallow their pride when faced with the physically strong and skillful Stacy. Since Stacy never used her own face, it was hard for these men to find her. After blackmailing these sort of people once in a while, they would decisively abandon this operation. If the other party refused to let them go and lurked nearby, the twins, who never showed their faces, would secretly attack. The elementary sound wave of the short-haired older sister, Stephanie, was a harmless crowd control ability. The energy explosion of the mushroom-headed sister, Artemis, was their final insurance. If necessary, it could create a blast wave similar to an explosion, which would cause chaos and allow them to escape. As a result, their lives were basically dependent on Stacy. That made her the leader of the three. Luke only had one thought about how the three girls were using their superpowers: what a waste. It was basically like using a golden spoon to pick up **T. With Stacy and Stephanie's abilities, it was too easy for them to make money legally. But recalling what he had learned about their experiences growing up, he couldn't blame them and say they were stupid. Geniuses were rare, and most people who wanted to become smarter and adapt to living by the rules of society had to be educated adequately. This education could come from family or school books. The three girls had long lost those two items. Looking at these three pitiful girls, Luke remembered the talent training plan he came up with a long time ago. Perhaps, he should start with these three girls with superpowers. Not long after Luke and Selena left, Stacy's eyes regained focus. Shaking her dizzy head, she recalled what happened before she passed out and was terrified. But when she turned around, she saw that the twins, Stephanie and Artemis, were still leaning against the couch with lifeless eyes. Struggling to get up, she went over to check on them, and was relieved. Although the cloth over Artemis's chest was torn and exposed a large part of her torso, she could tell that it was caused by Artemis's ability and not by someone else. Stephanie and her clothes were basically intact as well. There were no signs that they had been touched. Suddenly, the screen of a black object on the coffee table lit up, and a gentle female voice rang out. They are in a semi-conscious state. You can use cold water to rouse them more quickly, Miss Stacy. Stunned, Stacy jumped 2 meters away and looked at the black object warily. Who are you? My name is Butterfly. I am a program, the gentle female voice continued. Stacy was stunned. Program? Yes, I am a program, Miss Stacy, replied Butterfly. After thinking for a moment, Stacy went to get some cold water to wake the twins up. She then gestured at them. Someone left something here that's supposedly a program. Stephanie looked at the black object in confusion. What's that? You can consider me as something similar to a computer software program, Miss Stephanie. The gentle female voice startled the twins. Stacy raised her hand and gestured for them to see for themselves. Her name's Butterfly. She's a program. That's what she said. Holding her hands in front of her chest, Artemis asked, Then who put you here? The Great Wizard, replied Butterfly. Stacy immediately interjected, Who's the wizard? Butterfly, my maker. The 3 girls looked at each other, and Stephanie asked, What's his name? The Great Wizard, Butterfly said again. Stacy frowned. If this Butterfly is a program, it's useless for us to ask. Her database only has the name Wizard. She can't give us the answer we want. That's absolutely right. Miss Stacy is so smart, praised Butterfly. Stunned, the 3 women grew suspicious again. Ignoring the phone, they walked into the bedroom and whispered to each other. When they returned, they had already packed up their backpacks and looked like they were about to leave. Everyone, please don't forget to bring this phone with you, Butterfly suddenly said when they reached the door. Stacy didn't say anything and kept moving. Artemis glared at the phone disdainfully. Who do you think you are? Stephanie had the best temper. She couldn't help but say, Goodbye, Butterfly. Miss Stephanie, let me remind you that any reckless action can lead to unforeseen danger, said Butterfly. Stephanie turned her head and ignored the words. The other 2 didn't think much of what Butterfly said either. Sitting in the car in the front yard, Stacy started the engine, but nothing happened. She frowned. Is it broken? She tried several times, but the car didn't budge. Helpless, Stacy got out and checked the car, but didn't find anything. However, the car still couldn't start. She said helplessly, Let's get out. We'll borrow a car from the neighbors. The twins had no objections. Carrying their backpacks, the 3 girls snuck into the front yard of another house dozens of meters away. Stacy deftly took out her tools and started to fiddle with the garage door. Suddenly, she jerked. Curious, Artemis stepped forward and patted her shoulder. She asked in a low voice, What's wrong with, ugh? A few seconds later, Stephanie also felt that something was wrong. What are the 2 of you doing? She stretched out her hand as well. Anxious, Artemis forced herself to focus and activate her ability. Bang! There was a light explosion, and she was blown away by the energy from where she had been in contact with Stacy. Stacy rolled over the ground as well. Artemis's voice trembled. The door is charged with electricity. Stacy couldn't reply at all as she twitched even more violently than Artemis. The noise alerted the residents, and the lights in the bedroom came on. Stephanie gritted her teeth and used all her strength to drag the 2 of them behind some shrubs nearby. The main door of the bungalow opened, and a man with a shotgun stood in the doorway. He looked around for a moment, and only closed it again when he didn't find anything. This was the east side, which had fewer inhabitants. The people who dared to live here could shoot at any moment. Stephanie was sweating all over from anxiety. Her sound waves were very useful, but the side effect was that they were very loud. Her sister and Stacy had inexplicably gotten electric shocks, and she didn't want to attract the police. She was the weakest of the three, and when the other two fell, she was beside herself with panic. Thankfully, their situation wasn't too bad, and they recovered in less than 2 minutes. Frightened, the three girls tentatively felt their way out of the shrubs. Stacy cursed in a low voice. "Damn it. This guy actually has an electric defense system on the garage door. That's insane." After this minor setback, they could only switch targets and borrow another car. But when they felt their way to the yard, Stacy exclaimed, "SH*T. What's this?" "It's dog SH*T. "Wait, dog SH*T. The three girls raised their heads, only to see two pairs of green eyes glaring at them from not far away. There was frantic barking, and two dogs, one big and one small, barked wildly to warn their owners that someone had snuck into their house. The three girls ran. They weren't shameless enough to continue trying when they weren't successful. Once they had been found out, they could only run. After running dozens of meters, the dogs stopped barking, and the three girls sat on the side of the road, panting. Why were there dogs? And why did they only start barking when we entered? Stephanie thought for a moment, then said a little awkwardly, "There are indeed dogs in that house. I forgot." Both Stacy and Artemis glared at her. An engine roared as a car sped down the street at over 100 kilometers an hour. The reckless laughter of a man and a woman could be heard through the open windows. Amidst the laughter, a beer bottle flew out. Dong! Caught completely off guard, Stacy was hit in the head. The beer bottle didn't shatter, but bounced off to hit Artemis in the face before hitting the ground next to Stephanie's feet. Stephanie stared at the car with wide eyes. After a long while, she mumbled, "How can they be like that? No sense of civic duty at all." She turned her head again, only to see that Stacy was completely unconscious. Her sister, Artemis, was shaking her head as she got up. "Damn it, what happened? Who attacked us?" Stephanie quickly hugged her. "Art, are you all right?" Artemis said, "My head hurts and I'm very dizzy." "Who did this?" "I'm going to kill him." Stephanie said, "A bottle was thrown out of the car just now, and it hit you and Stacy." "Ah, Stacy." The two of them quickly went over to check on Stacy, who was completely still. After a brief examination, they were both relieved. It seemed that she was only unconscious. Her body was pretty resistant to hits and had a fairly strong recovery ability, so her injuries shouldn't be too serious. Artemis gritted her teeth. "Why are we so unlucky? We're just looking for a car." Stephanie, who was the only one who could still be considered intact, suddenly shivered. She was the most cowardly among the three of them, but she wasn't stupid. She suddenly recalled something and asked in a trembling voice, "Do you remember what Butterfly said?" Artemis was dizzy and didn't pay her much attention. "What?" Stephanie said, "She was the one who said that we would run into unforeseen danger if we moved rashly." Artemis covered her head. "Don't think about useless things. Let's." "Wait, what did you say?" Stephanie's voice trembled. "Unforeseen danger. Isn't that what we just encountered?" Artemis clutched her head. "Wait, let me think. Look, when have we ever been shocked by electricity for stealing a car? Then, we went to another house, and Stacy stepped on dog SH*T, sitting here, the two of you were hit by a flying bottle. This situation is so weird," the timid Stephanie said as she hugged herself tightly. Artemis's head hurt, but she still understood. Although she was very brave, now that Stacy was down, the person who usually gave her courage had become the most convincing piece of evidence. She shivered as well. "Then, what should we do?" Stephanie said, "Why don't we go back and ask Butterfly what happened?" As the timid twin sister said that, her feet moved restlessly and she looked around as if there was something dirty in their surroundings. Artemis's lips moved a few times, and she looked uncertainly at the still unconscious Stacy. Then, let's go back and ask Butterfly first. They dragged Stacy back to their bungalow, and didn't run into any more mishaps on the way. It was just that when they entered the house, the two sisters somehow misjudged each other and went to open the door at the same time, in the end causing Stacy to knock her head against the door. Even though she was still in a semi-conscious state, she moaned slightly. It clearly hadn't been a light hit. After they entered the house, they placed Stacy on the couch and stared at the phone on the coffee table. It was only at that moment that they realized that this phone was different from what they were used to. Actually, they hadn't realized it was a phone until Butterfly said so. The sisters looked at the phone for a moment and communicated with their eyes before the braver Artemis finally asked, "Butterfly, are you there?" The dark screen lit up again, and Butterfly said, "Yes, Miss Artemis." Artemis asked, "Were you behind what happened just now?" Butterfly, "I'm just a program. I have no ability to interfere with the outside world." Artemis said, "I don't believe you. You must have been the one who attacked us while keeping an eye on us." Butterfly, "I can't do anything to you. If you're good enough, you can look for the program code on the phone." Artemis, "It's not like I'm one of those shut-in nerds, I don't know programming." Stephanie finally couldn't help but interject, "Then, if you didn't cause those accidents, what happened?" Butterfly said, "This is a warning from the Great Wizard. He told me to tell you that Miss Stacy will run into the most serious danger, followed by Miss Artemis. Miss Stephanie will basically be fine." The sisters, "What?" Recalling what happened just now and their current conditions, they realized that Butterfly was spot on. Also, even if the flying bottle could have been set up, them stealing a car and choosing the house and direction in which they went was impossible to predict. Stacy getting an electric shock and stepping on dog sh*t was truly hair-raising. Stephanie asked in a trembling voice, "Why?" "A curse." Butterfly's gentle voice rang out. "The Great Wizard put a curse on the three of you based on how many bad things you've done and to what extent." The sisters shivered and hugged each other involuntarily. "A curse?" Artemis asked, What curse?" "If you want to do something bad, you'll be cursed with all kinds of bad luck," Butterfly explained in a gentle voice. "If you stay in your room and wait for the Great Wizard's message, you won't be too unlucky." Stephanie exclaimed, "Isn't it just bad luck either way?" Butterfly, "Taking a tumble or choking on water is always better than passing out from being hit." The sisters were speechless. On that side, the three girls were being duped and educated by Luke's program. On this side, Luke had already returned home and started work in a hurry. 3 suitable test subjects had appeared out of nowhere. He had always had ideas for his training program, but there were a lot of things which he hadn't started making yet. Now, he had to make some things for the initial stage. The 3 girls would run out of patience in 2 or 3 days at most. To prevent them from dying of bad luck, he had to speed up. When the 3 girls were under the influence of the inducer, Luke adjusted the number of times he won against them. It was 3 times for Stacy, 2 for Artemis, and 1 for Stephanie. So far, all 3 of them had been pretty lucky. Otherwise, they would have been carted off to prison or a research facility a long time ago, and wouldn't be wandering around so freely. His single victory against Stephanie was just to qualify him to learn elementary sound wave. Artemis suffered 2 rare unlucky mishaps, but they weren't serious incidents. As the leader of the group, Stacy had the most shortcomings and liked to cause trouble the most. Luke won against her 3 times, so it was very easy for her to fumble and make mistakes in whatever she was doing. This difference in treatment would allow them to experience the horrors of a curse. Luke didn't understand the principle behind the system creating this sort of bad luck phenomenon. But that didn't stop him from experimenting with the effects and mechanisms of this bad luck. Many of the gangsters who had been admitted to the hospital in Los Angeles had been sent there by his bad luck experiments. The next morning, in the Malibu villa, Tony was exhausted. "Jarvis, back up all the data in the mainframe here. I'm going to bed." Jarvis said, "Very well, sir. However, are you sure you don't want to copy this information to the company database? According to the rules, I need to make a note of the raw materials used and report to Miss Potts." Tony immediately rejected the idea. The data can only be kept here, not in the company's database. Otherwise, the shareholders will immediately sell it to the military and it'll turn into a bunch of rotten tin men on the streets. Just report the raw materials to Pepper and let her decide. Jarvis said, "Sir, Miss Potts has already asked me twice to remind you that the company's shareholders are unhappy with you for using so many raw materials. It's hard for her to answer their questions." Tony chuckled. "If anyone isn't happy, tell them to come to me directly." "Sir, Mr. Stan is waiting for you in the living room," Jarvis interrupted him. "According to Miss Potts, he's here about the raw materials." "Tony, tell him to wait 5 minutes." A moment later, he looked at the baldy pacing around in the living room and adjusted his mood. He dredged up a smile even though he really wanted to sleep. "Hey, Obi, you're here." Obadiah stopped and looked at Tony with a concerned expression. "Why do you look so tired? Did you stay up late again?" Tony laughed. "It's nothing. I just had some fun last night, you know." Obadiah's eyes flickered. He had been paying attention to Tony, and knew that he hadn't gone out looking for women recently. But his expression was the same as ever as he continued his usual nagging. "Those cover girls again. Tony, I told you, they're all little B*cheese who are just putting on a show. You." Tony quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender to put a stop to this old topic. He had already memorized Obadiah's words, "They're just after your money, they just want the attention, too many scandals won't do the company any good. Obi, let's talk business." Tony changed the subject. Obadiah sighed and said helplessly, "Fine, you know, but you don't want to hear it." Tony smiled awkwardly. "I've already memorized it, there's no point in talking about it." After a pause, Obadiah said, "I'm here about the Jericho missile." Tony was a little bewildered, but then heard Jarvis's reminder in his earpiece. "Sir, you asked Miss Potts to submit a proposal for the Jericho missile last month as a way to deal with their questions." The tycoon immediately remembered and nodded with a smile. What's wrong with the shareholders?" Obadiah said, "Tony, the plan you gave them is basically just an idea. They need to know how the missile is progressing with all the resources you've been using recently. They've been uneasy that you haven't updated your research in the company's database for the past month." Tony frowned. "It's only been a month. What do they want?" Obadiah said with a bitter smile, "But in the past month, you've moved more than $1.2 billion in resources and spare parts from various departments. They won't relax if there's no progress." The shareholders of Stark Industries couldn't be blamed for being apprehensive this time. Taking a few years to develop a missile could be considered a short frame of time. The crux was that this tycoon's expenditure had once again crossed the bottom line of the shareholders and Obadiah. If Tony continued to spend more than $1 billion every month until the missile was developed, Stark Industries wouldn't be able to recoup its losses unless the American military ordered several billion missiles. With that many missiles, the military's concern would be where to throw them. There were always interests involved in any war. Missiles weren't the only things that were needed in a war, and even accounted for just a small portion of spending. The United States hadn't made any big moves recently, and didn't need so many missiles. Tony didn't think much of it. He always spent a lot of money on research, so over $1 billion was nothing. He was too focused on his big toy to bother with the shareholders. How could Tony's perfunctory attitude fool Obadiah, who had watched him grow up? The baldy's heart jumped. He knew that he couldn't persuade this young master. His heart ached, not for the tycoon, but for the money. Obadiah could only make a decision inwardly. It wasn't something that he had only thought about recently, but Tony had brought success to Stark Industries' weapons R&D team, which was why Obadiah had delayed making the decision. Now, he had been shaken by this terrifying expenditure of $1.2 billion a month. He wasn't going to put it off any longer. After saying a few clichés and telling Tony to show them the exact progress of the Jericho missile as soon as possible, Obadiah got up and left. Looking at the beach villa in the rearview mirror, Obadiah thought to himself, "Goodbye, Tony." Tony was unaware of Obadiah's change of heart. After the bald uncle left, Tony immediately went to his bedroom. As for the Jericho missile, of course, the shareholders could *CK off. There was no need for Tony to explain himself to stupid shareholders. Forget it. He should take some time to do the Jericho missile properly to fool the shareholders so that they wouldn't continue to disturb his research of the Iron Man armor. Tony sighed and made a difficult decision. The next day, Luke slipped away. Selina went to the police department and helped him report in and took a case, while Luke rented a temporary safe location. He dragged in a bunch of renovation materials. He was busy until late into the night and only returned home after that. Selina finished with her training, and when she saw Luke, she asked, "Will you be busy tomorrow?" Luke shook his head. "I finished everything today. I'll go to work tomorrow." Selina nodded and went to bed. After taking a shower, Luke entered the workshop and called up the SMART program. "Little Snail, how's Butterfly?" Little Snail immediately replied, "Sir, the target's current mood is basically stable and they're not planning to run for now." Luke hummed in acknowledgement and asked, "Is Stacy being good as well?" Little Snail, after she recovered from being knocked out last night, she tried to escape again, but suffered another mishap. Luke raised an eyebrow. "Play the video, let me see what Miss Stacy is unhappy about." Little Snail projected a virtual screen in front of him, which showed the image of Stacy waking up. As she got up, she asked softly, "What's wrong with me? Why does my head hurt so much?" On the screen, she ran her hands over her head. "My forehead hurts, and so does the back and top of my head. Why is my entire head hurting?" The twins looked at each other. "You were knocked out by a beer bottle thrown from a passing car and fell to the ground. It's probably from that." "Oh," said Stacy, but she still felt that something was wrong. "Why does the top of my head hurt? Did I hit a lamppost?" The twins didn't say anything. They certainly didn't want to say that they had accidentally knocked her head against the door when they were helping her inside. Next, the twins asked Butterfly to repeat the connection between the curse of the wizard and the bad luck they had run into. Of course, Stacy didn't believe it. Due to the side effects of her ability, her personality changed constantly, and she clamored to set off again. This time, before the twins could stop her, she abruptly got up and grabbed her bag. She had only just bent over, when she felt dizzy and her legs went weak as she fell to her knees. In a normal situation, it would only be her knees that hurt when she knelt like this. But now, because she was dizzy, her head also fell forward. Her sudden movement caught the twins by surprise. They watched as she knocked her head on the solid wood coffee table in front of them. Dong! There was a dull and crisp sound as Stacy's head hit the wooden table. The twins were dumbfounded. Just like that, Stacy quietly sank to her knees and leaned over the coffee table. The twins were stunned for a few seconds before they came back to their senses. They hurriedly helped her back to the couch. Stacy was unconscious again. In addition to her forehead and the back and top of her head, there was now a fourth bump. Luke burst out laughing. What a delightful sight. Of the three girls, the one with the most shortcomings was Stacy. It would take a lot of bad luck to suppress her impulsive nature. Little Snail played the next few videos. Sure enough, Stacy was no ordinary person. She had only been unlucky once, so when she woke up, she wanted to keep running. In the end, they were almost hit by a car on the street, and the patrol officers almost discovered them. Finally, Stacy turned obedient. She could change her appearance, but the twins couldn't. They were still on LAPD's wanted list. If an accident happened during their escape and the twins were caught by the police, she would have to rescue them. After the twins persuaded her, she finally returned to the house, hoping to find out from Butterfly what curse the wizard had put on her. Her personality was unstable, but she wasn't an idiot. In just 2 hours, she had suffered so much bad luck. Furthermore, the faster she ran, the faster her run of bad luck. On the other hand, Artemis had only fallen a couple of times, and was fine after she got up. Stephanie was completely unharmed. It was exactly like what Butterfly had said. Most of these unfortunate events didn't seem like a setup, it was just a series of terrifying coincidences that linked the usually unremarkable incidents together and turned them into accidents. Butterfly's voice was still as gentle as ever. If you've given up on running, you can start learning the training program which the wizard left for you. What program? A small virtual screen was suddenly projected from Butterfly's phone. Freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, integrity, friendliness. The 3 girls were stunned. What's that? Butterfly said, the wizard said that you can't undergo dangerous training right now. What you need the most right now is moral education. The 3 girls, WTF. Luke turned off the screen with a smile and began to formulate a detailed training plan for the 3 problem girls. What he had done during the day was only to resolve hardware issues, he had yet to create the educational software. As for the 6-word mantra, he was just giving them something to do for the time being. It was impossible for them to understand the deeper meaning of the 6-word mantra just by repeating it several times. The next day, Luke went to work as usual. After work, he went to the temporary training center to upload the training content before he returned home. On the other side, the 3 restless girls received a notification from Butterfly. Everyone, the training base is ready. The Great Wizard invites you to the base for a month of basic training. The 3 girls looked at each other, picked up their things, and hailed a cab to the address that Butterfly had given them. Less than half an hour later, they were on the roadside. Stacy cursed non-stop. Damn it, what kind of curse is this? We actually have to walk. Stephanie said carefully, at least you didn't pass out this time. Hearing that, Stacy was speechless. The cab had only taken them halfway when it suddenly broke down. They could only get out and walk. Thankfully, the sun was setting, so the 3 of them didn't have to travel under the sun. But when Stacy thought about how she still had 10 kilometers to go before she reached the training base, she was truly infuriated. She realized that she wasn't cursed to be unlucky if she did anything wrong, but to be unlucky all the time, which made her initial plan to escape go up in smoke. Given how unlucky she was afraid that it would only be a matter of days before she wound up in the hospital. On the way there, Stacy inevitably fell down a few times before the 3 of them finally reached the address which Butterfly had given to them. Looking at the desolate neighborhood that was so quiet that not even a ghost could be seen, she said angrily, "You want us to stay in this damn place? Are we going to sleep in the sewers later?" A moment later, they passed through the hidden security system and opened the door to a spacious house. Their eyes bulged and their mouths dropped open. Stephanie exclaimed in delight, "Ah, it's not a sewer. It seems nice." Artemis subconsciously nodded in agreement. Not bad. The building looked old on the outside, but the interior was clean and new. It was simple and modern, and had a slightly futuristic feel. Butterfly suddenly said, "Stephanie, you can connect me to the AI butler. I'll provide you with everything." Stephanie hurriedly took out Butterfly's main body from her bag. She put the phone into a slot on the coffee table in the living room as instructed. As soon as she put the phone in, the slot closed up and sealed the phone inside. Butterfly's voice rang out in the room. "I've taken over the facilities in the training center. If you have any questions, you can ask me." Stacy immediately asked, "When is the wizard coming?" Butterfly said, "The Great Wizard will meet with you after the basic training is over." Stacy asked, "Does basic training really take a month?" Butterfly, "Yes." Stacy was angry. "Is he crazy? Can't he come out and talk to us face to face?" Butterfly, "No relevant information in the database, I am unable to answer that question." Artemis couldn't help but interject, "What happens after training is over? He won't do anything to us, will he?" The three girls tensed at the question. They recalled the secret research institute which they had escaped from. They had experienced too many nightmarish days. Butterfly, "As long as you complete the training program and pass the Great Wizard's assessment, you should be able to move freely." Stephanie asked in a low voice, "Really?" Butterfly said, "The Great Wizard knows your situation like the back of his hand. The training is merely to help you adapt to this world better." Stacy gritted her teeth. "Liar. He actually cursed us and put us in danger. He's definitely not a good person." Butterfly said, "Miss Stephanie and Miss Artemis are on the police's wanted list because of your proposed plan to break out a prisoner." Stacy flushed. That was just an accident. If we hadn't run into that detective, we would have gotten the $100 million reward and lived comfortably for the rest of our lives." Butterfly said, "Miss Stacy, it's precisely because you don't feel shame, but take pride instead in your criminal activity, that you don't fit in with normal people. That is why the wizard needs to educate you." Stacy flushed even more and said angrily, "You're just a program. How do you know how humans think? Those rich people make a fortune from committing crimes. What's wrong with me doing this?" Butterfly, "But they're all dignified and elegant on the surface, and also the ones who set the rules. You don't have a proper plan for the future, acting rashly will only make your situation worse. That's why you need this training." Stunned for a moment, Stacy then screamed and charged at a sandbag in the corner of the room and pummeled it repeatedly. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you, you twisted wizard." The twins traded looks, and after confirming each other's opinion, they decisively ignored the raging Stacy. Unlike the sensitive, paranoid, rebellious, and unruly Stacy, they agreed with what Butterfly said. Even the bolder sister, Artemis, didn't like to earn money by committing crime. Stephanie had always been against it, but she was too weak to stand up to the aggressive Stacy. The three had gone through life and death together, and she could only follow Stacy around. They had been caught for training by a wizard this time, although Stephanie was scared, she was also looking forward to it. If this training could really help them master various ways to earn a lot of money, she was willing to do it. Just like that, under Butterfly's care, the three girls began a month of training. The place had a cold room with enough food for 2 months. Most of the food was frozen meals, while a small portion was ingredients which they could cook under Butterfly's tutelage. It certainly wasn't as good as a professional chef's, but it was already better than what most housewives could do. Apart from the fact that they tried not to step out of a 50-meter range around the bungalow, and cut down on their outdoor activities so that the twins, as wanted fugitives, weren't discovered, they were doing pretty well. It had been a long time since they had a safe place to stay. Thus, the three of them adjusted to this peaceful yet busy life in a few days. Butterfly's training program was packed. Stacy complained that it was inhuman. Butterfly considerately suggested that she could reduce the daily training and thereby extend the overall training for 2 or even 3 months. Stacy promptly shut up. It wasn't a bad life, but she couldn't stop thinking about that wizard. She wouldn't give up until she met this mysterious guy. Fortunately, the training program was more interesting than they had imagined. Even the multi-talented Stacy couldn't help but become immersed in it. Social psychology, individual behavioral analysis and sociology were all presented to them through specific and bizarre cases. Butterfly would then analyze various theories and factors that they had never thought of. During this process, Butterfly would interact with them and let them analyze their current personality and behavior based on their own experiences. It was as if they were observing the world and at the same time exploring their own learning, which made them realize that they weren't real geniuses. Their behavior and personalities were similar to that of ordinary people. Superpowers were just another kind of tool. It was similar to how financial experts used financial knowledge to cheat ordinary people of their money, or how robbers used weapons to rob banks. Robbers used weapons as tools to obtain power beyond that of regular humans to loot money. Financial specialists, on the other hand, would play with the law and numbers to legally earn money from others. They could also become the big shots that Stacy mentioned. While robbers and the girls would become criminals. A smart person should learn how to make money within the rules. The three girls weren't stupid. In fact, they were quite smart. What they lacked was a teacher who could teach them professional knowledge. The lesson plan which Luke used Little Snail to compile, plus the smart program Butterfly which implemented the plan, enabled the girls to grow quickly. This growth wasn't about getting stronger, but about improving their worldviews and mindsets. The reason why many superheroes became superheroes was because of their abilities and their mindsets. Their mindsets couldn't make them invincible, but could make them display extraordinary combat ability. For example, a person's sense of self could create an iron mindset and willpower which made them bold enough to attack an enemy. Ordinary people, on the other hand, might tremble in fear at the sight of a thug with a knife. Luke didn't pay much attention to the three girls' training. He set up the training program through Little Snail, and had Butterfly supervise the training. All he needed to do was check their progress from time to time, just like the leaders of big companies, and he had Butterfly do random spot checks of their learning progress. In any case, the three girls' superpowers were a little excessive to begin with. They needed good and cautious mindsets. There was no need to increase their combat ability before they faced this complicated and dangerous world. After a few days of training, Butterfly collected a lot of intelligence on the three girls. After analyzing it, Little Snail gave a more optimistic prediction. There was a 70 to 80% chance that the twins would be useful to him, and they were worth training. There was only a 30 to 40% chance that Stacy would accept someone else's leadership. Because of her ability, she was fickle and paranoid, and wasn't as easy to fool as the twins. Luke was quite interested in her ability. She was very suitable to be an elite agent in the intelligence system. However, even if Stacy ran off in the end, Luke wouldn't force her to stay. Keeping the twins as a connection to Stacy in future collaborations, and treating her as an outside informant, also wasn't a bad choice. There were too many capable people in this world. He wasn't Hydra, and didn't need to control all of them. As long as he could build up his own strength and influence more people through various means, he would be satisfied with cooperation or temporary employment. As for the side effects of Stacy's ability, he could adjust them at the right time. After all, Luke was a man with basic hypnosis and mental communication. It wasn't easy to completely resolve Stacy's psychological issues, but it wasn't hard to control them to a certain extent. The chaos in Los Angeles had died down significantly. The other earthquake caused by the Ellsworths had nothing to do with the ordinary people. Ordinary people didn't really care about the news of the Ellsworths' crimes. After all, if these families didn't commit any crimes, it would be like celebrities who didn't drink alcohol or take drugs, basically impossible. The hottest news in recent days was still Batman, Iron Man, and the Angel of Judgment. Next was She-Ra. Riding on Batman's momentum, She-Ra became popular again. After accepting Luke's proposal, she found Jennifer Perry, who had also been saved by Batman, and they started a new round of promotion to pull people in for the charity show. Under the banner of disaster relief, and thanks to the two women's status in the music and film industry, they quickly persuaded more than a dozen first- and second-tier celebrities and singers to take part. At that point, they were set. With these dozen or so people joining them, they could easily pull in even more celebrities. When the number of participants reached 50, this participation turned into a symbol of status in the film and music industry. From the very beginning, Shira and Jennifer had looked for famous celebrity singers. Even if they weren't as popular anymore, their names were still well known. As the number of participants increased, many stars began to deliver themselves to the door. They didn't want the public to think that they weren't qualified enough to participate in this event. Some of these celebrities were genuinely here for charity, but only they themselves knew if they were here just to follow the popularity trend or harbored ill intentions. Whether it was for show or charity, however, the beneficiaries were the victims, so there was nothing to look down on. Furthermore, the organizers had explicitly said that the participating celebrities had to take care of their own expenses during the charity performance and they wouldn't be paid. The proceeds of the charity performance would be donated to the newly established California Earthquake Charity Fund to help the victims. This clause would be released along with the announcement of the charity performance, so that everyone would know that the celebrities were paying their own way to do charity. Yesterday, on August 5th, the promotional video was finally released. As the main content of the promotional video, a new song quickly replaced Shira's hit single at the top of the charts. The song, We Are the World, was performed by more than 100 film stars and singers. It lasted more than 7 minutes, and the music video was played on every TV station. The music video was very simple and didn't have any special effects. It was just clips of the celebrities singing in the studio. However, the song had only just been released, and even Batman's rumored girlfriend, Shira, couldn't beat it. It went straight to the top of the charts. A whole bunch of celebrity singers were in the music video, which attracted a lot of fans. Some wanted to see the celebrities they liked, some wanted to see which stars were there, and some wanted to see how many lines each star sang. That was right, this song could even cause a discussion about who sang which lyrics. A lot of troublemakers found new delight in making strange comparisons like, the XXX I like sang 2 lines, and the XXX you like sang 3 lines. This then led to a wider discussion of who had a higher status and who was more professional at singing. There were a lot of discussion topics and it was shockingly popular. This was the current situation with this new song, We Are the World. Luke hadn't paid much attention to it at first. After all, he was the one who had given Shira the song, and he was the one who had given her the idea. All of this was within his expectations. But during dinner, Claire called Luke. Luke, did you hear my new song? Luke, what? We Are the World. I sang some lines in it, Claire reported excitedly. Luke, what? A moment later, he hung up. Selena asked curiously, did she really become a singer? Luke was conflicted. I don't think so. Selena said, didn't she say that she sang We Are the World? Aren't all the singers and their celebrities? Luke said helplessly, see for yourself. She said that she sang at 5 minutes and 51 seconds, she's not even on camera for a second. Selena laughed and took out her tablet. Let me see what it's like when our big star is on camera for the first time. 2 minutes later, she burst out laughing again. Oh my God, it's these 2 lines. Claire's really there. She looks like a kindergarten kid. Luke said, let me see. Selena turned the tablet to him. He replayed the last few seconds before he finally saw Claire. Unfortunately, she had inexplicably been placed between 2 tall celebrities who were clearly much older and were at least in their 40s. Claire's tender face was even more eye-catching, like a child who had snuck into a group of parents. However, in that fraction of a second, the camera focused on Claire, who was the shortest and smallest, so her first appearance was also in center position. Luke played the video from the beginning with a smile. Not bad. Look who's next to her. Selena was surprised. You know him? Chewing on a garlic pork rib, Luke said vaguely, of course. I don't. Selena was speechless. But he's definitely a big star, Luke added unhurriedly. Selena snorted. Of course. Let me see who these 2 are. Picking up another tablet, she did a quick search, then sighed. Carrie Bob Osha, a famous model, singer, an actress from the 1990s. She currently runs a record company and mainly does charity work. Kenny Brooks, a famous country singer from the 1980s. Actually, he's still the most famous country singer now, or at least in the top 5. Luke shrugged. What a pity, I haven't heard his songs before. Selena glanced at him. You've never liked country music, of course you don't know this Kenny. Carrie is a world-class model. Haven't you seen her bikini cover shoots before when you were little? Luke asked her to show him Carrie's file. He glanced at the woman and nodded. So it's her. When I was in high school, I thought she had long legs, but her chest was too flat. She was a popular cover girl back then. Selena returned to her tablet and said angrily, "Do you only remember that she has a flat chest?" Luke said helplessly, "Are long legs the only thing I'm supposed to remember?" Selena's mind whirled. Forget it. Just remember the flat chest then. She subconsciously stuck out her own chest. Long legs weren't her forte, but her breasts were one of her most outstanding qualities. The next day, Luke received a call from Jenny. The overbearing female CEO of the phone company asked, "Are you sure you're not going to come and give me moral support?" Luke thought for a moment before he smiled. "I don't have to, right? You can wear comfortable clothes to the press conference, the best would be jeans and a casual top. You can think of the people below the stage like classmates listening to you brag." Jenny was still uncertain. Can a press conference really be done like that? Usually, a press conference has to be serious and formal. Luke chuckled. Jebs. Trust me, it's fine. Jenny was confused. What Jebs? As long as it isn't Lebs, it's fine. Luke murmured to himself. What we're making are new phones that aren't available on the market. They're epic-making products that can change how people live and work. Why do we need to learn from those big, old-fashioned companies? You're the CEO. Even I, the chairman of the board, can't control how you hold a press conference. What are you afraid of? Jenny immediately pooh-poohed, but a smile appeared on her face. You said it yourself. If anyone makes fun of me, you owe me dinner. Fine. Luke wasn't scared at all. The more relaxed you are, the more convincing you'll be. This press conference is meant for young people. They don't like old people or stereotypes. Just do it, Madam CEO. After getting this reassurance, Jenny finally hung up and went to prepare for the press conference. The news conference for the titanium phones would be held tonight, which was the night of August 7th. At midnight on August 8th, the first round of limited sales would officially begin. Luke smiled. We're finally going to make a fortune. Selena hummed and didn't pay much attention. She couldn't live without her fake phone and tablet. After experiencing the power of a smartphone for herself, she knew that it wouldn't be hard to sell the titanium phones. Many people might be able to resist the communication function of the titanium phones, but young people wouldn't be able to resist the convenience and the various designs of such an entertainment product. A lot of women would shell out money just to be able to take photos and short videos with the phone, and it wouldn't be just young women. Even an 80-year-old woman would be of a mind to show off. There were plenty of trendy old ladies in this country. Selena simply asked, "What are you going to do with the money?" Luke chuckled. The titanium phone company's headquarters will be in Nassau County. Selena was stumped. Is that what you want to do? Since it's near New York, why don't you choose New Jersey? Luke said, in any case, the distance is about the same. The New Jersey land that's close to New York also isn't cheap. The crux was that New Jersey was right next to New York's Manhattan. Land prices were higher because of the rivers. It was too easy to run into some free and efficient demolition groups in Manhattan. Luke didn't want his company to get caught up in it, and have to rebuild the building in a few years. Nassau County, on the other hand, was a lot safer. It was separated from Manhattan by the whole of Queens, and they wouldn't be as unlucky there. What about you? When are you going to buy a ranch for your dad? He asked. Selena said, I've already discussed it with my mom. She'll ask Robert to help buy a ranch. Well, it'll probably be right next to your grandpa's ranch. Luke, are you serious? Selena shrugged. Robert told me that this way, we can set up a joint farm and ranch company, and leave most of the management work to the people in the company. My dad can do whatever he wants on his own ranch and rest whenever he wants. Luke said, all right, that does sound like a good choice. Luke didn't know what the press conference was like. He didn't watch it at all. The most important thing was the phone itself. If Jenny's press conference was a little old-fashioned, it wouldn't make the headlines. If she succeeded, she would become a rising star in the American business world, and at the same time, provide a new conference model for launching tech products. At that moment, he and Selena went out again as Terminator and Beast, and started another round of combat training. Even the three girls had a special training program. Selena naturally couldn't be left out. The three girls were just pawns that he had casually picked up, but Selena was his important partner, and he had high hopes for her. After beating up two groups of gangsters, they passed a street in the middle of the city. Selena asked curiously, what are these people doing? They don't look like homeless people. Luke said, they're in line to buy something. Selena asked, what is it? Discounted toilet paper. Luke, titanium phones. Selena narrowed her eyes and looked at the dark shop sign for a moment. Wow, they're so proactive. Luke was amused. The first 100 customers who enter each store can buy the second-gen version at first-gen prices. Selena asked, aren't you afraid of losing money? Luke led her to the edge of the roof and pointed at a few street corners. Do you see those people? Selena observed for a moment. Let me see, why do they look like paparazzi? Luke chuckled. It's the paparazzi. The titanium phone company has them working overtime. It'll be in the news tomorrow that the titanium phone is a hot seller, with customers lining up in front of numerous stores very early in the morning. Selena's eyes widened. Was that your idea? It sounded a lot like something Luke would do. Luke shrugged. It's just an old business trick. Once the wireless network and telecommunications company start operating, a lot of people will be lining up for the phones even without this sort of promotional strategy. There were actually only 8 titanium stores in New York and Los Angeles, which meant that there were only about 1,000 people in line, while there were more than 10 million residents in Los Angeles and New York. In the future, most phone stores would be replaced with online pre-sales. So, this really was just a small trick. Luke simply told Jenny about some of Apple's marketing tactics, and she was in charge of implementing them. When it came to business, he couldn't compare with Jenny's talent. Suddenly, one of the paparazzi down below noticed something, and pressed the shutter in Luke and Selena's direction. Luke got up helplessly. Let's go. These paparazzi are too sharp-eyed. Isn't he afraid of getting arthritis in his neck? Selena got up with a smile, and they disappeared into the darkness. Down below, the hands of the reporter who had captured a shot of Luke and Selena were trembling. He hid on the side and flipped through the digital photos he had just taken. When he saw 2 blurry figures whose silhouettes were nevertheless still quite distinct, he exclaimed, "Got them. New superheroes." The intern reporter, Eddie, had just graduated from college, and had been sent to do the business flattery of the titanium phones. Only newbies like them would work overtime and wait here all night for the sake of an official job position. Eddie was also a superhero fan. He had heard so much about Batman and dreamed of interviewing him one day. But this opportunity was too rare, which was why he had been asking around about other superheroes. He felt that after Batman and Iron Man appeared, other superheroes might appear. Relying on his quick mind and his own hard work, he had gathered plenty of more plausible information from some low-level hoodlums about up-and-coming superheroes. For example, Knee Breaker, who liked to beat up rapists, or a pair of mysterious superheroes who had appeared recently. Eddie had even heard of the Ghost Butcher. Of course, he didn't consider the Ghost Butcher a superhero, that was too much like a ghost story. The superhero he liked couldn't be a ghost. His young body was full of vigor and he had excellent eyesight and keen observation skills. He suddenly noticed two shadows on a 6-story building not far away and acted swiftly to take a photo of them. Now, it turned out that he had done the right thing. Superhero couple, he mumbled. This is going to be big news. But this photo wasn't enough. He needed more information. The next day, the sun rose as usual in Los Angeles. Luke and Selena went to work as usual. In the hall of the Major Crimes Division, Luke greeted Sonia, who was walking by. "Hey, did you buy the new phone?" Sonia said bitterly, "I was working overtime last night. I didn't have time to buy it." Luke found that odd. "Won't you still be able to buy it today? It won't sell out, right?" Sonia looked at him like he was an idiot. "They're all buying the second-gen version at first-gen prices. Why should I buy the second-gen version at the original price? I'm just waiting for the next campaign to buy, all right?" Looking at her expression, Luke suddenly asked, "You didn't save enough money, did you?" Sonia turned around and left. Go, go. I'm busy." Luke smiled. He had hit the nail on the head. That might have been one reason why she hadn't bought the titanium phone, but a bigger reason was that she had no money. A police household didn't have that much surplus. Of course, unless Sonia asked, Luke couldn't take the initiative to offer to lend her the money. When it came to money, most people had very clear views. They wouldn't casually lend money to their friends, nor would they casually borrow money from them. It would already be very kind of them to help a friend find a reliable financial company to take out a loan. If Luke borrowed money to Sonia to buy a new phone, she would suspect that he had other motives. Sonia was a great beauty. Her breasts were magnificent, her lower body was sturdy, and she had beautiful muscles. Many people in the police department liked her, but she wasn't Luke's type. It would be a pain in the ass if she got any ideas. Could he say, "You're mistaken, I actually just admire your beauty"? He would never do something so stupid. After greeting their colleagues in the hall, Luke and Selena went to Elsa's office. After she closed the door and sat down, she said, "There's news from the boss. Several departments have started to investigate them, the Ellsworths are in big trouble. We should be fine now." Luke chuckled. "Then why do you look like that?" Elsa glanced at Selena and saw that she was as calm as ever. She asked, "You didn't do anything in private, did you?" Luke shrugged. "When Selena and I were investigating a case, the state police came looking for trouble with us. We ran away without exposing ourselves, and stopped investigating. 2 days after we returned, Jennifer was attacked. Even if I wanted to do something, I had no chance to do so." After a brief silence, Elsa nodded. "That's good. It's fine. You can go now." Luke and Selena left. After they left the police department, Selena asked casually, "Are you not going to take care of those 3 wild cats?" Luke said, "Let them calm down for a while so that they don't get too excited once we meet." He could imagine how the 3 girls would condemn him for appearing in front of them as a wizard and putting a curse on them, especially Stacy, whose head was full of lumps. At noon, Luke suddenly received a call. Hearing the ringtone, he immediately picked up. "Joseph, what's up?" On the other side, Joseph said in a very soft voice, "Luke, hurry and think of a way to stop Grandpa. He's really, really angry right now." Stopping the car on the side of the road, Luke asked, "Who pissed him off at the ranch? Or is it off the ranch?" "No. Grandpa specially brought me to Dallas to watch a motorcycle stunt show. You know Johnny, right? The man who can fly over a football field." Joseph said quickly. Luke said, "I watched his performance when I was a kid. Back then, he was just driving through rings of fire. Yes, that's him. We went to see him fly over 6 Black Hawk helicopters today, Joseph quickly said. After lunch, Grandpa said that he would visit an old friend before taking me back to Shackleford. In the end, when he got back, he kept making calls and saying something about shooting dead the guy who dared to touch his old friend. Luke frowned. Is he just talking in the heat of the moment? I think Grandpa might really want to shoot someone, Joseph said in a low voice. Ferreira is also here with us for work. Grandpa called him just now and told him to take me back. Luke, I'm very worried about Grandpa. Mom and Dad aren't here, so you're the only one I can call, said Joseph. Luke hummed and said, I'll call him right away. Don't worry. He then hung up. Although Joseph was young, he was quite smart. While chatting with Luke, Catherine had mentioned before that Joseph's IQ might very likely meet Mensa's requirements. Robert and Catherine were still in Europe, and Luke and Claire were in Los Angeles. Joseph easily determined that the best person to ask for help was Luke. Luke didn't dare treat his little brother's words lightly. He immediately called Drax, but the line was busy. He frowned and said, redial the number. He then put the phone on the dashboard. A minute later, Drax's phone was still busy. Selena took out her phone. I have Ferreira's number. I'll call him. Luke hummed in acknowledgement. Ferreira, the vet at the ranch, had worked with Selena's father for many years. Joseph had said that Ferreira was in Dallas as well, so he could confirm the situation by contacting Ferreira. Ferreira quickly picked up. After saying a few words, Selena put her phone on speaker. Sure enough, Ferreira was on his way to pick up Joseph, but he didn't know why Drax was so angry. Luke simply told him to get to Drax as soon as possible and make sure that he could get through to his bad-tempered grandfather. Even Robert remained at a distance when Drax's temper was bad. One could imagine how hard it was to persuade him. Drax was born with a bad temper, and it was hard for him to keep it under control. If he stayed with his daughter Catherine, he would definitely argue with Robert every day, which would make things difficult for his daughter and grandkids. Catherine understood his thinking. When they were free, she would take the 3 kids to spend the weekend on the ranch, so Drax was content to stay on the ranch. In the old man's words, he was used to working on the ranch and didn't need to retire in Shackleford. Drax was in good health, and there were also roughly 10 workers on the ranch. There was no need to worry that they wouldn't get the news if something happened. However, the stubborn old man had a weakness. He had always been biased toward Luke since he was young and rarely scolded him. And he completely doted on Claire and Joseph. If it wasn't because Claire and Joseph only spent the weekend at the ranch, this stubborn old man would have spoiled them to death. For example, it was definitely Joseph's idea to watch the motorcycle stunt show in Dallas. Otherwise, Drax wouldn't be interested in watching such a show when he was already in his 70s. A few minutes later, Luke finally got through to Drax's phone. He barely said a few words before he could only helplessly listen to the beeping on his phone. The stubborn old man had gotten flustered at Luke's words and directly hung up. Selena asked, "Should I help you apply for leave?" Luke sighed. "I'll let Elsa know myself. I ran out of leave long ago." If this had happened 2 days earlier, he could have taken the weekend off without any qualms. Now, he could only go through the back door and let Elsa know to avoid any urgent cases being assigned to him. If he ran into an unusual situation and was investigated, Elsa would immediately give him a leave slip. Of course, an ordinary detective wouldn't dare do something like this if they didn't have the solid backing of their boss. Luke drove to the airport and booked the next flight out. He boarded an hour later. At 4 in the afternoon, he left Dallas, Fort Worth Airport and took a cab to a hotel. Half an hour later, he entered a 3-star hotel and knocked on the door of room 507. Drax's face appeared in the door gap. When he saw Luke, he waved his hand at him in annoyance. "Why did you come back? I'm not going senile yet." You don't have to worry about me. Luke followed him into the room and closed the door behind him. He put his arm around the old man's shoulders and said, "Grandpa, it would be a problem if I don't worry about you." The old man snorted and didn't reply. Although he had a stubborn temper, he could tell the difference between good and bad. Entering the room, Luke and Drax sat down. Picking up a bottle of whiskey from the table, Luke glanced at the old man and said, "I remember when the doctor gave you a checkup last time, he said that you should drink less alcohol, and at most just a little bit of wine and beer, right?" Drax tilted his head. "None of your business." But he immediately added, "I was too busy making calls. I haven't had any yet." Luke smiled and took out 2 bottles of beer from the fridge. He gave one to the old man and said, "The weather's hot, cool down a bit." The old man had no choice. Luke had always been obedient and sensible since he was a kid. Every time Drax thought of Luke's parents who had passed away early, the old man's heart ached even more. He felt that it was because Luke didn't have parents that he became mature and sensible at an early age. In the old man's point of view, Texan boys should be a little bolder from a young age. Fighting, smoking, drinking and lifting skirts, as far as the old man was concerned, this was how Texan boys grew up. Luke, on the other hand, had never touched anything like that since he was young. If Luke and Jimena hadn't gotten together in the last 2 years of high school, the old man would have suspected that there was a problem with his grandson's sexual orientation. Thus, the old man couldn't say anything harsh to Luke. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of cold beer, Luke finally said, "Grandpa, I'm already back. You can tell me what happened so that the plane ticket isn't wasted, right? Also, I'm a rank 3 detective in LAPD Major Crimes Division, and I'm one of the top detectives in Los Angeles. If you really want to do something, I'm familiar with the law, and I know how the police work." Drax raised his hands in surrender. "Stop. I don't really want to shoot anyone. You don't have to be that considerate." Luke was basically saying, even if you kill someone, I can help you clean it up. How could the old man resist his family's unconditional support? The last thing he wanted was for his family to get in trouble, let alone for Luke to break the law for him. Luke secretly chuckled. He knew very well that his grandfather was amenable to persuasion but not coercion. Rather than trying to persuade him, it would be better to start with family to calm him down. Sighing, the old man finally explained what happened. Luke listened in silence. He didn't interrupt the old man's recount, even when the latter was cursing the murderer who killed his good friend. After the old man stopped talking and took a moment to catch his breath, Luke asked, "Grandpa, do you know anyone in the police department? Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to check out the situation at the scene." It was a huge case, and it had only been a day since the murder. In order to solve the case, the police department would definitely keep the details confidential for now. The old man nodded. "I know someone, a junior at the police department." Luke asked, "Can you ask him to take me to the crime scene for a look?" The old man hesitated. He was pissed and could shoot dead whoever he wanted. But he wasn't willing for Luke to take any risks. Luke said with a smile, "If we find anything, we'll tell our acquaintances at the police department and help them bring the murderer to justice." "You don't really want to shoot the murderer yourself, do you, Grandpa?" Looking at his grandson's smiling face, Drax relented. "Fine. Joseph. Have Ferreira look after him. He can watch TV in the hotel," said Luke. The little guy came out with a questioning look in his eyes. He had been watching Luke and Drax talk. As expected, when Luke showed up, Grandpa immediately calmed down. Luke secretly gave Joseph the okay sign. "Once Ferreira gets here, you can watch TV in the room. I'll go check things out with Grandpa." Joseph nodded and relaxed. Hot-tempered Drax could take out his gun at the drop of a hat, but gentle Luke probably wouldn't. Well, at least that was what Joseph thought. 10 minutes later, after handing Joseph over to Ferreira, Luke and Drax left. Sitting in the driver's seat, Luke started the engine and exclaimed, you modified it again. It feels even smoother now. This Raptor pickup was Drax's favorite car, and only his grandson could touch it. Robert had played around with the car twice at the very beginning, and the old man had pulled a very long face. Thus, Robert had tactfully stopped touching it. Although he wasn't in a good mood, Drax couldn't help but laugh. "So, you can tell. You've improved." Luke shrugged. "Now that I'm working, I drive every day, and I have to fix up my car every now and then. I have to improve." Drax patted his shoulder in satisfaction. "Not bad, just like a Coulson." Luke smiled but didn't say anything. In Drax's view, men should like cars, guns, and women. Of course, he felt that their importance should be in that order. Cars were first and women last. Compared with his high school days, Luke was in regular contact with cars and guns every day. As for women, when he thought about it, there were quite a few. Drax had been a handsome man in his youth, and many girls liked him despite his hot temper. Drax believed that as a child of his family, as long as there was no issue with Luke's sexual orientation, he absolutely wouldn't lack women. Look at Joseph, who already had 2 girlfriends since kindergarten. The Coulson men absolutely wouldn't lack women. Naturally, Luke was deliberately chatting with the old man about things that interested him to distract him so that he wouldn't brood. This was the bad thing about people with crabby tempers, it was useless for anyone to say anything to them. But the old man wasn't on guard against Luke, and soon calmed down under Luke's basic hypnosis and mental communication. Although he was still sad about his old friend's death, he was no longer thinking about taking out his gun. After hearing what Drax said, Luke knew that there was a big problem with this case. He absolutely didn't approve of the old man trying to find the murderer himself. Simply put, Drax and his old friend Bradley were from the same hometown and had grown up together. Later, the old man joined the army and went to war. He came back, married and had children, and ran a ranch. His old friend Bradley, on the other hand, came to Dallas. He mixed around, joined a biker gang, and also played rock and roll. In the end, he made a fortune and opened a bar, which could be considered as him turning over a new leaf. Bradley had his methods and was quite capable. When he was young, he made a lot of connections as a biker with the Hells Angels. After opening his bar, he was no longer involved in the internal affairs of the Hells Angels, but he would still give them some advantages, which helped keep his bar profitable. Thus, the Hells Angels would have the occasional gathering at the bar. Of course, the bar always operated normally, and wasn't a gang base. The truth was that given Bradley's background, it wouldn't be strange if he died violently. Drax wouldn't insist on avenging him either. But last night, Bradley and 2 bartenders, as well as a dozen Hells Angels members who had been drinking inside, died in the bar. If it was a gang seeking revenge, they would have definitely used cold weapons or guns. The strange thing was that the people in the bar last night hadn't died from these 2 things. The close to 20 victims had died bizarre deaths. Most of them had died abruptly on the spot with frozen expressions. Even stranger, all the victims had turned blue. The preliminary autopsy showed that they had all died of sulfur poisoning. Only a large amount of sulfur would cause this kind of poisoning, for example, burying someone in a pile of sulfur. The situation in the bar wasn't like that. It was more like the work of a lunatic or a cultist. A normal person wouldn't kill people in such a troublesome and bizarre way. Outside the bar with the yellow cordon tape, Drax waved at a man in a suit. "Little Jack, come here." The 40-year-old Caucasian man, Little Jack, said helplessly, "Uncle Drax, just call me Jack. I was going to call you when I'm done with this case. You didn't have to come personally." Drax snorted. "You police officers have to follow the rules when you're working a case. The person who did this isn't as law-abiding." He then patted Luke's shoulder. "This is a kid from my family, Luke. He's a detective with LA's Major Crimes Division." Looking at Jack's expression, Drax sneered impatiently. "Enough," He was worried about me, so he came as well. If he finds any leads, he'll tell you. Keep your thoughts to yourself and go over them when you get home. Jack nodded and smiled wryly. Come in. Just don't touch anything inside. Forensics isn't done yet. Luke said, Okay, Jack. He followed Jack into the bar. All the bodies in the bar had been moved out, but the forensic scientists were still investigating the entire bar. Given the size and number of people in the bar, it was definitely a huge endeavor. It would be considered pretty good if they could finish everything in 2 or 3 days. Luke frowned. For him, this was definitely one of the worst crime scenes he had ever seen. After a rough analysis, he confirmed that at least 150 people had been here in the last 2 days. This included police officers, forensic scientists, paramedics, reporters, and all sorts of random people. The bar itself had staff coming in and out all the time, and the numerous smells were annoying. However, Luke was already accustomed to using his sharp nose. He only picked out the scents that carried the strongest scent of sulfur. The smells most likely belonged to the dead, which gave the impression that their own scents were completely made of sulfur. After a long while, he looked at Jack and asked, Are you sure there were only 18 victims? Jack glanced at Drax, unwilling to piss off this hot-tempered elder. He nodded decisively. Yes. Luke asked, Did you find any other bodies? Jack's eyes flickered, but he still shook his head. There's no evidence of that. Luke nodded. Okay, can I take a look at the bodies of the 18 victims? I'm just looking. I won't touch them. Jack nodded helplessly. Let's go. The bodies are at the forensics department. In the morgue at the forensics department, Luke opened the body bags one by one and examined their injuries. Finally, he found a body with a small hole in the chest. Taking a closer look, he activated Sharp Nose, and suddenly asked Jack, What's the difference between this man and the other victims? Jack said, We suspect that he might be the first victim since his body was right outside the door. As per the Hells Angels' habit, this person was probably the lookout outside the bar. Luke asked, Have you examined the wound on his chest? Jack said, Not yet. There are too many bodies. Luke hummed and said, Check this first. Jack asked, What did you find? Luke pointed at the hole in the chest and asked Jack, Do you understand? Jack was stunned. Are you saying that this was done with a finger? Luke shrugged. It could also be a prosthetic hand or something similar to a finger. At the very least, that's another direction to look in. Jack accepted the explanation. Compared with using sulfur to kill someone, it wouldn't be strange if the culprit used a fake hand to kill someone. At that moment, Luke glanced at Drax. Should I talk here or when we get back? Stunned for a moment, Drax looked at Jack on the side, and after thinking for a bit, he nodded. We can talk here. Once you leave, however, don't bring it up again. Jack's face turned dark when he heard that. You two are indeed related. You're so blunt in front of me. Luke had clearly found something else and was directly asking his grandpa if he should tell Jack. Drax directly said that it was fine, but wouldn't admit to anything after they left. He was clearly trying to make sure that Luke had no ties to this case. Although he cursed inwardly, Jack didn't dare say anything. He had seen Drax go berserk once when he was young, and had always been fearful of this super-violent old man. Even though Drax was old, Jack didn't want to piss him off. I guarantee that Luke won't get into any trouble, said Jack. Looking at Drax's expression, he raised his hand with a bitter smile and said, I swear on my father's friendship with you. Satisfied, Drax nodded, and indicated for Luke to speak. Luke raised a finger. Firstly, the murderer had at least one accomplice. He used his finger or something like a fake hand to poke a hole in the victim's chest. Secondly, if you have connections, it's best if you hand it over to the relevant department. It'll be very hard for ordinary police officers to resolve this case. Jack frowned. You mean? Luke said, exactly what I said. If you keep investigating, you might run into unimaginable danger. The safest is to hand it over to a professional. He then nodded at Drax. Let's go, Grandpa. Without any hesitation, Drax turned around and left. It was for Drax's sake that Luke gave Jack this information. As a senior, Luke could be considered quite generous. Getting into the car, Luke returned to the hotel. Grandpa, this is a little tricky. Take Joseph back to Shackleford. Drax snorted. Whoever the murderer is, I'm not scared of them. Luke sighed. What if they aren't human? Drax was confused. What do you mean? Luke said, the hole in the victim's chest was either made by a fake hand or a real finger. Drax frowned. Maybe you're mistaken. Piercing someone in the chest with a finger was completely illogical. Luke said, no. I've worked many cases, and I've dabbled in forensic science. I definitely didn't see wrong. Drax fell silent. Luke continued, I've run into a few strange cases in the past year. You can't use a gun to take care of this murderer. The FBI has special departments to deal with cases like these. Do you need me to let them know? After a brief hesitation, Drax shook his head. Let Jack know. If you can, give him the phone numbers of those departments and let him decide for himself. When they arrived at the hotel, Ferreira had already come down with Joseph and their luggage. He would return to Shackleford in the same car, so he could take turns driving and help Luke watch Drax. Before they left, Drax grabbed Luke and said in a low voice, since I'm going back, don't stay here any longer. Go back to Los Angeles tonight. Luke said with a smile, then I'll stay at the hotel for a night. At the very least, I have to confirm that you've reached home. Drax glared at him helplessly. Fine, I promise I'll call you tonight. Don't speed, I'll sleep a bit before that, said Luke. Faced with Luke's intense gaze, the stubborn old man felt a little helpless. If it wasn't for him, Luke wouldn't have flown back from Los Angeles in a hurry. But this case involved something unimaginable, and Luke certainly wouldn't let him single-handedly carry out his vendetta. For his grandkid's safety, the old man gave in. Watching them leave, Luke called for a cab and followed them out of the city. After Drax's Raptor pickup got onto the Northwest Highway for Shackleford, Luke told the driver to turn around and return to the city. The cab had just entered the city, when a series of noises approached them swiftly from the east. The next moment, the cab was hit by a large shock wave and spun in the air before it crashed upside down on the ground with a loud bang. *T. Luke cursed as he quickly opened the car door and crawled out. He took a few steps and asked the woozy driver, "Does it hurt anywhere?" The driver coughed. "No, I'm fine." "What happened just now?" Listening to him, Luke confirmed that he was fine. It was a good habit to put on a seatbelt. Even when the car flipped over, the driver wasn't injured. He pulled the driver out of the driver's seat and helped him sit down on the side of the road. He then took out the driver's phone and called 911 to explain the situation. Putting the phone and $100 into the driver's hands, Luke said, "This is the fare. I called the police for you. Just wait for them." He then dashed into an alley. It took the driver a while to recover. Looking at the money, he mumbled, "What a nice guy." He had only driven a short distance, and the fare was only $30. Not only had Luke saved him, he had also paid the fare. He was absolutely a good guy. Good guy Luke, on the other hand, was in a dark area with no one around. He took out a Triumph motorbike from his inventory and put on his helmet before he quickly circled around to the road where the strange incident had taken place. In the distance, he could see a line of fire on the road that headed west. He decisively sped up and gave chase. In the split second when the cab was sent flying, he had seen a motorcycle flash past. There were many people in America who liked to ride motorcycles. But this was the first time in his life that he had seen a burning vintage Harley-Davidson motorbike with fiery wheels, which had been speeding at over 200 kilometers per hour. Chasing that disappearing line of fire, Luke sized up the situation along the street in passing. The glass windows of various cars and buildings on the street had been shattered by the blast from the vintage Harley-Davidson motorcycle. After the line of fire on the ground disappeared, a tire trail was left behind by the high temperature. The cars on the street also showed signs of being burnt. The street lamps and parking meters had bent from the heat, and the trees burned like huge torches. "What the hell is that?" Luke mumbled inwardly. However, he was glad that it was heading west and away from the northwest. He floored the motorcycle and gave chase. This level of destructive power didn't seem like something an ordinary supernatural being could do. In that fleeting glimpse just now, he had seen the person on the vintage Harley-Davidson motorcycle smoking, as if they were on fire. But he hadn't smelled any burning flesh. But this wasn't some sort of stuntman. A stuntman wouldn't fry everything along the way. After chasing the line of fire for over 10 kilometers, Luke saw an old factory. The smell of the vintage Harley-Davidson motorcycle had already entered the place. He stopped his motorcycle in a quiet corner and put it back into his inventory. He took out 2 drones and looked at the surveillance data on his fake phone as he took out a new set of armor. It wasn't the White Wolf armor, but a different kind of trial armor. It was just a prototype. Like Selena's Beast armor, it only had basic defense and camouflage functions. Unlike the White Wolf armor, which was one white box, the new armor was divided into 3 parts, the head, and the upper and lower halves of the body. Luke stepped into the recess of what looked like a flat box and put on the unfolded armor on his upper body with one hand and his helmet with the other. The folded armor quickly popped out of the flat box and went up his calves, while the upper half of the armor quickly opened up from his shoulder blades. 10 seconds later, the upper and lower parts of the armor connected, and the helmet also connected to the upper part. Luke moved his limbs, but wasn't very satisfied. However, this was only a prototype for subsequent battle armor. It was normal for him to be dissatisfied. He sped up and nimbly jumped 10 meters up to the roof of the factory. The armor was significantly lighter. It was less for defense and more for agility and stealth. In layman's terms, the Batman armor was a knight's armor for direct combat, the new armor was for assassins, and the White Wolf armor was between the two. Thus, as Luke ran lightly over the rooftops, he barely made a sound. He soon arrived at the center of the factory area, where there was a relatively empty maintenance workshop. Frowning, he noticed that there was a body lying at the entrance of the factory. It was blue all over and smelled strongly of sulfur. The culprit of the bar massacre was here. Luke perked up and looked at the 2 parties at the scene. On one side were 4 strange-looking people. On the other side was the person on the fiery motorcycle whom Luke had followed here. But the man was screaming in pain at that moment as gray smoke rose from his body. Flames sprung up from his face and hands, and his skin and muscles seemed to be melting in the fire. In the end, with a roar, the man turned into a flaming skeleton. Although he was still wearing a black leather jacket and jeans, his head and his exposed hands were now white bone that burned with red flames. The flaming skeleton pointed at the 4 people. "Go to hell." A young man with grayish-blue skin spread his hands. "It seems that we have nothing to talk about." As soon as he said that, one of the weirdos next to him suddenly blurred and turned into whistling black smoke which whirled and charged at the flaming skeleton. Bang! This wind crashed heavily into the chest of the flaming skeleton, sending it flying before it got tangled up in hanging iron chains more than 10 meters away. Luke raised an eyebrow. This guy was very strange. To say that he had turned into wind wasn't a metaphor. He indeed did turn into something like a mini tornado. Even when he was just standing, his figure was hazy and indistinct. The head of the flaming skeleton drooped as it hung from the chains, and the flames on its body disappeared. The grayish-blue young man smiled smugly. It seems that you're not as good as my father said you are. What Ghost Rider, it's all dog sh*t. Luke didn't move. He was certain that the young man with grayish-blue skin was the murderer from the bar, or at least one of them. He had detected the scents of 3 other people in the bar, but hadn't been sure if they were in cahoots with the grayish-blue young man. Now that the 4 of them were standing together, even if they weren't accomplices, they were still be *stards who had watched the young man slaughter the victims. But the flaming skeleton had flipped Luke's cab upside down earlier, and had caused severe city damage, which Luke didn't like as well. In any case, that flaming skeleton didn't seem like a weakling who could be easily dealt with. Sure enough, as soon as the blue-skinned young man said that, the skeleton hanging from the chains burst into flames again. It suddenly raised its head, tore off the chain that was around its neck, and charged at the group of 4. The freak who could turn into wind attacked again. This time, the flaming skeleton was prepared. Although it shook at being hit, it wasn't sent flying again. On the side of the 4-man team, someone climbed into a large truck outside the warehouse. After the truck started up, it suddenly sped up and slammed into the 2 entangled men. Boom! The large truck crashed into an abandoned truck, pinning the flaming skeleton between them. The wind monster that had been entangled with the flaming skeleton crawled out from under the truck. With his incorporeal body, he was unafraid of the collision. The door on the driver's side opened, and a thin, bald middle-aged man got out of the truck. He tilted his head and looked at the front of the truck before he curled his lip and said disdainfully, "He's not that strong." The blue-skinned young man burst into laughter. "I see. Haha. Ghost Rider is a joke." Suddenly, someone yelled in dissatisfaction, "So noisy." Luke narrowed his eyes. His sharp nose unexpectedly hadn't detected the speaker at all. With his elementary sound wave, he knew that it wasn't a recording, but something didn't seem right. Moving lightly for more than 10 meters on the roof, he switched angles and finally saw the person who had yelled. The guys below also shifted to look at the source of the sound. In one corner of the factory was a simple rest area, and a little girl was standing there. Before she screamed, she had been blocked by the junk around the area, so nobody had noticed her. She looked like she was about 10 years old. She had long, curly red hair, was wearing a simple white dress that looked like a nightie, and her feet were bare as she quietly stood in a corner of the factory. The rest area looked like it had been tidied up, and was set up with all sorts of old toys, including furry bears, pink unicorns, Barbie dolls and music boxes. The blue-skinned young man looked over and gave a light exclamation. "What's that?" "It looks like an out-of-body soul." In his amazement, he forgot about the flaming skeleton and headed straight for the little girl. Looking at the girl, a memory flashed through Luke's mind, and he suddenly found a familiar image. Back when he and Selena were still in Houston, they had passed through Rumford on a business trip. After that fog incident, they escaped with Alice and her daughter. This little girl was her daughter, Carrie. Sighing silently, Luke jumped off the roof and fell a distance of 20 meters. Bang! With a light sound, he landed on one knee before he slowly stood up. "Get lost, or I'll kill you." Stunned for a moment, the blue-skinned young man burst into laughter. "Who are you?" Luke said, "If you don't get lost, you'll hear my name." "In this day and age, anyone dares to think of themselves as a big shot," murmured the blue-skinned young man. The next moment, his face suddenly twisted. His head stretched forward and 2 rows of long fangs appeared in his mouth as he roared like a wild beast. "I'm going to send you to hell and interrogate your soul personally for your name." Big Dipper face-breaking fist. There was a loud yell as fluent Chinese rang out in the factory. With a roar, a fist smashed into the blue-skinned young man's face from below and twisted his head 120 degrees. Big Dipper fervent face-breaking fist. Luke shouted again. Both his fists left afterimages in their wake as he struck ferociously. A punch landed in the blue-skinned young man's abdomen and he was lifted off his feet, his waist bent. His head was also pulled back, and 2 punches landed on his cheeks. With one last right hook, Luke unleashed his full strength. Just like that, the blue-skinned young man's neck was stretched out by the force of the punch, and he was sent flying to the side. He crashed through a wall and disappeared in a pile of junk outside. The blue-skinned young man was covered in dust and felt dizzy, but he was already snarling furiously, "Wind demon, kill him." The man immediately turned into wind and lunged at Luke. "This time, let me see if my new ability works," Luke thought to himself as he roared, "Big Dipper Demon Breaking Fist." When he punched out with both fists, his arms glowed with a faint yellow light. His fists danced in the air as they formed a bright circle to meet the incoming Wind Demon. Wind Demon didn't care at all. His ability was to transform into wind, and ordinary physical attacks were useless against him. This idiot who relied on his fists to fight would only be played to death. Just as he was thinking that, his wind form collided with that yellow circle. Ah! Wind Demon let out a blood-curdling scream, and an extremely horrified expression appeared on his face. "No!" Luke shouted even louder than he did. "Big Dipper Explosive Fist." The yellow fist shadows picked up speed once again. At the same time, the circle glowed brightly and enveloped the charging Wind Demon. Less than a second later, the yellow light suddenly disappeared. Luke's arms were bent slightly, with his left fist in front and his right fist at the back, in a classic Wing Chun stance. There was nothing in front of him. Wind Demon had completely disappeared. The blue-skinned young man who had just swaggered in through the hole in the wall, and one of the weirdos, who was dripping wet, were stunned. What the hell was going on? Wind Demon was dead. As members of the same race, they could sense that Wind Demon was truly dead and hadn't escaped. What the hell did this guy do to kill Wind Demon? It seemed like a fist technique. As a race with long lives and special abilities, the blue-skinned young man was proficient in many languages. Of course, he could understand Luke's shout. There were a lot of people who weren't to be trifled with in the East. Was this person from there? For a moment, the blue-skinned young man was bewildered. Luke, on the other hand, suddenly dashed to the side and shouted, "Take this, Big Dipper Splitting Fist." As he yelled, his arms lit up with the yellow light again, and he cut ferociously at a figure with his fists as he circled them. Ah! Another miserable cry rang out. A man wrapped tightly in a red iron chain was cut up into countless pieces by Luke's yellow fist shadows. The man crashed to the ground and turned into a pile of mud that reeked of sulfur. This was the bald man who had crashed into the flaming skeleton in the truck earlier. When Luke had been fighting the blue-skinned young man and Wind Demon, the flaming skeleton whom they called Ghost Rider suddenly pushed the large truck aside and crawled out, before it threw out a chain in its hand. The ordinary chain suddenly turned red and bound up the bald man tightly, burning him until he screamed. Luke had just killed Wind Demon, when the system notification popped up. "System, you have killed Hell's Wind Demon and have received a list of his abilities." Hell's Wind Demon's abilities. Demon bestowed, unlearnable. This was within Luke's expectations. The ability to transform into wind didn't sound like something he could learn. The real reward was the experience and credit points. System, kill Hell's Wind Demon. Completed. Total experience, 4,000. Total credit, 4,000. Contribution rate, 100%. EXP plus 4,000. Credit plus 4,000. Host's experience, 68, 900/90,000. Credit, 57,400. This was the first time Luke had gotten so many experience and credit points from killing a single target. Seeing how the system had judged this Hell's Wind Demon, he could guess why this guy was worth so much in Daddy's system. This Hell's Wind Demon must have killed a lot of people. Over 100 people would be a conservative estimate. Recalling that almost 20 people had died in the bar massacre, and it was the blue-skinned youth in the four-man team who had acted, Luke concluded, that the four-man team was worth a lot. Luke had just killed Wind Demon when he saw Ghost Rider tie up the bald man. This was an opportunity to kill him, and he couldn't let it go. Without any hesitation, he followed up and killed the bald man. Another notification popped up in the system. System, you have killed Hell's Earth Demon and have received a list of his abilities. Hell's Earth Demon's abilities. Demon bestowed, unlearnable. System, kill Hell's Earth Demon. Completed. Total experience, 3,000. Total credit, 3,000. Contribution rate, 70%. EXP plus 2,100. Credit plus 2,100. Host's experience, 71,000/90,000. General points, 59,500. Ghost Rider seemed very unhappy with Luke stealing his kill. The flames on the skeleton's head soared and Ghost Rider roared angrily at Luke. The entire factory seemed to tremble at the roar. Luke's expression didn't change. I have an electronic voice system. You can scream yourself hoarse and you still wouldn't be able to wake me up. But just because he didn't care didn't mean that someone else didn't. Before Ghost Rider stopped roaring, an even more furious scream rang out. I said, all of you, are so noisy. Luke's expression changed as he felt a terrifying force sweep through the factory. He, Ghost Rider, and the two remaining members of the four-man team were all sent flying by a sudden and massive shock wave as they smashed through the factory walls like cannonballs. The impact was so terrifying that it defied common sense. The four of them were blown hundreds of meters away in several directions. Luke had already regained control of his body in the air. He was too familiar with this feeling of weightlessness, and had ways to deal with it. He pulled out two thin wings from his waist and connected them to his arms and waist to form something that looked like a flight suit. Turning around, he hovered in the air and examined the factory down below. Now, the barefoot girl was the only one in the factory, and her face was calm again. An analytical string of data appeared on Luke's lenses, and the portable smart program concluded that the center of the shock wave was the barefoot girl. In other words, she was the one who had instigated that terrifying attack. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why was this kid attacking indiscriminately? But thinking that the little girl was autistic, he couldn't get angry. The last time they met, however, she had only been autistic, and hadn't displayed such extraordinary power. On the other side, the blue-skinned young man and the wet weirdo had been blown far away, and crashed to the ground. They looked at each other for a brief moment before their bodies suddenly changed. The blue-skinned young man turned into black smoke and whizzed away far into the distance. The wet monster turned transparent and turned into a ball of liquid that dropped to the ground and quickly disappeared. After thinking for a moment, Luke didn't chase after them. Their abilities were a little strange. If they were focused on escaping, it would be hard to catch them. The next time they met, it would be a good idea to ambush them and kill them in one blow. It made sense for two of the four to escape. Ghost Rider had specially come to deal with them, then Luke had abruptly shown up halfway and inexplicably killed two of their own, making him 100% an enemy. The strange, barefoot girl with a terrifying ability also appeared, and she clearly didn't like them. They had thought that it would be a 4-on-1 fight, but it suddenly turned into a 2-on-2, plus the little girl as a potential opponent. Of course the blue-skinned duo chose to flee, their race had always been shameless. After lying on the ground for a moment, Ghost Rider's skull burst into flames again. He got up and whistled. With a roar, the vintage Harley-Davidson suddenly dashed out from a nearby corner and stopped in front of Ghost Rider in the gap between the two trucks. Not only that, its exhaust pipe rumbled twice, as if it was a neighing horse, and it seemed to be urging Ghost Rider to get on. Ghost Rider stepped forward and pressed down on the fuel tank of the vintage motorcycle. With a drawn-out roar, the flames on his hands spread over the entire bike. As the flames gradually engulfed the entire motorcycle, its shape changed drastically. The motorcycle turned silver, the exhaust pipe curving up like a fong at the back while the front of the bike turned into an angled skull. Raging flames surged up from the tires, and the eyes, nostrils, and mouth of the skull lit up as they spat out flames. A brand new fiery skeleton war chariot had appeared. Ghost Rider swung one leg over the motorcycle. With a deafening roar, the bike turned to chase after the blue-skinned young man. But before he left, Ghost Rider glanced at Luke and the girl in the factory. Luke didn't think much of it. He circled around and returned to the factory. The girl's indiscriminate attack just now had sent 4 of them flying in 3 different directions, but hadn't caused any direct damage to the other objects in the factory. At most, it was the 4 of them who had broken a lot of things and smashed through the walls. This ability was quite interesting. Luke was more interested in talking to the little girl than chasing after the blue-skinned duo. She had appeared alone, her situation was too abnormal, and they had met once before. Even if it was just basic sympathy, Luke couldn't turn a blind eye. Dropping from the sky, he stopped at the factory entrance instead of going in. The girl had shown a bad temper earlier, and he didn't want to agitate her too much. As he expected, the little girl didn't pay any attention to him at all. Luke asked, "Where's your mother? Why isn't she here?" The girl's eyes flickered, but she remained silent. Pa! 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 Unhurried applause rang out. Frowning, Luke looked over and saw an old man in a black robe clapping in delight not far away from the girl. The old man lowered his hands and walked toward the little girl. "I never thought I would actually run into such a pure and perfect soul. It's so powerful and beautiful." Staring at the old man, Luke knew that there was something strange about him. He unexpectedly hadn't sensed anything before the old man appeared. It wasn't until he spoke that Luke noticed him, and his sharp nose picked up the man's scent, as if the old man had appeared out of thin air in the factory. But Sharp Nose picked up a familiar scent from the old man, sulfur. The smell, which was a mix of sulfur and other strange things, was a little similar to the scents of the dead earth demon and wind demon, and resembled the scent of the blue-skinned youth even more. So, the old man in the black robe and the blue-skinned man came from the same place. At that moment, the old man approached the girl's private room. As the old man walked into the rest area, it was as if the little girl was triggered. "Annoying, stay away from me." Boom! The air in the factory stirred with the force that had sent Luke and the others flying hundreds of meters. The old man still had a smile on his face as he walked closer. "What a powerful talent. You're very suitable to be my envoy." The little girl was stunned, as if she hadn't expected her attack to be ineffective. She promptly increased her power, and some of the debris in the factory suddenly flew up and lunged at the old man. The old man continued walking forward slowly. "It's useless. You can't hurt me in your state." As he approached, the little girl became even more twitchy and angry. Unfortunately, the force which she had used to send Luke flying was useless against the old man. Even when she used this force to throw other things at the old man, the junk would automatically fall to the ground in front of him, and didn't pose a threat at all. Luke finally moved. Although this old man was very strange, it was impossible for Luke to turn around and leave. In a flash of movement, he arrived at the edge of the girl's private room. Facing the old man in black, he stood between the old man and the girl. "Didn't you hear her? Stay away from her." The old man's smile grew even more distinct, and there was a strange feeling about it. "I heard. So what?" As he spoke, he suddenly turned into black smoke and disappeared. Luke turned around and saw a cloud of black smoke coalesce into the old man in front of the girl. He frowned. Magic? Superpower? Technology? Real or an illusion? This black-robed old man was indeed unusual. Or, were he and the little girl similar? The moment the old man appeared in front of the girl, he touched her forehead with his right index finger. "Do you have a wish you want fulfilled? Tell me." Fear and pain filled the little girl's face. It hurts. Mom, save me. The old man smiled. You want to be with your mother, right? Come, sign this contract, and you can fulfill your wish. A scroll-like object suddenly appeared in his left hand, and he handed it to the little girl. Although the little girl was in pain, she couldn't help but raise her hand to take the scroll. Luke moved again. He had been observing everything about the old man in black just now, hoping to uncover more clues so that he could kill him in one blow or heavily injure him. But after the old man took out the scroll to give to the little girl, he knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Somehow, he knew that he absolutely couldn't let the little girl touch the scroll. Soldiers, form ranks, he shouted, and his body suddenly glowed with a faint yellow light as he charged at the old man. The old man didn't even look at him. He simply smiled as he watched the little girl reach for the scroll. Pooh! The old man was stunned. Looking at the fist that had passed through his chest and half of the scroll that was left in his left hand, he finally turned around, his eyes burning with fury. You dare damage my contract? Big Dipper devil subduing fist. Luke roared even louder than he did, drowning out his words. His fists turned into yellow light rings that hit the old man's body ferociously. The old man's face changed slightly. He turned into black smoke again and disappeared from Luke's attack range. Luke stopped and held his fists up in front of him again, his gaze on the corner behind the girl. The old man materialized again, but this time, he wasn't as cocky as before. His face was ashen as he roared, You are a Kamartaj sorcerer. No, you don't have a sling ring. Are you from the holy land of Kunlun? Luke sneered and didn't answer the question. Get lost if you don't want to die. The old man's face changed. Even if the Ancient One and Thor show up, I'm not afraid. Luke didn't waste any more time. In a flash, he appeared in front of the old man and punched him again. The old man dissipated into black smoke again, but Luke immediately flipped and punched the old man from behind. Ah! The old man floated back more than 10 meters away. Looking at the hole in his chest, he felt a strange energy consuming his strength non-stop, and his defensive spells were useless against it. I'm going to rip out your soul. He finally made up his mind to get rid of this weird troublemaker, even if he had to piece his body back together after this. The best would be if he could turn this ridiculously strong person into his subordinate as well. All his losses would then be worth it. He turned into smoke again and disappeared. Frowning, Luke spun around and hit the old man, who had just materialized again, hard. Although the old man looked pained, he didn't dodge at all this time. His hands turned into black smoke which stuck to Luke's body. Let me see what your soul looks like. The old man grinned hideously. Luke's fists glowed yellow again. Big Dipper explosive fist. The old man's body didn't stop warping and crumbling as it was torn into black smoke by countless fist shadows, but he actually smiled. Ah, so you've already signed a contract. Let me see who your master is. At that moment, Luke's lips twitched as he looked at the sudden system warning. Just now, when the old man's hands turned into black smoke and touched his body, he had sensed something wasn't right. The old man had touched him despite the risk of getting hurt. Also, even though the little girl was in a semi-transparent state, he still had to protect her. It was too late for him to dodge, so he could only prepare his trump cards. But the moment the black smoke touched him, Daddy's system suddenly sent out a warning. System, unknown evil energy detected trying to link with the host. Active defense mechanism has been activated. Active defense mechanism requires credit points. Please choose the amount of credit points to consume, 5______. That was right, the system had issued a warning this time, not just a reminder. Looking at the name, Active Defense Mechanism, Luke knew that this was a dangerous situation. The system, which had shut down for 10,000 years and never took the initiative to speak no matter what, was now taking the initiative to defend itself, which maxed out Luke's sense of crisis. Sure enough, this old man in black was a big problem. Luke would even go so far as to say that this old man was a top boss who had surpassed several levels. Looking at the 4 spaces which followed the number 5, Luke of course knew what Daddy system meant. It was clearly asking for at least 50,000 credit points to activate the defense mechanism. Without any hesitation, Luke filled in the empty slots with a thought, 59,500. What were credit points for? Although they were used as currency to purchase abilities, in the end, they were still abilities which Luke used to protect himself. Now, he naturally chose to use all his credit points to keep himself alive. If he couldn't deal with this old man, he wouldn't even be able to buy a suitable ability with his remaining credit points to turn things around. After dealing with this old man in the black robe, he would have plenty of time to earn back his points. Thus, he stuffed all his credit points into the system's muzzle, without any hesitation and roared, "I'm your father." At that moment, the old man in black had just said, "You've signed a contract." A dense and dark golden light suddenly surged out of Luke's body to swiftly make contact with the old man's hands, before it spread out. In the blink of an eye, the dark golden light turned into countless dark golden threads that wrapped around the old man like a huge net. The old man's grin stiffened. A moment later, he cried out in fear, "What is this? Ah, what the hell is this? Why can it burn my soul?" As he shouted, the old man's body suddenly turned into black smoke as he tried to escape from the dark golden net. In the blink of an eye, the black smoke crashed into the dark golden net 1,000 times as it tried to find a way to escape. But even as the net of light grew thinner as he smashed into it, the pressure grew stronger. The black smoke knew that if this continued, his body would run out of energy, and even the soul fragment in this body would be trapped by the net. He had never been an expert in a head-on battle, nor did he want to lose the soul fragment in this body for no reason. Without any hesitation, the black smoke suddenly shrunk into a dot, but the dark golden net of light didn't give up and continued to press down on the black dot. The old man was furious. "Let's see how I deal with you when you enter my domain." A tiny hole suddenly appeared near the black dot, and the black dot shrunk again so that it was small enough to stuff itself into the tiny hole. The next moment, the dark golden net suddenly disappeared, and the black dot passed through the hole and disappeared from the factory. With his keen sight, Luke could naturally see that the dark golden net and the black dot that it had trapped hadn't dissipated. Instead, they had charged into the hole and entered the place on the other side. Sharp Nose could also detect the smell of sulfur where the hole disappeared. But that was all. A few seconds later, Luke roughly guessed what had happened. System: destroy Demon Lord Mephisto's clone and severely injure Mephisto's main body, preventing him from descending to Earth in 10 years. Completed. Total experience, 20,000. Total credit, 20,000. Contribution rate, 100%. EXP plus 20,000. Credit plus 20,000. Host's experience has reached 90,000, and character has leveled up to level 15. Extra stat points, 5. Team mode is activated. Do you wish to activate it? Host's experience, 1000/100,000. Credit, 20,000. Luke's heart roared. The nervousness he felt earlier when he realized that the system was facing a formidable enemy suddenly turned into intense happiness. Sure enough, jumping levels to fight a top boss was different. Although he had achieved victory by relying on paying the system, his puny life at least was in no danger. He wasn't that unreasonable, and wouldn't insist that he would only be satisfied by defeating his opponent himself. Besides, he had learned all his abilities from the system, so there was nothing wrong with using the system to defeat Mephisto. At the very least, he had worked hard to earn those 60,000 credit points. Without that many credit points, who knew if Mephisto could have been sent packing to his hometown to play in the mud? Who could say that this victory wasn't the result of Luke's hard work? Moreover, while he had spent all those 60,000 credit points in one swoop, he had earned another 20,000 after beating up Mephisto, so he wasn't completely broke. And even though he lost a lot of credit points, he had earned enough experience to reach level 15. Looking at the notification to activate team mode, he chose to activate it. Team mode was activated without requiring any credit points. Whether or not the mode required credit points to be activated might mean that subsequent use of the mode would require credit points. For example, the level 5 super learning mode didn't require any credit to be activated, but the abilities it contained did. As for the level 10 inventory, it had cost him a lot of credit points to activate it, and he would have to spend a lot of credit points to upgrade it later, but it didn't consume any credit points when he was using it. He didn't examine the mode's functions, and put it aside for the time being. He then added a stat point to his mental strength to make it 31. Only then did Luke calm down, and he looked at the girl not far away. "Can you tell me why you're here alone, Carrie?" Back when he was working in Houston, he and Selena had gone to La Quinn to investigate missing police officers. They had passed through Rumford and encountered the fog incident. While hiding in the supermarket, a certain female company executive called Alice Miller had begged them to help her rescue her autistic daughter, Carrie. In the end, Luke and Selena left Rumford in a helicopter with the mother and daughter. After that, Wales took them away, and Luke thought that they would be released after being questioned. From the looks of it, they hadn't been that lucky. Had Alice's elementary self-healing been discovered? Or had this little girl's ability suddenly awakened, and triggered unknown consequences? As he pondered, his eyes remained fixed on Carrie. After what happened just now, she was reacting more to the outside world. She looked at him for a few seconds before she said, "Mom was taken away. I can't find her." Frowning, Luke crouched down and asked in a gentle voice, "Was it the people who took you away in Houston?" After a long silence, Carrie said again, "They took me somewhere. I couldn't find Mom after that." Luke sighed silently. It was very likely that Carrie and her mother Alice had been locked up separately and had become experimental research subjects for certain agencies. The guys who would do this probably weren't real SHIELD agents, who would at most put them under house arrest. Now, he could only hope that the mother and daughter hadn't fallen into the hands of Hydra's SHIELD branch. If so, they may as well die earlier, that way at least, they wouldn't have to suffer anymore. Also, Alice's ability was elementary self-healing, which was the thing most easily coveted. All this time, Luke had only used this ability as a life-saving trump card. He had done his best to conceal it in case it drew attention. It was a 3-in-1 item that could save one's life, preserve health and extend one's lifespan. There weren't many people who didn't want it. As he was thinking this, Luke stretched out his hand. "Can I check your body?" Carrie shuddered. She immediately recalled how the yellow fists had turned the weirdos to ash, and subconsciously stepped back. No. Helpless, Luke could only use elementary telekinesis, which he rarely touched. He had picked out and combined the parts related to mental strength from curve shooting and mental communication, and after a long period of experimentation, he finally developed this ability. This was also the first elementary ability which he had developed himself and which had been acknowledged by the system. Like a dragonfly on water, he used elementary telekinesis to lightly touch Carrie's back. "Alright, I'll use this then." Carrie's body trembled again. She abruptly turned around and looked behind her before promptly turning back. Her dark pupils glowed with a crimson light. "You can do that too." "Well, I guess." Luke simply sat down. Carrie's eyes lit up as she stared at him. "Does it hurt?" Looking at her through his lenses, Luke roughly understood what she meant. He chuckled and said, "It's just a gift, it's not like it'll disfigure me." "Why should it hurt?" "You know, when some people awaken their gifts, they turn into ugly monsters, now that would hurt." Carrie exclaimed in surprise, "Become ugly?" Luke shrugged. "We belong to the mental strength group, which has very little negative impact on our physical appearance. On the other hand, I've seen people who are part of the physical strength group who look like lizards or metal sculptures. Carrie subconsciously shook her head. No, I don't want that. Luke was amused. Dream on, you probably won't get a chance at a physical buff. If you want to become ugly, you can just put on clown makeup. Carrie shook her head even harder. No, no, no clown makeup. Even as she spoke, the fear and pain in her heart continued to fade. Every time Luke spoke, she felt a little more relaxed. The negative emotions she had accumulated during this period of time also lessened, and she became a little more clear-headed. Can you help me find my mom? Luke said, then I need to know what happened to your mother. Maybe I can rescue her. He paused for a moment before he continued, but you absolutely mustn't let yourself be tempted by that weird old man. You were going to accept that old man's contract just now, right? Carrie hesitated. But when he touched my head, I couldn't help but want to look for Mom. Luke had some guesses about that. He said, I'll try my best to find your mother. You saw my capability just now. At the very least, I have a higher chance of succeeding than other people. Biting her lip, Carrie raised her hand and stuck out her pinky. You promise? Luke smiled and hooked his pinky with hers. Pinky promise. Pinkies still hooked together, they pressed their thumbs together. Sealed, Carrie said. They let go and raised their thumbs. Luke said, swear. Finally, they crossed their fingers and said, it won't change. This was a little game that kids played often, and which was also used as an agreement ceremony between adults and kids. After letting go, Carrie relaxed. Thank you. I'll wait for you to find Mom. As she spoke, her body suddenly turned hazy, twisted, and disappeared into thin air. After a brief silence, Luke left the factory. Of course, he knew that something was wrong with Carrie's situation. She had no scent, no breath, and no heartbeat. Like Mephisto, she existed between reality and illusion. Luke could only pray that the girl hadn't died and turned into a vengeful spirit. The best would be if it was just her ability. Just like the black-robed old man, who had only been Mephisto's clone, perhaps this was just one of Carrie's clones. Luke did plan to take care of this matter with Alice and Carrie. The elementary self-healing which both Carol and Alice had was a life-saving ability which Luke studied every now and then. While they both had elementary self-healing, Carol's ability was more focused on recovering from major injuries, so it was expansive and quick. Alice's ability was more focused on minor internal injuries, it was more precise and slower. When the two were combined, the effects were phenomenal. He had used Alice's ability, and Carrie herself was very valuable, it was worth making the effort to find them. Making a note of this, he turned around and left the factory on his motorcycle, following the scent of Ghost Rider in the air. He had gained a lot of experience today, but had also lost a lot of credit points. He had to work harder and see if he could use that Ghost Rider to snatch more heads. Killing the four-man team would give him thousands of experience and credit points. How could he let go of such a huge gift bag of experience points? It had taken less than 2 minutes for Luke to beat back Mephisto's clone after it appeared. His chat with Carrie also didn't last more than 5 minutes. As long as Ghost Rider was just a little less efficient in his operation, Luke would still have a chance to snatch heads if he gave chase now. He had no plans to kill Ghost Rider for the time being. First of all, this guy had a knack for tracking the two blue-skinned men. It was best to keep him alive. Secondly, he had never heard any news of Ghost Rider slaughtering ordinary people. Like ordinary people, there were both good and bad extraordinary beings. Luke couldn't discriminate just because the dude turned into an ugly, freakish skeleton. Thinking that, Luke sped up. When he got close to the city, his expression changed as he drove the motorcycle to an empty spot on the side of the road. There were the scents of Ghost Rider as well as the two blue-skinned men here. There was also a wrecked water tower and sewage water on the ground. But there was no one here now, which could only mean that the two parties had fought here before they left. Ghost Rider was definitely fine since that fiery skeleton motorcycle wasn't here. Suddenly, Luke heard a woman cry for help in the distance. Help. It also sounded like there was a man cursing. Give me your bag, you fat, ugly B***tch. Luke stepped on the gas pedal and hurried over before he stopped after 100 meters. This was a bridge, and the fiery skeleton motorcycle was parked on the side. Luke walked over to the railing and looked down. A plump girl bowed slightly at Ghost Rider, who was on fire from head to toe, and didn't forget to say, thanks, before she ran off. Only a sloppy-looking young man was left behind as he trembled in front of the terrifying Ghost Rider. Luke didn't need to think to have a rough idea of this sloppy man's identity. He had a rotten temperament and a panicked expression, and his movements were wretched and fierce. The sloppy man lived his life every day as a tramp, a drug addict, a thief, and a robber. He might even have a criminal record for assault or murder. Of course, Luke couldn't be bothered with such scum. The devil might not be anything good, but this sloppy man could be said to be a little devil on earth. He was shameless and malicious, and deserved to die. Luke wanted to see what Ghost Rider would do. In the end, the skullhead pointed at the sloppy man. You, guilty. Luke was lost for words. Why did that sound so familiar? Ghost Rider, on the other hand, strode toward the trembling sloppy man and lifted him up in the air so that they were on the same eye level. Look into my eyes. Looking at the black eye sockets in the skull, the sloppy man screamed in fear and recklessly raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed at Ghost Rider's neck. Pooh! With a muffled sound, the knife pierced the leather jacket, but Ghost Rider didn't move. Unwilling to give up, the sloppy man pulled out the knife, only to see that the blade was very red. The moment he pulled it out, it melted and dripped down. Ghost Rider continued, your soul has been dyed red by the blood of the innocent. Feel their despair and pain. No. The sloppy man screamed miserably. Less than 2 seconds later, Ghost Rider tossed the sloppy man to the side and let him fall to the ground. He flung out the chain that was wrapped around his shoulders to wind around the skeleton motorcycle. He whistled, and the bike pulled him up to the bridge. Then, the skeleton motorcycle drove back and drifted to a stop in front of Ghost Rider. It shot out flames twice, as if urging Ghost Rider on. Ghost Rider got onto the motorcycle and sped off again. After he left, Luke walked out of the darkness under the bridge and went over to the sloppy man. He examined him for a moment and was a little surprised. The man was still breathing and had a heartbeat, but Luke couldn't detect any fluctuations in his thoughts with mental communication. His brain had clearly stopped working, and he was a living dead man. He recalled what Ghost Rider had done earlier. He had only made the sloppy man look into his eyes for a second or two, before the man turned into a vegetable. This ability was really creepy. Thinking that, Luke went back up to the bridge again and chased after Ghost Rider on his motorcycle. He followed Ghost Rider from the west to the east, then to the north as they left the city, and finally reached a cemetery. He saw Ghost Rider rolling over the ground and screaming in the graveyard. The fiery skeleton war chariot had reverted to the original Harley-Davidson. Soon, the flames on Ghost Rider turned into smoke, and flesh reappeared on the skeleton. When the smoke cleared, a middle-aged man was still screaming miserably on the ground. A moment later, the man finally came back to his senses. He crawled to a tombstone and put his hand on it as he whimpered, "Dad, Dad." There was a name on the tombstone, Barton Blaze. Luke didn't approach him. Instead, he sent out a new, modified drone which flew toward the man. This type of mini-drone was more advanced, less noisy, and performed far better than the original mini-drones. However, it wasn't suitable for long-range observation. Instead, its advantages were that it made very little noise and could approach the target very closely for information. It was easier for people to reveal their secrets without anyone else around. This Ghost Rider had a lot of secrets, and Luke was very interested in them, so he decided to just watch. However, he wasn't the only one here. There was also a church in the cemetery, which was dimly lit. Ghost Rider's arrival seemed to have alerted the people in the church. An old man ran out with a shovel in his hand, as if to use it to defend himself. When the old man reached Ghost Rider, he stuck the shovel in the ground and looked down at the man. "Good evening, Skullhead." Looking at the image transmitted by the drone, Luke knew that this wasn't any ordinary old man. Just now, the old man had probably seen how Ghost Rider returned to his original form, but he wasn't scared at all. This calm was either because he had support or he wasn't right in the head. After recovering his human form, Ghost Rider turned his head with difficulty to look at the old man before he passed out on the ground. The old man chuckled and brought over a small handcart to take Ghost Rider into the church. He then pushed the vintage motorcycle into the tool shed. Looking at the middle-aged man who had fallen asleep after the old man threw him onto the bed, Luke secretly set up several surveillance cameras around the cemetery before he turned his motorcycle around and drove back into the city. There were now surveillance cameras around the church that the old man and the middle-aged man were in, as well as 2 mini drones inside. As long as the drone's flight function wasn't in use, they could be used as surveillance cams for 2 days. Naturally, Luke wouldn't hang around here foolishly. This Ghost Rider had already passed out, and Luke had no plans to kill him for now. It was better for him to go back to the city and get some rest before he decided his next move. If Ghost Rider went looking for the 2 blue-skinned guys in the next 2 days, Luke would find an opportunity to snatch their heads for experience and credit points before going home. As for Ghost Rider, he didn't seem like a bad person. The only bad thing was that his means of transport was too ostentatious and damaged a lot of private property and public facilities. When he was on the outskirts of the city, Luke put the Big Dipper armor and the motorcycle back into his inventory. He then took out his bicycle and rode to the location where Ghost Rider had first appeared. It wasn't too hard to find, the melted tire tracks on the ground were a clear trail. At the spot where Ghost Rider had appeared, Luke also detected a trace of the sulfur on Mephisto's clone. He frowned. Were these 2 guys related? Was it an internal conflict between Ghost Rider and the 4 blue-skinned men? If that was the case, should he kill that Skullhead as well? As he pondered, he found a 3-story building dozens of meters away. The basement was like a maintenance workshop. There were all kinds of motorcycles, many of which were vintage or custom-made. Before its transformation, Ghost Rider's motorcycle was also a custom-made vintage Harley motorcycle. Looking at the person and name on the posters scattered everywhere confirmed this point, Johnny Blaze. This Johnny Blaze was that stuntman whom Joseph had mentioned before. He was the most famous stunt performer in the country, and known for being able to fly over a football field on a motorcycle. Robert had brought Luke and Claire to watch Johnny's performance before when they were young, and most people liked to use his stage name, Flaming Johnny. It was a slightly pretentious nickname, but very suitable for Johnny, who was fond of playing with his life. Luke walked up to the 2nd floor of the building. It was a spacious, open-plan industrial loft. He walked to an armchair in a corner and looked at the various books and notes scattered around it. After flipping through them for a moment, he had a rough idea about what was going on. From the books and notes that Johnny Blaze was reading, it seemed that he was looking for all sorts of information on demons, including religious knowledge, psychology, and modern scientific analyses. Based on the notes, he clearly hadn't figured out much. After checking Johnny Blaze's place, Luke left a surveillance camera behind and left. The results of the search just now basically confirmed that there was nothing wrong with Johnny. There weren't any videos, photos, or text records of him killing or injuring people. He was just a motorcycle stuntman who liked to court death. If he really wanted to kill someone, the most likely target was himself. Anyone who was into high-risk extreme sports would be suspected of having a death wish. Luke found a 24-hour donut store and ordered 4 boxes of donuts. Blueberry cheesecake, pumpkin, applesauce, chocolate peanut butter, and maple cream were just some of the common flavors. There were also special donuts like tiramisu, hibiscus ginger, and mocha chocolate. Just like that, Luke sat in a corner and pondered his gains from tonight. Firstly, he had finally tested the power of one of his biggest trump cards on a few hell demons. On the list of abilities, a secondary skill had appeared behind elementary penetration, special mental class. Elementary annihilation, prerequisites, elementary penetration and elementary telekinesis. This was the second elementary ability he had developed after elementary telekinesis. Similar to elementary telekinesis, which was a combination of curve shooting and mental communication, elementary annihilation was a combination of elementary penetration and elementary telekinesis. Elementary penetration, special mental class, came from Mr. Smith, the hitman who killed Henry Ellsworth. Thinking back, Luke felt that the hundreds of thousands of dollars he had given Mr. Smith back then was too little. If he had the chance, Luke really wouldn't mind giving Mr. Smith another large sum of money for the hitman to live without worries for the rest of his life. But in just a few days, this down-and-out middle-aged hitman had earned a hot, special therapist, Miss Donna, as his wife. He also had Oliver, the baby whom he had saved, as his son, and he had even kidnapped the German Shepherd which belonged to the CEO of Hammerson Defense. His life was perfect. Mr. Smith's elementary penetration was a strange ability that could turn a carrot into a weapon to stab a person to death. Luke still didn't know the exact principle behind it, but the exact function was very simple. For one short moment, when he concentrated on an item, he could give it terrifying penetrative power. Mr. Smith had never truly utilized this ability to its fullest. Maybe it was because he didn't know how to develop it, or maybe he wasn't mentally strong enough, so he could only use things like carrots to stab people. But Mr. Smith was too good at shooting, and most of the time, he didn't need to use this ability. With elementary penetration and more than 20 mental strength, Luke would practice and analyze the ability almost every day. The system had automatically slapped on the special mental class label. Luke had never asked for it. The system wouldn't even classify most people's own mother tongue as a basic ability, much less use the special label. From this, Luke could tell that this ability had passed the system's evaluation, and was absolutely very special. And that was indeed the case. Luke had harassed the system in every way possible after developing elementary telekinesis. Daddy's system finally added the suffix mental class to it. This allowed Luke to make a connection between elementary telekinesis and elementary penetration. After a lot of experiments, Luke finally applied elementary penetration to curve shooting. That was because curve shooting employed the initial beginnings of telekinesis, and guns were the weapons which Luke most commonly used, so they were the easiest to experiment with. The bullet from an ordinary pistol enhanced by elementary penetration could pierce through a bulletproof panel that could withstand a 7.62 mm rifle bullet, which surprised and delighted Luke. Wasn't this simply an anti-armor skill? After repeated tests, he was even more certain that the force of penetration depended on the ability itself. For example, if the force of a pistol bullet was 1 and the force of elementary penetration was 10, the combination of the two would be 11. If the force of a rifle bullet was 5, with elementary penetration, it would be 15. Of course, this wasn't an accurate explanation. Given that the theory behind elementary penetration wasn't clear yet, there were often odd deviations in the tests. For example, Luke had fired a Glock once, and the experimental data showed that it had a ridiculously high penetrative force, which was even more outrageous than when he used AM-500. But generally speaking, elementary penetration gave a minimum added value, and bullets were just the beginning. Luke had created this ability, but had basically never used it in public. Because it wasn't necessary. He didn't have to shoot through the enemy's bulletproof vests with his pistol, nor did he have to shoot through an armored car with his rifle. He kept this ability hidden as a trump card. And elementary penetration was just his first trump card. After creating this anti-armor buff spell, Luke had a clearer understanding of elementary telekinesis and elementary penetration. After working his way backward and multiple experiments, he reverse-engineered elementary telekinesis and successfully applied it to elementary penetration. So far, Luke had officially taken out one of his biggest trump cards, elementary annihilation. The anti-armor buff spell gave bullets a penetrative effect. Elementary annihilation used telekinesis and part of elementary penetration. The effect of the anti-armor buff spell only lasted for a short moment, and didn't require much mental strength on Luke's part. Elementary annihilation, on the other hand, required him to have perfect command of this special mental class. It could cut its opponents like a sharp blade, or protect them like armor, but the latter was much more difficult to do. Endurance and control were the biggest features of elementary annihilation. It was also the killer weapon which Luke had used to intimidate the alien dog head. Gold Nugget basically disregarded ordinary physical attacks, but the first time it tried to combine with Luke, it was blown out of Luke's body by elementary annihilation, which had yet to fully take shape. Thankfully, Luke's ability hadn't matured yet at the time, and elementary telekinesis was far more powerful than elementary penetration. Most of it was just used for repelling, not annihilating. Gold Nugget was lucky that it hadn't been killed. Of course, after the system assessed elementary annihilation and it became an official ability, Luke's control over it increased significantly. At most, he would take it out occasionally to zap the dog head so that it wouldn't be so naughty. Gold Nugget was practically immune to physical attacks, and even elementary telekinesis could only send it flying. But against elementary annihilation, the dog head was as cowardly as a bug in the face of insecticide. In its own words, elementary annihilation had a devastating lethal effect on it. It was also because of its cowardice that Luke had more conjectures about the effect of elementary annihilation. Facing Wind Demon, who was clearly immune to physical attacks, along with the other three guys who were probably also demons, Luke had still dared to step forward because he had elementary annihilation. The test results for elementary annihilation itself was very strange. Wind Demon happened to be the ideal test subject. It was thanks to Wind Demon that Blue Skin hadn't been killed by Luke at the very beginning. Transforming into wind and flying at astonishing speeds, Wind Demon was definitely Luke's least favorite opponent. If he killed Blue Skin first, he wouldn't be able to catch up with Wind Demon if the latter focused on escaping. And Wind Demon was Luke's ideal target. Elementary annihilation didn't have any effect on physical attacks. Luke would use this monster to demonstrate the skill's effect on the elements. Sure enough, the result was even better than he had expected. Using elementary annihilation on his arms, he completely destroyed Wind Demon, who had been speeding and couldn't brake, and then cut Earth Demon to dust. Even if it had been Mephisto's clone, elementary annihilation had still been able to deal it serious damage. If it wasn't for this top-level boss Mephisto's unusual ability, which allowed him to forcibly touch a person's soul, he would have also been destroyed in the end. Of course, Luke guessed that there was a limit to what Mephisto's clone could do. The guy had talked big when he mentioned Ancient One and Thor, but it sounded more like he was saying, "I may not be able to beat you, but I'm not scared of you." It was possible that this guy had created a clone to avoid being hunted down by these two. When Luke was fighting, the yellow light on his fists and body was just the reverse effect of the Big Dipper armor's stealth chameleon function. The yellow light wasn't an ability at all, it was just an ordinary light emitted by the armor. Coupled with the name of his Chinese technique, they were a cover-up to prevent anyone investigating the elementary annihilation ability. Only part of the movements he had used to kill Wind Demon and Earth Demon were Chinese ancient martial arts. The real damage was from the elementary annihilation energy on his arms. The truth was that the Big Dipper Fist name was something he cooked up from a comic in his previous life. Just like how Batman wouldn't use the Pegasus Meteor Fist from Saint Seiya, the Big Dipper Fist was in fact nothing like the one from the comic. None of his abilities had any visual effects, and he didn't need to shout out his moves. The yellow light, movements, and names were all lies. These things would throw other people off. For example, if the Big Dipper Fist was Chinese, then the reasonable suspicion would be that elementary annihilation was a mysterious power from that ancient Eastern nation. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have law enforcement power in China, Luke wasn't afraid of Hydra finding out the origin of the Big Dipper fist. In any case, he indeed had no background in China. Even the one move that hadn't been prefixed with Big Dipper, soldiers, form ranks, was a deliberate feint. Any Chinese person who knew their stuff would suspect that it was someone else pretending to be Chinese, since this common phrase had been recited wrongly. The reason why he was using so many cover tricks for the Big Dipper fist was because Elementary Annihilation's effect was truly very unusual. The Big Dipper armor had in fact been specially made in order for him to use Elementary Annihilation. The Big Dipper fist could only be used in the dark, and he would be the Spectre who specialized in hunting the most difficult supernatural groups. He wouldn't have any connection at all with Luke's other identities. Thinking about how the Big Dipper armor had defeated Mephisto's clone in its first appearance tonight, Luke didn't think that it was suitable for him to be connected to anyone. After checking his first reward for the night, Luke looked at the team module and the names in it. He sighed and said, "Forget it. This is something that can make people unhappy. I'll just wait and see." Making up his mind, he checked the files he had obtained from Johnny's house and searched for information on Mephisto and the blue-skinned young man. In the meantime, Drax called to let Luke know that they had arrived home safely, and told Luke not to stay in Dallas anymore. Luke hummed in reply, but apologized inwardly to his grandpa. At the very least, he still had 2 boss-level EXP monsters to kill. He had to try at least once before he returned to Los Angeles the next morning. He stayed at the donut shop until the morning and finally finished tasting more than 45 different kinds of donuts. The waitress, who had seen many big eaters, also cast him many sidelong glances. There were a lot of people who could eat, but there were very few people who could eat 40 donuts in one night like Luke. Luke was the only person the woman had ever seen do so in her life. Before he left, Luke ordered 2 boxes each of the best flavors, blueberry cheesecake, honey cream, and tiramisu. As for the sickening sweetness, Selena and Gold Nugget didn't really care. That was because it was these 2 guys who brought back the sweetest things of them all to try. They truly had very sweet tooths. After he left, he went to a hotel near Johnny's house and booked a room where he could observe Johnny's place. He washed up and went to bed. When he woke up 2 hours later, Johnny still hadn't returned. Luke wasn't in a hurry. He turned on the TV. The local news had already reported the destruction of many streets in the city last night, but Johnny's face wasn't on camera. Luke didn't know if it was because Johnny was too lucky or because there were too few surveillance cameras in Dallas. Also, the chaotic fight at the factory in the suburbs last night was on the news, and the police had already linked it to the bar massacre. That was understandable. After all, a night watchman had died in the factory in the exact same way as the people in the bar massacre. At noon, Johnny returned to his place. Luke smiled. Before noon, he had gained a lot from the mini drones that he had placed in the church in the cemetery. If the conversation between the old man and Johnny was true, Luke had a rough idea of why all this was happening. This included the backgrounds of Mephisto, Ghost Rider, and Blue Skin, as well as what they wanted. Naturally, this was very advantageous in helping Luke plan his operation. It was no longer a problem deciding who should live or die. From the conversation between the old man and Johnny, Luke knew that Johnny wasn't the first Ghost Rider, he was just the most recent one. And Ghost Rider had a special trait, which was that he usually only appeared at night. Johnny was just human during the day, and didn't have Ghost Rider's terrifying power. In other words, Luke had nothing to do during the day. He stretched and went downstairs for lunch. The street below bustled with activity. There were police officers, forensic scientists, firefighters, reporters, and onlookers. Suddenly, he saw a familiar person. She wasn't tall, had a wide girth, and was dressed a little eccentrically. She was the woman whom Ghost Rider had rescued from being robbed under the overpass last night. She was a little plump and didn't look very old. She was being interviewed by a female reporter about her rescue last night. I'll never forget him. He's tall and a little thin. Right, he had a skull for a face, which was burning. Hearing that, both the female reporter and the cameraman's lips twitched, but they still dutifully asked, burning? The fat girl nodded. Yes, just like, poof. She gestured at her head with both hands, and simulated the sound of fire as she demonstrated that the flames indeed hadn't been small. The fire was this big. Also, although it's a little weird to say this, I think it's very trendy looking. It suits him, and he's super handsome. The female reporter was still pretty calm after hearing that. After all, she was in front of the camera, and she could only try not to smile too big or laugh out loud. It sounds unbelievable. The cameraman's face twitched. The fat girl didn't look like she had much taste in clothes. As expected, she was just a kid, yet she made up such a clumsy story to deceive people. The female reporter decisively stopped the interview. This is Roxanne Simpson, reporting at the scene. She thanked the fat girl again and left. The cameraman kept the lens focused on the fat girl. He felt that such hilarious material could be kept even if it wasn't aired. It would definitely put him in a good mood whenever he took it out for a look. The fat girl looked at the female reporter who was walking away, and then at the cameraman who was still filming her. She hesitated for a moment before she waved. Thinking for a moment, she crossed her arms in front of her chest and tried to make a cool pose. The cameraman couldn't help but burst out laughing. Luke was amused. Just because she was a little heavier and wasn't dressed conventionally, she came across as childish. This girl was a little silly and cute. He moved on, only to see Johnny and the female reporter together. But it didn't look like an interview, but like a couple quarreling. Interesting. Was this Ghost Rider's girlfriend? He sat in an old sandwich shop that was still open for business despite the broken windows, and ordered a lot of food and drink. Pointing at a seat that had already been cleaned up next to the broken window looking out onto the street, Luke asked, "Can I sit there?" "Sure, if you don't think it's too cold." The boss wouldn't object. He didn't know if his insurance company would be able to cover his losses, so he had to work harder to maintain his business. Luke listened to the conversation between the police and the forensic scientists outside as he sat in this al fresco seat, in the warm breeze. In this way, he waited for the sun to set. Before Johnny transformed, however, a woman arrived at Johnny's house. This woman was of Latino descent. She was a favorite type, with plump and wide lips, and a curvy body. Not only had Luke seen this woman on the news, she had interviewed the fat girl that afternoon. She was a famous TV anchor, Roxanne Simpson. Then, she had quarreled with Johnny on the street earlier, and they parted on bad terms. Was she really Ghost Rider's girlfriend? Luke wondered. It was dangerous for anyone to be his girlfriend. Even if Luke had just killed Mephisto's clone, people like the blue-skinned young man's team of 4 and other criminals would still come after Ghost Rider. If they couldn't defeat Ghost Rider, they might take it out on his girlfriend, which was undoubtedly a good plan. Implicating loved ones was a standard villain trick. Looking at the surveillance video as the man and woman got closer and closer as they talked, Luke wondered if he should stop the surveillance. What he was interested in was intelligence on Ghost Rider, not the man's love life. Given his advanced skills with his drone, he could watch as many free reality shows as he wanted. He had no interest in this at all. But at that moment, Johnny pushed Roxanne away and rejected the beauty's confession. Luke was surprised. Was this guy a tough guy? A moment later, in the face of Roxanne's persistence, Johnny finally told her that he was Ghost Rider. Luke immediately shook his head. "Johnny, you really are a new Ghost Rider. How can you tell her something like that?" Roxanne didn't believe him at all. She felt that it was a lie. She hugged Johnny tightly and cried. "You liar, do you want to slip away again like you did back then? You said that you suddenly lost your memory and acted like a stranger. You rode off on your bike, but why didn't you forget your precious motorcycle back then?" Luke was surprised. "Hey, Johnny, you're not a tough guy, you're a scumbag." He made a simple deduction: Johnny forgot his lover when he lost his memory, but he didn't forget his precious motorbike. Thus, the lover couldn't compare with his motorbike. He sighed, then his expression changed when he pulled up another surveillance video. Blue Skin and Water Demon had appeared and were on their way upstairs. While the dumb man and angry woman were entangled, Blue Skin suddenly appeared behind Johnny and grabbed his neck. Roxanne, who was holding Johnny's hand, was flung onto the couch. She looked at the situation in front of her in horror. She was about to scream, but the wet water demon grabbed her by the neck and stopped her from shouting. "Blackheart!" Johnny shouted in shock and anger. The blue-skinned Blackheart grinned hideously. "Surprise, Ghost Rider!" Johnny struggled, and smoke burst out of his body before it turned into raging flames as he transformed more quickly than the first time round. But Blackheart had the upper hand this time. When Johnny transformed, he smashed him to the ground, and a blue mist spread out from his hand to cover Ghost Rider's head. "You're just a piece of trash." "I don't know why my father is so biased," said Blackheart. "If he had given me this power, my plan would have been completed long ago." The flames on Ghost Rider eroded under Blackheart's blue mist and turned blue-black before suddenly disappearing. The transformation was forcibly cancelled by Blackheart, and Ghost Rider turned into Johnny once more. Luke had already gotten up and quietly appeared outside Johnny's room. He couldn't let them kill Ghost Rider, this free helper, so easily. Blackheart looked at Johnny. "Now, you have to listen to me, or your girlfriend will die." Johnny gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. Blackheart said, "Find the contract of San Venganza and give it to me, and I'll release your girlfriend." Johnny still didn't say anything. He just stared at Blackheart with stubbornness in his eyes. With a smile, Blackheart turned his head and gestured at Water Demon, who picked Roxanne up by the neck. Roxanne immediately started to suffocate as she kicked her legs in the air. She couldn't help but look at Johnny. Johnny panicked. "Damn it, tell him to stop." Blackheart nodded, and Water Demon put Roxanne down, his hand still wrapped around her neck. Blackheart reached out and patted Johnny's face twice. "That's right, little dog. Hurry up and get to work, or your girlfriend will continue to suffer." As he spoke, he kicked Johnny away and waved at Water Demon before they left with Roxanne. Johnny gasped for breath in the corner for a long time before he finally recovered. He struggled to get up, but before he could figure out what was going on, sirens rang out. A moment later, a bunch of police officers rushed upstairs and arrested Johnny. "Johnny Blaze, you are under arrest for suspicion of multiple homicides. Everything you say now can be used as evidence." "Johnny." Luke was lost for words. The person who led the charge into Johnny's place was Jack Dolan, whom Drax had introduced to Luke. He was the superintendent of the Dallas Major Crimes Division, and was about the same rank as Dustin. It wasn't strange for him to arrest Johnny. After all, Jack was responsible for investigating the bar massacre. But how had he found Johnny? Although it was Blackheart who had killed all those people, Johnny was indeed connected to this case, and had even appeared at the factory murder scene. The one thing that left Luke speechless was Jack's timing. Johnny still had to save his girlfriend, and Luke was about to find a chance to kill the two demons, when these police officers appeared. They were always the last to clean up a mess, yet they were so outstanding this time. It didn't make sense. A certain police detective without the least bit of self-awareness mocked other people as well as himself. Johnny, who had just been beaten out of his Ghost Rider state by Blackheart, also despaired. When the police flooded out of the building, he wanted to transform and escape, but it was as if Blackheart had sealed Ghost Rider away, and he couldn't transform. Actually, it was just that Johnny still wasn't proficient at controlling Ghost Rider, and was too flustered to use it. He was caught and escorted back to the police department. After thinking for a moment, Luke didn't go track down the two demons. If they wanted the San Venganza contract and had taken Johnny's girlfriend, Johnny would have to look for them sooner or later. According to Blackheart, he was actually the son of the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. Luke had fought Blackheart once, and found the guy very tough. He hadn't suffered any obvious injuries even after Luke beat him up. But Blackheart was different from Mephisto. He wasn't a clone, and Daddy's system wouldn't necessarily take action. If it wasn't necessary, Luke didn't want to use the system's money-grubbing method. Using strength to kill the enemy and earn the most profits was the optimal choice. The best was still to let Ghost Rider and Blackheart fight it out. Luke would wait on the side for an opportunity. When Johnny was escorted into the police car, Luke heard Jack instruct the police officers in the house to look for the vintage Harley-Davidson motorcycle. From their conversation, Luke learned that Jack had found Johnny's motorcycle license plate at the factory and had come looking for him. Luke was lost for words. How did the license plate fall off? But he remembered that the motorcycle had yet to fully transform when Johnny had rushed to the factory last night. Strictly speaking, the license plate wasn't a motorcycle part, but an external object, so it wasn't surprising that it fell off. Jack Dolan was related to Drax's acquaintance, and Luke had no choice but to call Jack as Drax had instructed. If Jack hadn't found anything, he wouldn't run into Blackheart, and wouldn't be in danger. There would be no need for Luke to make this call. But now that Jack had found Johnny, he might suddenly lose his life. Blackheart had even kidnapped Johnny's girlfriend and told him to look for a contract. Luke didn't think that Blackheart would be that patient. As the thoughts flew through Luke's mind, his call with Jack ended in less than 2 minutes. Putting down his phone, he sighed. I've done my part to remind you. If you continue to investigate this, it's your own bad luck if you wind up dead. From Jack's tone, he knew that the other man didn't take his suggestion to heart. This reminder was useless. Luke had called purely to fulfill his grandfather's instructions. Jack didn't listen. If he really wanted to die, that was his choice. On the other side, at the police department, Jack put down his phone unhappily and mumbled to himself, "You're just a kid. You're so full of yourself after just being a detective for a few days, and you're still trying to teach me how to solve a case. Every detective under me is better than you. Who are you saying isn't a murderer, and you want me to let him go? Do you think you're some great detective?" After some taunts, Jack forgot about Luke, that insignificant kid, and returned to the interrogation room to continue pressing Johnny. Based on the leads they had, Johnny was a big suspect. Of course Jack had to make a breakthrough. Also, if he sent this celebrity stuntman to prison, Jack's resume would look even more eye-catching. This was more tempting than handing the case over to some FBI 17th Division. What Jack didn't know was that Johnny was no longer an ordinary celebrity stuntman. Since last night, he had another identity, Ghost Rider. Johnny knew very well that it was Blackheart who had killed those people. Only a lunatic would dare take the blame for Blackheart's massacre. That was close to 20 lives. If Johnny acknowledged he was the murderer, he would probably have to stay away from America for the rest of his life. Not long after, Johnny's lawyer arrived. As a famous stuntman in America, Johnny was quite rich. The vintage and custom motorbikes in his house alone were worth more than $1 million. It wasn't hard for him to find a lawyer. Faced with Johnny's lawyer, it was hard for Jack to continue interrogating him. In the end, he decided to stall for time. "Fine, that's it for today. Edward, take this star to the temporary detention center and arrange a nice room for him." There was a meaningful tone in Jack's voice when he said that. The lawyer immediately said, "I want to bail out my client immediately." Jack got up and left. "He's a suspect in multiple homicides, he's not eligible for bail. If you have the ability, have the director give me an order. Otherwise, do as you like." The lawyer was helpless. He could prevent the police from extorting an unfavorable statement out of Johnny, but he couldn't get Johnny out. The bar massacre this time was too big, and around 20 people had died. It wasn't something that could be handled casually, even a big lawyer showing up couldn't deal with it. Jack went to the lounge and poured himself a cup of coffee. Soon, his deputy, Edward, returned. Jack asked, "How was it?" Edward chuckled. "I locked him in the big room." The big star seemed scared. Jack curled his lip. "He's bold enough to do stunts, but that doesn't mean he wouldn't be scared of those scumbags." Edward asked, "Do we need to keep an eye on him?" Jack said, "There's no need. Let him enjoy a whole night first. It won't be as effective if the period's not long enough. He won't be able to continue being stubborn tomorrow once those scumbags torture him long enough." Jack and Edward both looked confident at this. Not far away, in a 24-hour fast food restaurant outside the police department, Luke smacked his lips and took a leisurely sip of his coffee. Nothing bad will happen, right? He had sent a mini drone into the police department earlier to monitor the interrogation room. He wasn't worried about Johnny, but was worried that Ghost Rider would suddenly appear and use the penance stare, which could judge souls, on Jack and the other police officers. Few police officers in America would dare pat their chests and say that they had never done anything bad. Jack was no exception. Locking Johnny up in the big holding cell was already very dirty. But nobody in the Major Crimes Division was that clean. Luke had lured suspects into traps before with guns that didn't belong to him, so he had no right to condemn Jack. Watching the hooligans surround Johnny, Luke pondered for a moment, but didn't take action. Most of these hoodlums had committed all sorts of crimes and were unrepentant. It wasn't unjustified if they died. Johnny did his best to resist the beating, hoping that they would give up on him. He wasn't afraid of being beaten up by these hoodlums. The feeling like his bones would shatter after dropping from a flying stunt wasn't new to him. What he was afraid of was that the Ghost Rider inside him would suddenly appear. There were surveillance cameras in the detention room. Once Ghost Rider came out, wouldn't everything be captured clearly? Thus, when he entered the police department, he had immediately looked for a lawyer to get him out. What a barrel of fun that would be if he transformed in the police department. Unfortunately, Johnny's resistance was futile. Practically none of these hooligans were good. Only an older kid tried to stop them, but one of the hoodlums slapped him in the face. The hoodlum grinned maliciously as he beat up Johnny, who had fallen to the floor. He even shouted wildly, "I bet $100 that you would splatter brain juice in your last stunt, but you were King fine. I lost a lot of money because of you. I'm going to beat your brains out today." Luke's lips twitched. This was just asking to die. Serves you right for being unlucky. You actually want to beat Ghost Rider's brains out? Putting everything aside, did Ghost Rider have any brain matter in his skull? That was the question. But these hooligans clearly didn't have a chance to verify this speculation. Surrounded by a bunch of people, Johnny, who was pressed to the floor and beaten up, suddenly bellowed. However, it no longer sounded human, but was the strange and terrifying roar of Ghost Rider. Flames burst out. Bang! The hooligans were blown away. Ghost Rider, who was covered in flames, suddenly stood up and roared. Seeing that, Luke shrugged and packed up his things. He left the fast food restaurant and got onto his Triumph motorbike in a side alley. On the other side, Jack and Edward were in the police department's underground garage. Driving the car toward the exit, Edward asked, "When do I pick you up tomorrow morning?" Jack said, 9 o'clock. Not too early, let the star suffer a bit. It'll be easier to interrogate him then. Edward smiled. The guy must be having a good time right now. Jack smiled. Then we can only wish him a good night. Let's go back and get some good rest. As they spoke, the car drove out of the exit. Suddenly, there was a rumble from the underground garage. Jack frowned. What's that sound? It didn't sound like a police car or a patrol bike. It sounded like an engine, but also like an explosion. Edward was about to say something, when the sound swiftly approached them and a strange object raging with flames charged out from the depths of the garage. They had just gotten a rough look at the thing in the rearview mirror when it flew out from behind their car and jumped over them. The moment it landed, the exhaust pipe suddenly gave a loud bang. Bang! In the car, Jack and Edward screamed in fear as they covered their faces with their arms. Crack! The windshield's bulletproof glass was covered in a layer of black dust that looked like the bottom of a pot. This thing seemed very pleased with itself and even shook its handsome tail end. At that moment, there was a whistle, and the creature immediately abandoned Jack and Edward and charged toward the entrance of the police department. Jack and Edward crawled out of the car, still holding their guns as they looked in the direction in which the monster had left. At that moment, they finally saw what had destroyed their windshield. It was a burning skeleton motorcycle, and there was no driver. When they looked in its direction, a burning skeleton swaggered out of the police department and got onto the motorcycle. The burning skull head looked at the two men with pitch-black eye sockets. Its jaw cracked open and it made a strange sound, as if it was mocking them. Then, the skeleton motorcycle sped up and disappeared at the end of the street, leaving only a long line of fire behind to prove that it had indeed been here just now. Looking at each other, Jack and Edward ran into the police department. On the other side, Luke followed the line of fire and reached a familiar place in less than 10 minutes. This was the cemetery Johnny had visited last night. He didn't get any closer. Instead, he connected to the drone's surveillance feed and watched the conversation between the two people in the church. Johnny was asking the caretaker about the whereabouts of the San Venganza contract. This strange old man had mentioned it in the morning, and definitely knew more than he was letting on. Seeing that Johnny insisted on saving his girlfriend, the old man sighed, picked up the shovel next to him, and smashed it. Only then did Johnny realize that the shovel was hollow. The old man took out a thin scroll from inside. The San Venganza contract. Johnny reached for it. The old man dodged his hand. "Can I trust you?" After a brief silence, Johnny said, "They took my soul, but can't move my heart." The old man smiled. "Anyone who dares to sell their soul for love has the power to change the world. Remember what you said." With that, he handed the scroll to Johnny. Johnny took out the scroll. Where's San Venganza?" The old man said, "About 200 kilometers southwest. We need to set off quickly." He then walked out of the cemetery. Johnny put the scroll away and followed the old man. On the way to the cemetery, the old man stuck his fingers in his mouth and whistled. A horse suddenly whinnied not far away, and the sound of horse hooves on the ground rang out as it swiftly approached them. A black horse suddenly galloped out of the hazy night and stopped in front of the old man. It rubbed its big head against the old man affectionately. The old man mounted his horse. "I think I can ride it one last time." As he spoke, flames burst out of his head and spread downward. A ghost rider appeared in front of Johnny. Johnny looked at the scene in shock and was suddenly enlightened. "Carter Slade?" The ghost rider nodded slightly. Luke wasn't too surprised. Carter Slade was the last ghost rider that the old man had mentioned. In order to prevent Mephisto from obtaining the powerful San Venganza contract, Carter had betrayed him and disappeared with the contract. On one hand, the ghost riders whom Mephisto's had working for him weren't very obedient. On the other hand, the ghost riders also had to have the qualifications. If just anyone could unleash the power of a ghost rider, Mephisto's wouldn't have to be picky about the people who accepted this power. But it wasn't easy for Mephisto's to control the people who obtained this power. Johnny looked at the horse suspiciously. "Can it keep up?" Carter's skull grinned, and the flames on its body suddenly spread to the black horse. The hooves and eyes of the originally unremarkable black horse were now ablaze, and sparks spurted out of its nostrils and mouth. It pawed the ground and tilted its head, as if in disdain at Johnny's question. Johnny said, "Okay, let's go." As he spoke, Flames rose from his body and he turned into Ghost Rider. The next moment, there was the rumble of an engine and the crisp sound of horse hooves as the motorcycle and horse sped off. Luke sighed. Are you kidding me? It was one thing for these two guys themselves to transform, but they could also use this fire to change the nature of their mounts. That was really cheating. Both the black horse and the vintage motorcycle immediately turned into super strong means of transport after they were consumed by the flames, and they traveled 300 kilometers in a short period of time. Furthermore, the two of them headed west right through the wilderness and didn't take the road at all. It was hard for the Triumph motorcycle to go at that speed on the highway. Luke snorted, put the motorcycle away, and released a small plane in an open space. He mumbled, I can't run, but I can fly. From the night sky, he could see a line of fire and a trail of flaming hoofprints on the ground. He wouldn't lose them. Looking at the two people in front of him, especially the handsome skeleton horse, Luke was a little jealous. However, he could only look at the motorcycle and horse down below and drool. Additionally, although Ghost Rider's transformation was too flashy, it was indeed very cool and could conceal its identity. When Ghost Rider appeared, he was just a skeleton, and trying to figure out his build based on that wasn't easy. Luke had even reconstructed a face from Johnny's skull when he was bored. In the end, the face composite he came up with didn't belong to Johnny, but to a stranger. Clearly, this skeleton wasn't Johnny's. But Johnny had transformed in the detention center. There was no way he could hide his identity anymore. He had wasted such a good disguise. On the other hand, Ghost Rider's transformation was something bestowed by Mephisto. Luke had never thought of selling his soul. Even if they had no grudge and Mephisto was willing to sign a contract with him, Luke wouldn't be able to sell his soul. Before this big shot was sent back to hell by the system, he had inadvertently mentioned that Luke's soul had already signed a contract with someone. Now that Luke thought about it, that should be referring to the system. It was also because of this that the system, which usually didn't take the initiative, stopped Mephisto trying to invade its territory, rejecting Mephisto's mental connection, and even attacked him. In other words, as long as the enemy didn't do anything to Luke's soul or mind, the system wouldn't react. Just like that, Luke, who was deep in thought as he flew along, tailed the two Ghost Riders down below and arrived at the ruins of San Venganza. Looking at the dark ruins of the small town not far away, the flames on Carter's body went out, and he returned to his old appearance. I'll see you off here. Johnny was stunned. You're not coming with me. He thought that Carter had come to help him save Roxanne. How could he be done after just running over? Cataly said helplessly, I'm too old, and my Ghost Rider energy is almost depleted. I only came with you to fulfill my wish. Johnny asked, what wish? Carter said, I want to be sure that someone will continue fighting demons after I die. From his horse, he tossed a Winchester shotgun at Johnny. Go, kid. Johnny caught the gun, and Carter pulled on the reins. The black horse neighed and reared before it turned around and went back the way it had come. They soon disappeared into the deep night. Johnny was speechless. Carter was a Ghost Rider from 150 years ago. He had survived until now, all thanks to the Ghost Rider energy. But this support was limited, and wasn't enough to make a person immortal. Carter had already given Johnny the San Venganza contract which he had guarded for more than 100 years. This meant that his only concern and responsibility was now in the hands of Johnny, the new Ghost Rider. Having lived for almost 200 years, there wasn't anything he was reluctant to part with. After accompanying Johnny on this final journey, it also meant that the story of the previous Ghost Rider had come to an end. From now on, Johnny would be the new Ghost Rider who would travel alone. After watching Carter disappear over a small slope, Johnny put away his melancholy and continued on toward the ruins of San Venganza. On the other side, Carter didn't urge on the black horse under him, but let it make its sedate way back. His Ghost Rider ability was no longer enough for him to transform, but this old partner under him was much stronger than he was, and could still take him back to the cemetery. After that, he would wait in the church in the cemetery for the day he was completely free. He didn't know when that would be, but he would sense it when the time came. As for whether Johnny could defeat Blackheart and prevent the San Venganza contract from falling into his evil clutches, Carter didn't really care. He had done everything he could. If it still failed, it could only be said that it was God's will. Suddenly, the black horse stopped and neighed uneasily. Looking at someone not far away, Carter frowned and didn't say anything. Luke narrowed his eyes at Carter and smiled, his mind racing. This guy was a little old, but he was still a ghost rider, he was still alive. Even though he could no longer transform, he was still no ordinary person. Furthermore, this old man had lived for more than 150 years, and his understanding of hell demons and Mephisto wasn't something that a 30-year-old greenhorn like Johnny could compare with. Luke needed his knowledge. "Let's make a deal, Carter," he said. Carter said calmly, "I'm already dying. I won't make a deal with anyone." Luke smiled. "I'm sorry, but you can't refuse this deal. Why don't you tell me everything you know about hell and Mephisto? Otherwise, I'll have to trouble you." Cataly looked at him strangely. "You're not a demon." True demons naturally didn't need to obtain information about hell through him. That was their stomping ground. Luke pointed at his Big Dipper armor and asked, "Have you ever seen a demon who keeps up with the times?" Cataly shook his head. "They're all oldies. Your outfit is too flashy." "Luke, this is called fashion, all right. Sure enough, you're an antique who's out of date." Even as he muttered inwardly, Luke continued, "Then, can you tell me everything?" Carter shook his head decisively. "No. Even if you're not a demon, I refuse to make any deals. You can go now." Luke nodded in satisfaction. "Good." Carter said, "Huh." A moment later, a sharp whinny rang out in the wilderness. Looking at the two dumpling-shaped things on the ground, one big and one small, Luke was a little embarrassed. Thankfully, the helmet covered his face, preventing him from revealing his true emotions. The little dumpling was naturally Carter Slade, and the big dumpling was the Black Horse. He had only targeted Carter, but the Black Horse was very smart. Seeing him attack the old man, it charged over. He had no choice but to tie up the hot-tempered creature as well. "Actually, I wanted to do this peacefully. After all, you're already so old." He apologized, but didn't forget to check the system notification. "System, you have defeated Carter, Ghost Rider, and have received a list of his abilities. Carter Slade's abilities: Basic Firearms, Basic Theology, Basic Demonology, Inferno, Demon Bestowed, Unavailable, and Penance Stare, Angel Bestowed, Unavailable." Luke looked at the explanation for Penance Stare with a strange expression. Ghost Rider was Mephisto's creation, so where did this angel come from? Although Luke had taken down Carter with one punch, the latter was still as calm as ever and didn't even say one word. After living in pain and remorse for over 100 years, he was already tired. If this weirdo really wanted to kill him, Carter would only thank him for freeing him. It was when he saw Luke tying up the Black Horse that he hesitated. But he immediately realized that Luke was being very careful. The rope that had suddenly appeared was only used to restrain the Black Horse without harming it. He calmed down again. After learning basic theology and basic demonology, Luke hesitated for a moment, before he finally took out 2 syringes. There were only 10 milliliters of ruby red fluid in each syringe. He said, "Although you don't want to make a deal, I don't like to take advantage of people. Consider it a reward." As he spoke, he gave each of them a shot. A moment later, Carter, who had been indifferent, suddenly had a strange expression. Luke untied the man and the horse. "All right, the deal is done, off you go." Carter slowly stood up. Sensing the strange changes in his body, he had mixed feelings. Watching as Luke started running toward San Venganza, he finally couldn't help but ask, "What did you inject me with?" I don't know. Luke's voice rang out from afar. I'm just giving it a try. You might live for a few more years. Carter slayed, so I'm just a test subject. At that moment, Luke was praising himself for how resourceful he was. The thing he had injected into Carter and the Black Horse was his spoils from saving Robert and Catherine on the cruise ship, the unknown, ruby-red liquid substance. Not all the 8 milk barrels he had looted back then were filled with the unknown liquid. He had thrown 2 out as bait. One really was just milk, and the other had basically been licked clean by that mutant octopus. Of the remaining 6 barrels, 4 contained real milk, and only 2 had the unknown substance. Thankfully, the milk barrels weren't small. They were the standard 1 gallon, or 3,785 milliliters, barrels. But Luke had never used the liquid after he obtained it. He didn't want to experiment with this mysterious liquid on ordinary people or animals. Doing so was too despicable and went against his principles. Use it on bad guys? He wasn't that kind. If the unknown liquid cured these bad guys, he would have to kill them again. That would be too wasteful. It wasn't until he met Carter today that he suddenly remembered this thing. This old man was a decent person and was on the verge of death. It was the same for his Black Horse. He would be lucky if he could live one more day. Even a small amount wouldn't produce anything too weird. A ghost rider itself was a special existence. After using this mysterious unknown liquid, the two together might produce some amazing results. These were the most optimal conditions for an experiment. Besides, as a former ghost rider, it was impossible for the old man to go to a media agency or call the police and say that someone was using him as a live experiment. Everything was perfect, and Luke had accomplished a small goal. Watching him leave, Cataly couldn't help but raise his voice. "Who are you?" Luke said, "Big Dipper." With that, he disappeared into the night. Stumped for a moment, the old man then shook his head with a bitter smile. Carter Slade had been prepared to die tonight, but this Big Dipper had appeared out of nowhere and injected him with the red liquid. At that moment, he actually felt his old and decaying body glow with vitality. For the last 100 years or so, he had relied on the power of Ghost Rider to maintain his body. But he was really too old. Although Ghost Rider was powerful, that energy couldn't stop the old man's body from decaying. Over the years, his body had become like a bucket full of holes, and the Ghost Rider power continued to leak out. In the last few years, the Ghost Rider power had clearly fallen to its weakest, allowing him to anticipate his death. Now, this mysterious Big Dipper had injected him with a strange energy that was slowly healing his body. It was mending the cracks, and the rate at which the Ghost Rider power was depleting gradually slowed down. He estimated that he could live for at least another 3 to 5 years. What was going on? He had been ready to go back and die. Carter was conflicted. A person who knew that he was going to die and had been prepared for everything suddenly learned that he would live for a while yet. The feeling was unimaginably complicated. Luke had already let go of Carter Slade's matter for now. What he had needed was the old man's knowledge. The basic theology he just learned contained a lot of general knowledge about hell. He had achieved his goal. He had long guessed that the old man was very sensitive to the word deal, which was why he had deliberately used it so that the old man would refuse. That way, he could defeat the previous Ghost Rider and obtain a list of his abilities. He hadn't mistreated the old man. The unknown red liquid was a form of compensation. In any case, the old man no longer had the will to fight. Even if he lived a few more years, he would just retire in the cemetery and not go out and cause trouble like a young man. Now, Luke only had one target left, Blackheart. Oh, and that water demon, he couldn't forget him, Luke reminded himself. Looking at the images captured by the drone from the air, Luke sped up. In the center of the abandoned town, in a square outside a church, Ghost Rider was confronting Blackheart. Looking at Ghost Rider, who was burning with flames, Blackheart smiled. Cancel your transformation, or your girlfriend will suffer. Water Demon, who was holding Roxanne, immediately tightened his grip on her neck, causing her face to turn red. The flames faded from Ghost Rider to reveal Johnny's true self. The San Venganza contract. Give it to me. Blackheart stretched out his hand. Johnny slowly took out the scroll from his chest. A trade. If you let Roxanne go, I'll give it to you. Blackheart looked at the scroll and felt the aura of his cheap father, Mephisto, on it. His heart burned. He turned his head and gestured at Water Demon, who threw Roxanne into a corner 7 or 8 meters away. Blackheart stepped forward and grabbed the scroll. It didn't budge. Johnny gripped the other end of the scroll tightly as fury flashed in his eyes. With a loud bang, his head burst into flames. Ghost Rider appeared again and punched Blackheart in the face, sending him flying. Enraged, Blackheart roared as he lay on the ground, "Catch that woman and cut off one of her hands." The flames on Johnny's head shook violently a few times, and he turned around to protect his girlfriend, Roxanne. Water Demon also started moving almost at the same time. But the next moment, both of them exclaimed in surprise. The corner which Roxanne had collapsed in was empty. Blackheart got up and cursed at the motionless Water Demon. "Didn't you hear me? Catch that woman." At that moment, he noticed the empty corner. "Huh? Where is she?" "Water Demon, I don't know." "Find her. I'm going to cut his girlfriend into pieces in front of this Ghost Rider." Black mist filled Blackheart's blue face, and his mouth was full of sharp teeth. He was infuriated by Johnny reneging on the deal. Johnny was alone, and his girlfriend was here. How dare he fight back? Blackheart wasn't his father, and wouldn't tolerate Ghost Rider's provocation at all. After a brief hesitation, Water Demon turned into a ball of liquid and flowed out of the square. After leaving the square, he saw the female reporter, Roxanne, hiding behind a pile of rubble dozens of meters away, half of her body exposed. He didn't think too much of it. Roxanne was just an ordinary woman without any abilities. Water Demon's own traits made him unafraid of physical attacks, so catching Roxanne would be a piece of cake. When he was not far from Roseanne, he condensed back into his human form and stretched out one wet hand with a hideous smile. "Come here, baby. Your boyfriend is waiting for you inside." A gray jar suddenly flew out from behind Roxanne and landed at his feet. Roxanne cried out at the same time as she flailed her limbs in panic and suddenly flew more than 20 meters away. Stunned for a moment, Water Demon didn't understand what was going on. Then, with a bang, the gray dust under his feet suddenly exploded, and a thick white fog enveloped an area of 10 meters. "What the hell is this?" He was still speaking, when he was enveloped in the white fog. In the distance, Roxanne also turned to look at Water Demon with a baffled expression, as if she had no idea what was going on. The air in front of her suddenly warped, and a figure appeared amidst flickering blue electricity. The figure was wrapped tightly in a streamlined suit of dark gray armor, and the round lenses looked like old-fashioned sunglasses. Roxanne exclaimed and stumbled back a few meters. The dark gray figure just turned around and glanced at her. Waving his hand to indicate that she should stay away, he walked toward the frozen Water Demon. Naturally, it was Luke in the Big Dipper armor. The assassin-type Big Dipper armor had an optical camouflage system. Most of the inspiration for this system came from the broken Predator armor which he obtained from the South Pole. Luke then combined it with some of Earth's technology and struggled before he was able to localize it for use. This optical camouflage's stealth effect was a little rougher in a situation that was sufficiently bright, and it was easy for others to detect the distortion of light. But in a dark environment, the stealth effect was still useful. Luke had relied on this thing to secretly cover Roxanne's mouth and take her out while the other three were focused on the contract. When Water Demon came to look for her, Luke deliberately exposed part of Roxanne's body to lure him over, and then used a liquid nitrogen canister to trap Water Demon. It seemed that Water Demon really was only a water demon, and not an ice demon. He wasn't as resistant to low temperatures as Luke had imagined, so Wind Demon decisively turned into a huge block of ice. However, there was no notification from the system that he had killed or defeated Water Demon. Perhaps it was because the ice had only trapped Water Demon, and hadn't caused any substantial damage. Observing the lump of ice, Luke noticed that there were already water stains on it. It was clear that Water Demon was trying to break free from the ice. Luke silently raised the other can of liquid nitrogen that he had prepared and aimed it at Water Demon. Chi! 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 The water stains on the ice lump immediately turned white again. He then raised his fist and punched the ice lump. Bang! With a series of cracks, the ice lump broke into several pieces. With a thought, all the ice lumps except for Water Demon's head disappeared. Luke smiled. It was impossible to place living things in his inventory, but the parts that were cut off were naturally dead matter. The most troublesome thing about Water Demon was his ability to change his form and disappear into the ground at any moment. Now that he had turned into a lump of ice, it was very easy to kill him. Now, Luke could easily detect that the guy's soul or consciousness existed in the humanoid head. After a few more punches, the head was also smashed into pieces. With a thought, he stored most of the debris away in his inventory, leaving behind a small round object. This was the core of Water Demon's soul, and could be considered a living organism. Naturally, his inventory wouldn't accept it. Holding the little ice ball in his hand, Luke activated elementary annihilation to wrap around it and crush it mercilessly. Cracking sounds rang out as the little ice ball swiftly shrunk, scattering ice crystals until it was completely destroyed. As the last of the ice crystals disappeared into the air, there was a barely discernible scream. It was Water Demon's dying voice. System: kill Hell's Water Demon. Completed. Total experience: 3,000. Total credit: 3,000. Contribution rate: 100%. EXP plus 3,000. Credit plus 3,000. System: you have killed Hell's Water Demon and have received a list of its abilities. Hell's Water Demon's abilities. Demon bestowed, unlearnable. Waving his hand casually to shake off non-existent dirt, Luke returned to the square. In the small square, Blackheart had the upper hand in fighting Ghost Rider, and had just seized the contract. He laughed delightedly. Ha ha ha, you garbage mongrel rider, you still want to fight me? Luke looked at Ghost Rider, who couldn't get up from where he was being stepped on by Blackheart. He silently took out his special M500 and stuck his gun out from behind the wall. Bang! 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 Four large holes exploded in Blackheart's chest and abdomen, and a large amount of blue smoke drifted out. He staggered back and screamed in pain. He glared in Luke's direction in shock and anger. Who's there? Bang! As soon as he said that, a huge hole appeared in his right hand, which held the contract. Luke was surprised. This guy's body was indeed resistant to attacks. Even an M500 couldn't break his hand. Blackheart roared, "You want to kill me? Not that easy." Luke smiled under his helmet. With a thought, special ammo was loaded into the M500. Bang! 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 He fired 5 consecutive shots, 1 armor-penetrating bullet, 2 highly explosive bullets, and 2 incendiary bullets, and hit Blackheart in the head and upper body. Every bullet was equipped with elementary penetration's armor-breaking ability. This time, Blackheart finally couldn't make any noise. Half of his head was gone, and his chest and stomach were riddled with holes as his injuries continued to burn. Ghost Rider, who had gotten up from the ground, turned around and said to Luke in the corner, "It's useless. Your gun can't kill him." As he spoke, blue smoke suddenly poured out of Blackheart's wounds to instantly cover a 5-meter radius around him. Luke didn't say anything and fired again. As a result, the blue smoke expanded to 10 meters. Luke frowned and mumbled to himself, "This blue-skinned guy doesn't completely have sh*T for brains, he knows how to use a smokescreen to dodge bullets." Inside the blue fog, Blackheart, who was missing half a body, was furious, but he had a sinister smile on his face. He raised his remaining hand and opened the contract. $$, $carat. Luke threw down a mini microphone behind the wall. He snuck over to the other side before asking through the microphone, "Can you translate it? I don't understand what he's saying." Half of Blackheart's mouth was gone and his words were extremely garbled. Even with Carter Slade's knowledge of the demonic language, Luke couldn't make out the words. Ghost Rider turned his head and seemed astonished when he looked at the corner that the microphone was in. Finally, he replied, "He's using the contract to order the evil spirits of San Venganza to fuse with him." Luke said, So it's something like, "If I go, I'm taking you with me." The flames on Ghost Rider's head flickered. Almost. He remembered that voice. It belonged to the person who beat up Blackheart and killed Wind Demon and Earth Demon in front of him not long ago. Just now, Water Demon had gone out to catch Roxanne and hadn't returned, but this voice had appeared. Roxanne was also watching from a corner further away. Sure enough, Water Demon had been killed by this mysterious person. He was clearly an ally. The Ghost Rider that Johnny had transformed into wasn't stupid, and he knew how difficult it was to deal with Blackheart. With a powerful teammate like Luke, it would be easier for him to defeat Blackheart and rescue Roxanne. What was even stranger was that he couldn't detect any evil on this mysterious person. For Ghost Rider, everyone carried sin, but to varying degrees. The more evil a person was, the more he couldn't control his urge to attack them. This mysterious person gave him the feeling that he was too clean as a piece of paper, as if he had never done anything wrong. Ghost Rider couldn't attack this mysterious person. Johnny, however, knew that there was something strange about this person. He and Ghost Rider were just two people in the same body, and Ghost Rider's instincts didn't completely make him lose self-awareness. Compared with never having committed sin, Johnny was more inclined to believe that the mysterious person had some sort of method to block Ghost Rider's perception of guilt. But now that they were facing a powerful enemy, he wouldn't let Ghost Rider go after the mysterious man. Hearing Ghost Rider's reply, Luke hummed and narrowed his eyes at the blue smoke not far away. Half of Blackheart's body had been blown up just now and he couldn't utter complete syllables, yet he was still chanting. A devil's vocal cords were indeed very mystical. Blackheart opening the contract was one of the things Luke had anticipated. He had just learned Carter Slade's basic theology and basic demonology, and Carter Slade had also witnessed the birth of the San Venganza contract. He knew a lot of secret information about the contract. Thus, Luke wasn't in a hurry. The bullets which Luke had shot at Blackheart just now were to test the effectiveness of the bullets with elementary penetration on the demon. If he really did kill this guy in one go, he wouldn't mind picking up this new gift bag and happily count the experience and credit points. If the guy wasn't killed, he would wait for an opportunity. After all, he had a young and strong Ghost Rider with him who was just waiting to hit Blackheart. In the blue fog, Blackheart, who didn't even have an intact mouth, finally finished chanting in a strange language. He threw away the contract in his hand and roared. The entire town started to change. Grayish-black smoke emerged from every corner of the ruins and quickly condensed into human figures. The grayish-black smoke figures were slightly blurry, but it was clear that they were all wearing ragged clothes, and were as thin as mummies. Some of them crawled over the ground and some flew in the air as they screamed mournfully. These were the evil spirits of San Venganza. As the first evil spirit lunged at Blackheart in the huge expanse of blue smoke, all the evil spirits followed suit as they turned into pillars of smoke that flocked toward him and entered his body. Blackheart screamed. Luke asked, "Is he going to get himself killed?" This contract was created by Mephisto. This old man was best at swindling people. He would feel no pressure swindling his own son. The flames on Ghost Rider's head flickered again. No, he'll just get stronger. Luke hummed and suddenly lowered his voice, as if he was mumbling to himself, will he have a lot of sinful souls inside him if he does that? Ghost Rider's flames flickered again, his pitch-dark eye sockets staring fixedly at the blue smoke that was surrounded by the evil spirits, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. It took less than a minute for Blackheart to fuse with the evil spirits. The blue smoke suddenly retreated back into Blackheart's body, and the half of his body that was missing recovered completely. Standing in the square, he looked down at Ghost Rider with a lofty expression. Luke. Sorry, he was on the other side, and the microphone was behind a broken wall. Blackheart probably didn't think it was cool to stare at a wall, so he could only cast his intimidating gaze at the skull who was conveniently in front of him. Luke observed from the side. At that moment, Blackheart's appearance had clearly changed. His eyes were no longer as dark as before. Instead, they had turned blood-red and crystalline. His mouth had reverted to its demon form, and his long and sharp teeth intersected. His red eyes were like those of a fly, and his teeth were like toenails that hadn't been cut in decades. How disgusting. Luke decisively gave this new version of Blackheart a 5-star poor rating. Blackheart slowly raised his hands and said in a deep voice, "My name is Legion, for we are many." These words seemed to contain countless voices which roared together and echoed throughout the town. Even the dark clouds in the night sky stirred. Bang! 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 A string of big holes appeared from Blackheart's butt up to the back of his head, and half of his teeth were knocked out of his disgusting mouth. Of course, it was because Luke had snuck up behind him and sprayed the pretentious guy with 5 highly explosive bullets. A voice suddenly rang out from the microphone near Ghost Rider, "Attack." Ghost Rider didn't say anything. However, he immediately took out the Winchester shotgun from his back. Flames spread out from his body, and an exaggerated skeleton gun appeared. Bang! With a loud bang, half of Blackheart's body exploded into flaming fragments which scattered in all directions. System: Kill San Venganza Evil Spirit 1. Mission completed. Total experience, 50. Total credit, 50. Contribution rate, 20%. EXP plus 10. Credit plus 10. Luke narrowed his eyes as he read the system notification. What Ghost Rider fired wasn't a bullet, but raging fire. The flames on the skull weren't regular ones at all. They probably had a special lethal effect on demons, and were more useful than Luke's elementary penetration and special bullets for dealing with Blackheart. But in a few seconds, the flames on the scattered fragments were quickly extinguished, and grayish-black smoke rose into the air to quickly pull in evil spirits and converge on Blackheart's body. With the sound of mud being stirred, the evil spirits took human form again before they turned into Blackheart. There weren't any wounds on Blackheart, as if the bullets he had been hit with were nothing. He chuckled deeply. Your world and your souls will be. Bang! Ghost Rider's skeleton gun spat out another fireball and the pretentious guy exploded into pieces. System: Killed San Venganza Evil Spirit 2. Mission completed. Total experience, 100. Total credit, 100. Contribution rate, 20%. EXP plus 20. Credit plus 20. Looking at the system notification again, Luke smiled. So that was how it was. These 2 alerts happened to appear when Ghost Rider shot and blew up Blackheart. Thinking about Blackheart's words, "We are many," after he absorbed the San Venganza contract as well as the 20% contribution rate in the system notification, Luke speculated that Blackheart wasn't completely uninjured after each attack. Luke had a 20% contribution rate when he killed the 2 San Venganza evil spirits. Clearly, he and Ghost Rider had worked together. Luke shot Blackheart 5 times first, and 2 of the evil spirits in Blackheart's body were wounded by the elementary penetration on the bullets. Right after that, Ghost Rider followed up with 2 super strong attacks, finally killing the 2 evil spirits. This meant that the evil spirits of the San Venganza contract might already be a part of Blackheart. Any damage he sustained would be consumed by the evil spirits with mysterious powers in his body. After all, Blackheart had already said that they were legion and many. If that was the case, then Blackheart now was indeed more difficult to deal with. There were more than 1,000 evil spirits in the contract, but Luke and Ghost Rider couldn't keep shooting. It took a lot of mental strength for Luke to add elementary penetration to bullets, and he could probably only do it 30 to 100 times in a row. Ghost Rider's explosive, burning shots consumed even more energy. The flames on his body dimmed and shrunk significantly after the 2 shots. With more than 1,000 evil spirits combined, Blackheart could exhaust them to death here. Laughing, Blackheart walked toward Ghost Rider. Struggle. Repent. But all of you will eventually become part of us. Ghost Rider was going to pull the trigger again, but Blackheart finally stopped just standing there foolishly. With a flash, he sent Ghost Rider flying with a punch. Luke, who was observing in secret, was cheerful. Just 2 of the evil spirits were killed, and this pretentious prick couldn't take it. The father was a straightforward man. When his clone died, it died. How could he have such a useless son? While Luke was thinking this, Blackheart turned around and lunged at the spot Luke had fired from, but there was nobody there. Bang! 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 Several bullets shot out from the shadows nearby, and Big Dipper's voice rang out. Go to hell. Blackheart turned around and lunged at the source of the sound again. There was still no one behind the wall, except for a pistol set up with a remote and a small microphone next to it. It was this remote control device that had pulled the trigger just now, and the words had naturally come from the microphone. Luke had been communicating through the armor's voice system and microphone. Blackheart, who had just escaped from hell, was an old antique. He thought that the microphone on the armor was the same as the mini mic, and had naturally picked the wrong one. People without learning were just that scary. While Blackheart was looking for trouble with Luke, Ghost Rider, who had been sent flying, heard someone shushing him not far away, and his skull head turned around. I'll create an opportunity. Don't hesitate to use the pen and stare on him later. Not far away, Luke's voice came from the mini mic which Luke had dropped earlier. Ghost Rider tilted his head. Later. Blackheart smashed the remote control device and was so angry that his face turned blue. He roared, "Come out, you despicable coward. Don't you have the courage to face me?" With a disdainful hiss, Blackheart suddenly turned to look in Ghost Rider's direction. He saw a man in gray standing there. "I'm out, what can you do?" Blackheart was furious. "I can kill you." As he spoke, he lunged at Luke. Luke quickly retreated, and completely didn't appear as tough as he had been earlier as he subconsciously waved his hands. Blackheart closed in on him quickly, and the grin on his face grew wider. This bastard had been like a leech for the past few days, ruining his plans and beating him up, ambushing him several times. His hatred wouldn't be quelled until he devoured this B***tch. Don't come any closer. Luke retreated 7 or 8 meters to the wall with his hands out in front of him, as if he was trying to stop the enemy from approaching. It's useless. Come and become one with me. Blackheart's smile grew wider as he lunged forward. Luke suddenly roared, F***ck off. I don't want to talk to you. He turned and ran around a corner. Blackheart gave chase and turned the corner as well. Luke ran 7 to 8 meters away before he reached out with one hand to pick up the killer weapon that was ready to go and threw it at Blackheart. Ghost Rider, who had been listening to the mini mic, suddenly felt like he was flying. Bang! With a dull thud, the 2 figures crashed into each other in the air and rolled 7 to 8 times over the ground before finally stopping. Quick! Kill him! Luke shouted. Ghost Rider immediately recalled Luke's random warning. The flames on his body surged as he pressed down on Blackheart. "Look into my eyes." Shocked, Blackheart was about to take action. Bang! 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 4 bullets flew through the air, accurately avoiding Ghost Rider to hit Blackheart's limbs. Blackheart was too late. Ghost Rider had already said the complete line. "Your soul is stained by the blood of the innocent. Feel their pain." Blackheart screamed, "No." One on the ground and one on top, the two of them looked at each other, like a couple in love. Unlike the hooligan who had been hit with the penance stare, the affectionate look between Blackheart and Ghost Rider lasted for almost a minute before Ghost Rider finally let go of Blackheart's lapels and got up. Luke was also relieved. System, assist Ghost Rider in killing Blackheart. Completed. Total experience, 8,000. Total credit, 8,000. Contribution rate, 40%. EXP plus 3,200. Credit plus 3,200. Host's experience, 7,200/100,000. Credit, 26,000. Blackheart wasn't worth many experience points, it was less than half of his dad's clone. Luke knew it was probably because this guy had just escaped from hell and hadn't killed too many humans yet. It wasn't hard to deal with Blackheart, but it had taken quite a bit of effort. After absorbing the power of the contracted evil spirits, Blackheart had had an absolute advantage in numbers, which made Luke and the Ghost Rider a little powerless. If it wasn't for Ghost Rider's penance stare, which directly attacked the thousands of evil spirits that had fused with Blackheart, it would have been very difficult to kill this upgraded version of Blackheart. After obtaining the power of the San Venganza contract, Blackheart felt that his strength had skyrocketed and that he was invincible. That was why he had lost so quickly. Blackheart could have retreated for the time being and appeared again only after fully assimilating the power of the evil spirits. It would have been even harder to deal with him then. Luke had always been of the mind that one could only live happily if they kept their head down. Blackheart wasn't skilled at wielding his own power, yet he wanted to put on an act. It was only a matter of time before he was killed by some mighty figure. Clearly, his luck had run out. Luke was still staring at Blackheart's body, mulling over various things when he suddenly felt that something was wrong with the light here. Why is it turning blue? He turned his head and saw that the flames on Ghost Rider had suddenly turned light blue, and were moving much slower and more gently. Not far away, Roxanne was also looking at the skull head. This time, they looked at each other affectionately. Luke said, "Go comfort your girlfriend. Even if you want to break up, you should find a better reason." The flames on the skull head flickered and dimmed a little, but Ghost Rider couldn't help but move toward Roxanne outside the square. Luke smiled and left with Blackheart's body. He didn't care about their love talk, they could even get hot and heavy here if they wanted. Blackheart's body was absolutely worth collecting. He still had the body of the female vampire in his inventory. Now that he had the body of a demon lord's son, he was a little excited. Leaving the couple's line of sight, he immediately put Blackheart's body in his inventory. Unexpectedly, Daddy System spoke up. "System, bundle of evil thoughts has been detected, which can be converted into 20,000 credit points or used to modify the inventory's functions. Please choose, convert credit points/modify inventory's functions." Luke was stunned for a moment by this notification, but he didn't stop moving. In any case, he knew Johnny's identity, and this guy had openly broken out of the Dallas Police Department. If he really wanted to get close to this new Ghost Rider, he still had to wait for him to first deal with the various secret agencies who wanted to detain him. Help him? Sorry, they weren't that close, and Ghost Rider wasn't worth his help. There was no need for him to get involved in such huge trouble. He simply slipped away. After running for a while, he took out a small plane and took off for Dallas. He finally remembered the system notification. After some thought, he decided to modify his inventory. Points were precious, but he earned them to spend them. As long as he could stay alive and increase his strength, the right choice was to spend points on fighting top-tier bosses, purchasing abilities, or boosting his inventory. It was just like how ordinary people made money. As long as they didn't spend it on vices, there was no difference in spending it on food, clothes, and the house. Keep Blackheart's body as a trophy? Sorry, there was no need to keep a trophy that could be exchanged for huge benefits. Besides, there had been no other notifications about his inventory apart from spending credit points to enlarge it. This option to modify the inventory might be far more valuable than 20,000 credit points. 20,000 credit points was nothing. Hadn't old Mephisto just sponsored him 20,000? Luke clicked on the modify option. With a thought, Blackheart's body in his inventory instantly disappeared. System, the bundle of evil thoughts has been claimed. The inventory is being modified. Then, Luke was kicked out, and he could no longer sense anything that was happening in his inventory. Luke was lost for words. It was just a modification. Was there a need to be so mysterious? Wait. He couldn't access it with his mental strength? Luke suddenly realized a small problem. Putting items away in his inventory required his mental strength, but he didn't know exactly how it worked. Now that he couldn't access the inventory with his mental strength, did that mean that he couldn't put anything in it? With this dilemma, the small plane landed in a remote wasteland on the outskirts of Dallas 20 minutes later. Throwing his new Big Dipper armor into the plane, Luke could only eat his lollipop in the wasteland and wait for his inventory to recover. There was a lot of equipment on the plane that couldn't be exposed. Some parts were made with illegal materials, and the technology involved far surpassed that of ordinary small planes. He didn't want this thing to fall into the hands of certain departments. Luke reflected on his impulsive behavior. He should have waited until he was back in Los Angeles before doing anything. It wasn't good to be too hasty. Since he couldn't use his inventory, he couldn't even make a pot of coffee and eat his donuts to pass the time. The only things he had were 2 chocolate lollipops which he had casually put in his pocket. Things had come to this point, but he was no longer flustered. There were a lot of people in America who had small planes, and this was the outskirts of Texas. If modifying the inventory took too long, he would wait until just before daybreak at the very latest to hide the plane for the time being and wait in the city. He didn't waste his time, and decisively studied the team module that had just been activated. He had only taken a cursory look at it before, and it seemed a little complicated. He hadn't finished dealing with Blackheart and his group then, so he had let it go for the time being. Now, the dust had settled, and he had the time to look at it. After a long period of harassment, the system was finally no longer as lazy as at the beginning. This time, the team module appeared right away on the interface. There were 3 panels side by side, which were labeled teammates, neutrals, and enemies respectively, and had a detailed list of names. There were relatively few names in the teammates panel and a long stretch under the neutrals. As for enemies, there were slightly more names compared with his teammates. Luke smiled dryly and rolled the lollipop in his mouth. It's fine, it's fine. Everybody has enemies these days. He didn't need to scroll through each panel, the system was just presenting the list in a manner that Luke was used to. With just a thought, his intended target would be displayed. Luke chose to look at his teammates first, which was probably the most important list. At the same time, it was the simplest panel. Robert's name appeared. Unquestionably, Selena's name also appeared. Then, nothing. But Luke was long used to how lazy the system was, so he immediately started harassing it. There were a lot of things that the system wouldn't show unless he asked for them. The system's principle had always been, save as much trouble as possible. Unless necessary, it would never take the initiative to do anything. Just like the earliest 3 attributes, the system had simply dubbed them strength, dexterity and mental strength, when in reality, they could be called physical buff, quick reflexes and mental strength. But Luke had long since figured out the system's logic. Before he transmigrated, he had been playing an old third-rate online game. The game characters had these three attributes, and even the experience and credit system was similar. The system was definitely using the rules of this old-fashioned online game to save time. Luke reckoned that once he subconsciously felt that he had reached a high enough level in his stats, the system would probably come up with physical and mental ways to beat him down. As expected, under his relentless effort, the team module changed. The panels for teammates and enemies were now divided into 3 even more detailed panels. Luke only needed a few looks to know what these new panels were about. There were green circles for the teammates panel and red circles for the enemies panel. 1 circle was a light shade. 2 circles were a regular shade. 3 circles were a dark shade. From left to right, the panels were arranged as thus: teammates, 3 dark green, 2 green, 1 light green. Neutral, yellow. Enemies, 1 light red, 2 red, 3 dark red. Looking at the row of red, green and yellow circles, Luke said helplessly, "System, can you change this to a 5-star setup?" This time, the system didn't dawdle, and immediately turned the symbols into stars. Only then did Luke relax. Put together, the circles looked like a traffic light, stars were better. The system stopped being considerate after that. The teammates and enemies panels didn't use 5 stars for the rating, while the neutral panel was still the same. The system expressed with its usual aloofness, "This is enough. It's useless no matter how much noise you make." Luke stopped harassing the system. This was enough for him to figure out a lot of things. Looking at the names in the panels from left to right, they also corresponded to how close he was to these people. Selena was the only one in the 3-star panel. The 2-star panel was empty. Robert was the only one in the 1-star teammates panel. There were too many people in the neutral panel, which listed most of the people Luke had met in his whole life. As for the enemies panel, there were a lot. For example, Mephisto, the big shot from hell whom Luke met last night, was on the 3-star list of enemies and ranked first. Most of the people in the 2-star list were those whom Luke's alternate identities had sent packing and who hadn't died yet. The list included Dylan Ellsworth, Alex Montel, and some other people with the surname Ellsworth. They were vampires whom Batman had gotten sent off to a secret research facility. There were too many enemies on the 1-star list. Many criminals who had been arrested as well as their family members were on the list. Clearly, they weren't feeling friendly to a particular detective. Luke only gave the panel a cursory glance. It was that easy for a detective from the Major Crimes Division to draw hate. If he printed this list out in font size 5 at the smallest, it would still be an A4 stack 1 centimeter in height. That was one of the reasons why he hadn't been in the mood to study the team module yesterday. It was too hard to be a good person in this world. Luke sighed. The more he sacrificed for this world, the more enemies he had. It wasn't easy being a superhero. However, that wasn't the team module's only function. After checking, Luke found that all the abilities of his only 2 teammates were unlocked. Previously, he could only choose to defeat or kill the other party. Otherwise, he had to earn the other party's gratitude to qualify to learn someone's abilities. Now, the team module finally provided a third way: become teammates. Luke was relieved. He could defeat or even kill his enemies without hesitation to obtain their abilities. But he couldn't do the same with neutral and friendly people. Once he used a bet to obtain an ability, there were huge hidden dangers. Bobby, for example, had a good relationship with Luke, but he wasn't as grateful as the system required him to be. Bobby had always been a little unlucky. If he lost a bet to Luke, this PR manager might get into a car accident if he was driving. Or if he went down into Boomtown's mine, it might collapse on him. Thinking that, Luke slapped his forehead. When he went back, he would have to arrange for Bobby to return to Los Angeles. He had accidentally forgotten about his PR manager, who had been at the Boomtown mine for almost 3 months. But Bobby didn't have much combat ability, so it was unlikely that he would become Luke's teammate. If Manager Bobby continued to be left in the mines, it was likely that he would hate Luke more rather than feel grateful to him. This was the first gain from the team module. Secondly, Selena's panel also revealed some information. There was nothing extraordinary about her abilities. The system didn't consider Selena's symbiotic relationship with Gold Nugget and the buff on her as her ability. Combined with the fact that Selena hadn't lost weight in years but also had never been fat, Luke had some guesses. Maybe one day, she would give him a surprise. Just as he was thinking that, Luke suddenly received a system notification. System, teammate Selena has completed the task of cleaning up drug gangs and destroying illegal drugs. Total experience, 500. Total credit, 500. Contribution rate, 80%. Selena is a 3-star teammate. Host automatically gets a 50% share of the contribution rate. Host has obtained 200 experience and 200 credit points. Luke was lost for words. So this was how teammates worked. After a moment of excitement, he finally suppressed the urge to call Selena. He had been too hasty earlier, and because of his slip, was unable to use his inventory for the time being. He had to calm down, calm down. Looking at the notification on Selena's panel, he calmed down and pondered it. 800 experience and credit points indicated that Selena had probably gone out to beat up hooligans while he wasn't around, to continue the legend of the LA knee breaker. The nest wasn't big, and there weren't many illegal drugs. The contribution rate for the mission was only 80%. It was probably because a certain dog head had gone along and helped out. In the end, Luke got half of the experience and credit points from Selena completing her mission, which was 500 by 80% x 50% equals 200. Luke couldn't help but smile. Compared with him, this harvest was naturally very low. His trip to Dallas had earned him tens of thousands of experience and credit points. The 200 experience and credit points from Selena could only be considered a handful. However, Luke didn't have to do anything to get these experience and credit points. Treasure. Luke thought. Wasn't this the treasure in some online games? Although the system said that Selena was a teammate, experience was distributed equally among in-game teammates. After Luke activated the team module the day before yesterday, the system didn't distribute any experience or credit points to Selena and Robert. Clearly, this sharing mode was just a one-sided harvest from Luke's teammates. In addition, the system also mentioned that Selena was a 3-star teammate. So, the teammate star rating might also affect the share of contribution points. Thinking that, he glanced at his teammates' panel. Robert was still traveling around the world with Catherine. Even if he went back to town to work, he wouldn't deal with any major cases. Besides, he was already a middle-aged man in his 40s. Since he had decided to retire in a small town, it was good for him to spend the rest of his days peacefully. Thus, Luke wasn't counting on Robert to supply him points. At that moment, he thought of another question: why weren't the others on this team? For example, Drax, Catherine, and Claire were all part of his family and very close to him. Why weren't they included? Observing his teammates carefully, he noticed something. The system had activated the team module function. Team. That was the key word. Robert and Selena, who were his teammates, had both experienced life and death battles with him. Selena was an all-round partner who had gone through life and death with him many times. She was without doubt a hardcore teammate. Back in Shackleford, Robert and Luke had killed dozens of criminals from the Carlos family together as part of the small town's sheriff department. That was probably why they were considered teammates. But Dustin and Elsa had also fought alongside Luke, yet they weren't on the list. He would have to study this carefully in the future. Their colleagues in the police department were professionals who had been involved in various cases for a long time. Once they became teammates, he would be able to earn a steady stream of points from them. Also, these people were quite close to him. It should be easier to turn them into teammates than strangers. Also, Gold Nugget wasn't on the list. Maybe because it wasn't human. Suddenly, another system notification popped up. System, teammate Selena has completed the task of rescuing the woman and subduing the hoodlums. Total experience, 5. Contribution rate, 100%. Selena is a 3-star teammate. Host automatically gets a 50% share of the contribution rate. Host has obtained 2 experience and 2 credit points. Looking at this utterly eye-catching 2, Luke was stupefied. A moment later, Luke finally couldn't help but ask a tortured question, wait. There seems to be a problem with my math. System, tell me, how did 5 by 50% arrive at 2? The system remained silent. Luke was lost for words. System, if you round up 2.5, it should be 3. How can it be rounded off to 2? This question seemed to have triggered some rule, and the system immediately gave a simple explanation, whole numbers. As Luke mulled over this, he realized, so, you're saying it's to make it easier for you to calculate the experience and credit points for a mission. Right, maybe because there's also the contribution rate, so all this is rounded up. The system was silent again. Luke got it. Silence was tacit agreement. At the very least, there was no big understanding. No wonder the experience and credit points which the system gave him after most of his missions were all whole figures, and they were all multiples of 10 to boot, they had been rounded off. Can you not be so lazy? Luke roasted the system helplessly. The system was silent. Actually, Luke didn't really care about this. In the beginning, the experience and credit points, as well as the contribution rate, were often scrapped since Luke had very little experience to level up with at that time. Thus, it had to be more precise in its calculations. But now, Luke had more than 100,000 experience and credit points, which was understandable. As if. It was definitely because the system was too lazy to bother with these small details. However, it wasn't a big deal if a few hundred or over 1,000 experience and credit points were lost. Once again, there was new activity in the system. Experience and credit points that haven't been calculated are automatically added to the stats for the next mission of the same level. Luke, sorry, I was wrong. Now that the system said that, he knew where this rule came from. When he wrote online novels in his previous life, there was a rule that only when a chapter hit 1,000 words could he get paid. There was also another rule. If the royalties for that month didn't reach 200 yuan, the money would roll over to the next month, and only after the total reached 200 yuan would it be released at one go. Luke still remembered these 2 rules even after decades. After all, he could only rely on writing online novels in his previous life to make a living. There were times when he could only scrap together 200 yuan in 3 months. Recalling that the basic 3 attributes in the system had been adapted from the lousy online game he played in his previous life, Luke sweated inwardly. What the hell had he done in his previous life? It seemed that Daddy's system had been led astray. As he studied the system's new functions and mocked both himself and the system, the sun finally rose in the sky. At that moment, he suddenly jumped up. The system notification that he had been waiting for finally arrived. System, inventory has been modified. Then, nothing. What the hell? Luke scratched his head in frustration. But he didn't waste any more time. Putting away the plane and the Big Dipper armor, he returned to the city and took a cab to the airport. On the flight back to Los Angeles, he used his mental strength to prod the modified inventory many times, and also harassed the system in passing many times, but to no avail even after he got off the plane. His inventory space hadn't grown any bigger, and he couldn't feel any changes. He could only slowly test it out later. Haste made waste. Luke suppressed his curiosity and took a cab home. When he got home, Selena had already left for work. Luke simply sent her a message telling her to come back for lunch later. He baked, stewed and steamed the food accordingly, before he went to the workshop. A separate smart program monitored the progress of lunch in the kitchen. When it was time, it would automatically turn off the stove and keep the food warm. Even if he wasn't home for a few days, Selena wouldn't starve. However, she said that the food tasted better when he cooked it himself. But she also never complained when Luke was lazy and let the smart program handle the old dishes. Thus, Luke would now only personally cook new dishes. Gold Nugget. It ate whatever Luke and Selena ate. Since everybody was treated the same, it couldn't complain even if it wanted to. Luke didn't come out of the workshop until Selena called him out for breakfast. Looking at his smile, Selena subconsciously examined herself. Is there something wrong with what I'm wearing? Or am I dirty somewhere? As Luke washed his hands, he said, "No, your clothes are beautiful, and so are you." Selena was suspicious. "No, you only say I'm pretty when you're in a good mood. Did something good happen again?" Luke paused before he smiled. "That's right. It's a good thing." Selena leaned next to him. "Can you tell me?" Luke rinsed his hands and wiped them dry. "We've officially been partners for a year, and we've become true veterans. Isn't that a good thing?" Selena said, "Wasn't it in June last year?" "Right, I worked with Donald for more than a month after coming to LA. So, we've only been partners for a year." She rolled her eyes, then suddenly said, "Why don't we go to a concert tonight?" Luke was in a good mood and didn't think much of it. "Okay. Right, who's singing?" "Claire." "Luke, what?" It was 7 in the evening in Los Angeles, and the sky was still bright. Luke and Selena drove to the concert venue, which was a vast wilderness on the outskirts of Los Angeles. To prevent a stampede from happening if there was another earthquake, this was where the concert would be held. The wasteland was next to the highway. The people who had come to watch the concert drove straight to the parking lot next to the entrance, and paid for tickets. Luke and Selena took out $300 and got 2 standing tickets close to the stage. There were even more expensive tickets. $500 would get you a deck chair close to the front for the concert. But neither Luke nor Selena were interested in that position. It would be too boring to sit at a concert. It was only fun if you made noise with everyone else. By the time they reached their zone, many people had already arrived. The concert wouldn't start until half an hour later. Everybody sat on the ground to conserve their energy for the shouting later. Selena looked at the people around her strangely and then at Luke. "Did you buy the tickets here on purpose?" Looking at their clothes, Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You were the one who said you wanted to come. I had no idea about this concert before this." "How would I know?" There were dozens of dark figures around them. It was because they were all wearing black. They were all wearing black cloaks, and some of them were even wearing black masks with eye-catching red lenses. Well, there were in fact a lot of Batman fans here. But this was Los Angeles. The temperature was high all year round, and it was summer. Luke chuckled in Selena's ear. "Do you think they'll get a rash?" Selena looked around, and saw a hardcore fan who was even wearing a breastplate. "Definitely." Luke nodded. As they chatted, Luke and Selena bought drinks from a staff vendor and waited for the concert to start. The concert would be around 3 hours long. Including the pre-show, everyone would be spending almost 4 hours in this wasteland. However, the organizers were very experienced and had arranged everything perfectly. There were staff members selling drinks everywhere, and there were a lot of portable toilets outside the venue, which was enough to solve the problem of the audience going out to pee. Gold Nugget's aggrieved whining rang out in Luke and Selena's earphones. Luke said helplessly, "You won't be able to watch the concert even if you come in. I'm already broadcasting it live for you." Bored, Gold Nugget lay in the back seat of the car. Looking at the tablet in front of it, it whined again. Selena said, "You're too short. There are so many people at the concert. What if they step on you in their excitement?" Watch the live broadcast and don't complain. Gold Nugget lowered its head in despair, knowing that it was hopeless. The two of them had gone into play on their own, while it had to keep watch in the car. I do too much for this family. The dog lamented inwardly. At that moment, a car stopped 10 meters away. Gold Nugget didn't pay it any attention. They were in the parking lot outside the concert, and cars came in and out from time to time. But a moment later, its nose twitched and it sat up abruptly. Its big nose twitched again, and it turned its head to the side. It was an old Ford van that had just stopped. There were 3 people in it, and they were discussing something. Gold Nugget looked at these bearded men uncertainly, but immediately sent Luke a message via the tablet. Luke played the message in his earpiece. Luke, I noticed a lot of dangerous smells coming from a van that just arrived. Frowning, Luke pulled on Selena and signaled that there was a situation and they had to leave. At the same time, he asked directly, what is it? Gold Nugget quickly replied, something that can explode. But I can't tell if it's the plastic explosives you mentioned before or RDX or whatever. Luke said, RDX is the main component in plastic explosives. How much of it is there? Gold Nugget said, it's roughly as much as I eat in one go. It took a sniff again to confirm it. Luke was helpless in the face of this measurement. At the most or at the least. No more, no less. Gold Nugget continued to describe it accurately. Luke immediately got it. They had limited the amount Gold Nugget could eat, otherwise it was very easy for this guy to eat hundreds of kilograms of food from morning to night. Thus, in a normal situation, it would eat at least 10 kilograms per meal, and at most 50 kilograms. Neither too much nor too little should be between 25 to 30 kilograms, that was indeed a little more accurate. How many people are in the car? How long have they been here? Any movements? Luke asked again. 3 of them, they arrived just 2 minutes ago. They're still talking in the car, Gold Nugget replied. Luke pressed the edge of his sunglasses and activated an external signal. He then used his fake phone to pull up the surveillance feed from the car on the inside of his lenses. After a few glances, he was slightly relieved. The 3 guys in the van were still talking, as if they were discussing something. By the looks of it, this wasn't a suicide attack. Luke still had time. You can slip out now. Don't let them notice you, Luke instructed. Gold Nugget wasn't scared of explosions, but Dollar was. Most dogs had a natural fear of loud noises, and many dogs in China peed themselves at the firecrackers on New Year's Eve. More importantly, Luke worried about Selena's safety when Gold Nugget wasn't with her. Selena was his most trusted partner, and a new 3-star teammate. She was a top-notch treasure trove of points, it would be best if she didn't get hurt at all. After the conversation with Gold Nugget, Luke said to Selena, who had been listening on the side, contact our colleagues in charge of the concert security checks as well as the bomb disposal experts. I'll deal with those 3 guys. As he spoke, he took out 2 earpieces, one for himself and the other for Selena, before he started the car. The trunk of the car opened, and a mini drone flew out to approach the Ford van. This time, Selena gave a different suggestion. Should we just kill them? From what Gold Nugget said, there were at least 20 kilograms of plastic explosives in the van. If Luke got too close, he risked dying in any subsequent explosion. After all, anyone who would bring over so many dangerous items definitely weren't ordinary people. Luke chuckled and took out a gun from his waist. Rubber bullets, guaranteed to knock them out and not kill them. Selena finally relaxed. With Luke's marksmanship, the enemy wouldn't have much time to react if he used the gun from a distance. The 3 men hadn't made a move yet, they were probably waiting for the right moment to attack. They wouldn't be so determined to take action before they found the right moment, which gave Luke the chance to deal with them. As the drone approached, Luke heard their conversation through his earpiece. When do we take action? Asked Criminal A. It's best to wait until the concert officially begins. There are still a lot of people who haven't entered yet, replied Criminal B. Will they really take action? Criminal C hesitated. Whether they do or not, when the time comes, we'll start the timer, and the trial of the righteous will begin, Criminal B said resolutely. Luke frowned. Were they accomplices? Or helpers? At that moment, he had already reached the edge of the concert venue. Using the cover of a portable toilet, he released 2 drones from his inventory. Selina, they might have accomplices. Keep an eye on the surveillance feed after you talk to the police department, Luke said as he put on a pair of wider goggles. Compared with the more convenient and stylish sunglasses, these goggles were better for observing the images transmitted from the drone. Seeing that gold nugget had already reached Selina, Luke was relieved. Selina had taken over the reconnaissance work of the drone. The mini drone was already very close to the targets, and had to be operated carefully. At that moment, the drone had already taken advantage of the moment that the 3 criminals were talking in the van to activate its detection function, and it quickly locked onto a target in the back of the van. It was a big pile of things with various wires and small LCD screens, time bombs. Suspicious target detected, Selina alerted him. Luke looked at the surveillance feed and saw a Chevrolet SUV parked on the west side of the venue. The Chevrolet didn't enter the parking lot, nor did it leave. It was a little far from the entrance to the parking lot, in an area where most people wouldn't be. At this distance, it was outside the danger zone of the explosives in the parking lot. At the same time, the drone also detected that the car had been modified to block out heat source detection. The windows were also dark, and the people inside couldn't be seen at all. Thinking quickly, Luke said, "Get 2 teams of patrol officers to investigate the people in the car. Tell our guys to be vigilant, in case the people inside open fire." It didn't matter if the Chevrolet ran off, what the police most liked to see was the backs of suspects. Even though it might be a little heavy-handed, it was better to make a mistake than to let a lead go. This was a big concert, and the police department had mobilized a lot of police officers, it would be a waste not to use them. Luke waited patiently outside the venue. In less than 2 minutes, 2 patrol cars with their sirens blaring sped toward the suspicious Chevrolet on the west side. He frowned. Selina and Gold Nugget were also in one of the police cars. Have the patrol officers check it out. Take out your gun and stand guard by the car. Don't go forward, he instructed Selina. In a situation like this, it wasn't wise for the police officers to approach the other car in a group. If they split up and hemmed the car in, it would feel very oppressive for the people inside the Chevrolet. The 2 patrol cars stopped in strategic positions. One car blocked the road in front of the Chevrolet. When the second car passed the Chevrolet, it suddenly turned around to circle behind the Chevrolet so that the latter was flanked on both ends. The police car in the front was about 8 meters away from the Chevrolet SUV. The police car at the back stopped at the end of the road, and the 2 cars were at different angles. 2 officers got out of the police car at the back. At Selina's instruction, they didn't step forward, but simply opened the front doors as cover and raised their guns. They were holding M4A1s, not pistols. Selina leaned on the back of the angled car with a Remington shotgun that she had just gotten from the other officers. In a range of 10 meters, this gun was even more intimidating than a rifle. The 2 patrol officers who got out in front of the Chevrolet didn't go forward either. They hid behind the front doors with their guns as well. The officer in the passenger seat pulled out a megaphone and shouted, "LAPD. XXXX Chevrolet, listen up, open your doors slowly and step out of the vehicle with your hands. Prepare to be searched." The 2 people in the Chevrolet traded stunned looks before they frowned. After a brief silence, the middle-aged man in the passenger seat said, "Let's go." The young Caucasian driver asked calmly, "It won't be a problem?" The middle-aged man replied indifferently, "Hee, don't worry. We're here to investigate a case." The young man didn't say anything else and got out. In front of the muzzles of several guns, both of them were very calm, which made the patrol officers tense up. They immediately shouted, "Get down! Hands over your head and lie on the ground." The middle-aged man smiled and opened a leather wallet with his badge. "FBI. How can I help you, officer?" Stunned for a moment, the two officers behind the Chevrolet couldn't help but look at Selena. Selena, on the other hand, was as calm as ever. She was still focused on the two people and didn't move her gun away. She was still the LA knee breaker, and was now on duty with a LAPD badge. During this interlude, one of the patrol officers finally went up to check their IDs. They even confirmed their IDs and numbers with the front desk, but didn't find anything wrong. The officer was a little embarrassed, but still asked, "Hello, Agent Garrett and Agent Ward. May I ask what you're doing here?" The middle-aged man still had that unconcerned smile on his face as he casually put his badge back into his wallet. "We're investigating a case. You know what it's like, right?" Of course the patrol officers knew. The local police department didn't like FBI agents meddling in their cases and vice versa. If it wasn't necessary, they definitely wouldn't tell each other the details of their work. The officer returned and gave Selena a questioning look. She simply nodded and waited for the police car in front to turn around before she put away her shotgun and returned to the police car. Watching the two patrol cars leave, the middle-aged man asked with great interest, "Did you notice the female detective?" The young man asked, "The one who kept her gun pointed at us." The middle-aged man opened the car door and sat down. "That woman was their commander, and she's very vigilant. If we disposed of these police officers just now, she would have opened fire immediately, so don't be too impulsive. If we had attacked earlier, she would have been the first person I kill," the young man said calmly as he closed the car door. The middle-aged man shrugged. "But that would be too risky. There's no need for that, right?" At that moment, his phone rang. He checked his phone and was stunned. "Huh?" The young man asked, "What's wrong?" The middle-aged man frowned. "The launch command has been issued, but the other side didn't receive a signal. Check the surveillance feed on the bomb." The young man operated the console, and on the screen appeared, darkness. "There's no image. Did the surveillance cam on the bomb malfunction?" The young man frowned. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and was about to say something, when he saw a Ford van drive out of the parking lot slowly and then stop on the other side of the road before remaining still. Right now, the van was facing the Chevrolet, and the front windows were all rolled up. While the windows of both vehicles were tinted black so that they couldn't see each other, the three people in the two vehicles were indeed looking at each other. In the Chevrolet, the faces of the two men were a little black at first before they turned green. Thinking quickly, the middle-aged man said decisively, "Cancel the plan and retreat." The young man promptly changed gears, but he still waited for more than 10 seconds before he started driving and gradually picked up speed like a normal car would as they drew further away from the Ford van. Both of them couldn't help but heave sighs of relief when they saw that the van didn't move in the rearview mirror. Other people might not know what was inside the Ford van, but they did. The young man had personally manufactured the bomb in the van, and it was the middle-aged man who had delivered it to some organization. The message which the middle-aged man had just received was from another person who was in charge of activating the bomb, who let them know that the timer had been started. Although the middle-aged man hadn't received a feedback signal from the timer, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the bomb had been activated, and that there might be a problem with the feedback. They didn't want to stay within 10 meters of the bomb and bet on the chance that it wouldn't explode. That was a lethal weapon of 30 kilograms of plastic explosives. If they were within 10 meters when it exploded, it would be useless no matter how skilled they were. Several hundred meters away, the young man glanced in the rearview mirror, but couldn't see the van anymore. He asked, "What do we do now?" Looking at the darkening sky, the middle-aged man pondered for a moment before he shook his head. "I was hoping to lure Batman out and uncover his real identity, but it seems the chance of that happening is low." The young man frowned. We should be able to lure him out without needing to make a fuss, right? The middle-aged man sighed. Batman only appears at night, and the next earthquake charity show will be held during the day on the weekend in a few days. The young man, there are still a lot of shows for this earthquake charity concert, right? The middle-aged man said, but only 2 of them are in Los Angeles. The young man asked, if Shira is in danger, will Batman still choose to hide? The middle-aged man smiled, still looking lazy and unconcerned. Don't think too much of the gossip. In comparison, I think that Batman and Iron Man have a deeper relationship. Don't we also want to find out more about Iron Man from Batman? I'm very interested in Iron Man's flight armor. We can use it. The young man nodded silently. Looking at his expression, the middle-aged man added, also, Batman's base should be in Los Angeles. Even if he attacked the Ellsworth stronghold in Sacramento, everything started in Los Angeles. Even if something happens at the earthquake charity concert elsewhere, he might not make it in time. We're trying our best to lure him out, not ruin the concert. Be clear about the main goal, don't get our target wrong. The young man thought for a moment, then nodded. Got it. Are we still going ahead with this plan? The middle-aged man shook his head. Forget it. I'm just taking you out to see what it's like. Nobody can succeed in everything they do. We'll talk about it when we have the time later. Besides, the FBI and Homeland Security will definitely investigate this matter for a long while. There's no need for us to take the risk. The young man nodded silently and stepped harder on the gas pedal as they sped away. In the Ford van, Luke looked at the Chevrolet SUV thoughtfully. After the car disappeared, Luke drove the Ford in the opposite direction. After driving for 2 kilometers, he stopped and pondered the explosive device in his inventory. He had knocked out the 3 men in the Ford van in the parking lot earlier, and stored the bomb in his inventory. He wasn't an idiot. Naturally, he wouldn't leave anything that might explode lying around in the van. Checking the structure of the bomb with his mental powers, he sighed regretfully. If he could dismantle it in his inventory, or even just dismantle the detonator, it would be much easier. If there was no evidence for kicking up such a fuss, it would be hard for him to explain himself to the police department. Of course, he could also get some other plastic explosives to replace it. It wasn't like he hadn't done that before. But there were more than 10,000 people in the venue, this absolutely wasn't a small-scale attack. It would be best if the professional anti-terrorism departments got involved. The bomb itself was an important lead, and switching it out wouldn't help with the department's investigation. It would be even more troublesome if the statements of the 3 criminals he knocked out didn't match the explosives. Thinking that, he checked the explosives in his inventory with his mental powers. He couldn't help but think to himself, if I can take out this component of the detonator, this thing won't actually explode. Ha! Luke was suddenly stunned. In his hand lay a small object, which was the key detonator component that he had wanted to take out. Looking at the bomb in his inventory, he realized that this part was indeed missing. Holy sh*T! He exclaimed excitedly. All this time, the inventory only had the simplest storage function, and there had been no way to take out part of an entire object stored in it. It was only something like a teacup and its lid that he could take out separately with difficulty. Excited, Luke resisted the urge to dismantle the bomb, and focused his attention on a pistol in his inventory. With a thought, the parts of the pistol appeared in his hand one after another before he put them back in his inventory. Looking at the reassembled pistol in his inventory, he finally couldn't help but shout, surprise. The inventory actually had a new function. And it was such a practical function. This was truly unexpected. He suddenly remembered the system alert about modifying the inventory function when he had broken up Blackheart's body. Could this be the modification the system had referred to? After feeling excited for a moment, Luke tried his best to calm down, then turned to his plan for disassembling the bomb. A moment later, the component in his hand was back in the detonator in his inventory, but the critical connection point between the detonator and the bomb was already broken. This way, it looked like a mistake made by the person who had put the bomb together. Tossing the 3 unconscious criminals onto the ground, Luke drove the van a few hundred meters into the wasteland, and the huge pile of explosives reappeared in the van. He then got out of the car and returned to the 3 criminals. He called Selina and said, "Tell them to come over and pick up the suspects. Tell the bomb squad to head 2 kilometers west of the venue." I drove the van with the explosives into the wasteland. A few minutes later, Selina arrived with 4 police cars. Luke gave them the 3 criminals, pointed out the van's location, and returned to the venue in his own car. When the 3 criminals had been talking to each other, they mentioned that they had accomplices who would coordinate with them in the attack. Luke couldn't stay here any longer. Naturally, he couldn't watch the concert anymore. He smiled at Gold Nugget in the back seat and said, "Now, all of us can only watch the broadcast. Are you happy?" Gold Nugget didn't say anything. Naturally, it wasn't very happy. It wanted to watch the legendary concert live at the scene. But Luke and Selina couldn't, so what could it do? It was full of despair. At that moment, the concert was about to begin, and cheers and applause rang out from time to time. Looking at the surveillance feed, Luke asked, "Did you find anything on the 2 FBI agents?" Selina shook her head. "Their IDs are fine, but there wasn't any other relevant information." Luke glanced at their IDs on her tablet. The middle-aged man was John Garrett, and the young man was Grant Ward. Division, FBI's 17th Division. Luke fell silent. He hadn't had any direct contact with them. Although their behavior was suspicious, it wasn't overly so. These 2 were actually from S.H.I.E.L.D., and S.H.I.E.L.D. had always been a little mysterious. Thinking for a moment, Luke called Wales. After saying a few words, he hung up. Selina asked without raising her head, "Nothing?" Luke said, "They have a very strict confidentiality system." Wales said that he can't reveal any relevant information, but... Selina chuckled. Hee. Actually, he already said it, right? She had heard what Wales said earlier, and he indeed hadn't revealed any specific information about the 2 men. Luke also smiled. "What did he say?" "These 2 are probably his colleagues, or he would have asked you about their whereabouts," Selina said. "Like how if someone shows up at a sensitive crime scene with Elsa's ID, I would definitely take action if the ID in person don't match. Captain Wales did that on purpose, right?" Luke shrugged. "He really didn't leak any specific information. We guessed it ourselves. It's convenient for everyone." Selina sighed. "Why do all of you always play these kinds of tricks? I've learned bad things from you." Luke said, "It's all about favors outside the rules. Wales is doing me a small favor that I'll have to return in the future." Selina rubbed her forehead. "You sound like an old man." Luke smiled and didn't take offense. It was fine if he was older in spirit, as long as he was young in body. As they spoke, he looked at the names in the system panel and sneered. "John Garrett, right? Grant Ward, right? S.H.I.E.L.D. agents." These 2 names weren't in the neutral panel, but in the enemies panel. That was why he had immediately called Wales. If they really were from S.H.I.E.L.D., why were they on the system's enemies list after this first run-in? They couldn't have turned hostile just because Luke had asked the police to check their IDs. In fact, based on Luke's observation of the enemies list, it wasn't easy to pass the system's hostile evaluation. Generally speaking, the system would determine people who found Luke unpleasant or hated him as neutral. For example, many of the people on the 1-star enemies list were either unlucky people who had been crippled by Batman, or loved ones of those who had been killed by Luke. These people were truly hostile toward Luke. John Garrett and Grant Ward had never interacted with Luke before this. They had suddenly gained 1-star status on the enemies list, and the reason for this was worth pondering. Silently blacklisting the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Luke drove around the concert venue. Compared with the other officers, he had sharp nose, which made it easier for him to take stock of things. The chances that there were problems with people in the audience were pretty low. There had been a lot of talk in Los Angeles recently, and all audience members had to pass security checks before they could enter. They couldn't bring in any suspicious items. Luke had checked the security on stage when he had been inside earlier, and there was no smell of explosives. Where were the accomplices of the three criminals? He couldn't help but think of the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents just now. Most of the police force had arrived, including the bomb squad, and they were investigating the area around the venue. Looking at the show which had just started, Luke sighed. "Claire, your brother did his best this time. I didn't let your first performance go to waste." On stage, more than 20 singers, including Claire, stood in 3 rows as they sang the theme song for the charity performance, "We Are the World." The entire venue fell silent for a moment, before everyone started to sing the chorus in unison. This momentous song rang in the air above the wasteland. "We are the world, we are the children." If it wasn't for this performance, Luke wouldn't have needed to drive the van a few kilometers away from the venue. In the end, this was doing a good deed. Claire was involved, and Shira had come up with the idea for the show. He couldn't just sit back and watch this first charity show blow up and let their efforts go to waste. After patrolling for half an hour and checking the surrounding area, he was summoned to a nearby command vehicle. 2 investigators from Homeland Security were waiting for him. Unlike previous small-scale incidents, the bomb found in the van this time was quite professional and huge. Even if it exploded in the parking lot, it would cause panic and massive casualties. If there was a stampede at such a large event, dozens of people would die and hundreds of people would be injured, which would be no less than direct casualties. Because of several previous mishaps, the Department of Homeland Security gathered a lot of manpower in Los Angeles and naturally rushed over. Luke had been able to slack off before and avoid a lot of questions thanks to his connections in the police department, but this time, he couldn't. He also needed Homeland Security to track down the mastermind behind the attack. He absolutely wouldn't let go of this person who didn't have a bottom line. For more than an hour, Luke repeated what happened over 10 times to the investigators before they finally let him go. Luke simply attributed his initial discovery of the 3 criminals to the surveillance cameras in his car. The 2 investigators went to check his car, and were a little depressed when they returned. Their car had only been modified with the most basic bulletproofing, engine power, and suspension. It was nowhere as advanced as Luke's car. As for why Luke was so rich and could modify his car like that, they didn't say anything after seeing his assets. His shares in the phone company were hidden several layers deep, and they didn't have that data yet. However, the direct fund transfers from Stark Industries and Wayland Corporation were astronomical figures for ordinary people. It was enough to even buy a private jet. Also, when the 2 investigators checked Luke's work records, they were able to look through LAPD's classified files, except for some cases that were highly confidential. It could only be said that this wasn't the first time that Luke had confronted terrorists. From the plane flight to the company building, he had killed more terrorists than the 2 agents from Homeland Security had investigated. This was in keeping with what Luke called intuition. After killing so many terrorists, it was normal to be especially sensitive to them. Of course, Luke also mentioned that the 3 unconscious criminals had also mentioned that they had accomplices to help launch the attack, which warranted closer investigation. It wasn't just one show for the earthquake charity concert this time. It was anticipated that there would be 12 to 15 shows as the concert went on tour throughout America. As one of the richest cities in America, Los Angeles had a second performance the day after tomorrow on the weekend. If the criminals' accomplices who were thwarted today insisted on making trouble the day after tomorrow, it would be quite troublesome. After dealing with the 2 investigators, Luke returned to his car and sighed. Great, I didn't even get to watch the live broadcast. To avoid trouble, he hadn't involved Selena. Since she hadn't interacted with the terrorists, there naturally was no need for her to be interrogated repeatedly. Thus, Selina was quite relaxed, and a certain dog head was completely unbothered as it ate its snacks and watched the live broadcast. It had done a good deed again today, and was entitled to enjoy itself. Luke had always distinguished clearly between punishments and rewards. If Gold Nugget did well, Luke wouldn't deliberately beat it down. If Gold Nugget did something wrong, Luke would explain why he was punishing it. Selina handed him an iced guanara with a smile. I talked to Claire, but she asked me if she could tell Shira about this. Luke thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Have her tell Shira to call me if she has any questions. Selina sent Claire a message and said, "Are we going to continue patrolling now?" Luke nodded. At the very least, we have to wait until the concert is over and Claire leaves. In the end, they worked into the wee hours of the morning. Up until the crowd dispersed, no attack took place. Selina yawned and rubbed her sore eyes. The accomplices who never revealed themselves snuck off before the bomb was triggered. Luke said, "Seems like it." Selina put down the back of her chair regretfully. This was our first concert. Luke said with a smile, "We have plenty of time, there'll always be an opportunity to watch a concert in peace in the future." Selina hummed and didn't say anything else. Gold Nugget whined a few times, and Luke could only comfort it. "You did very well today. You sensed danger ahead of time and saved a lot of people. How about I double your pocket money today?" Gold Nugget was satisfied. It remembered very clearly that Luke only earned around $200 a day at work. Doubling its pocket money was a lot. Its daily wage was higher than the Fiend's, why wouldn't it be satisfied? In any case, Gold Nugget's private stash had been expanding like crazy recently, and it wasn't short of money. Every time Selina and Luke took it out to clean up a gang, it would get a share of the cash. It didn't even know exactly how much it had now. It was Selina who knew better. She simply said that the money was enough for it to buy a new alien laptop every year. Gold Nugget immediately understood this straightforward explanation. Back when it had been saving up money for its first alien laptop, it had worked hard with Selina for quite a number of days, and some gold teeth were even knocked out of some of the hoodlums' mouths. Of course, Gold Nugget was the one who knocked their teeth out. Selina found it disgusting and wouldn't even touch the gold teeth. She only helped knock everyone unconscious before letting Gold Nugget knock the teeth out. These disgusting things were melted into a lump when they got back, and it was only after it was disinfected at a high temperature that it was thrown into Gold Nugget's personal stash. Gold Nugget wasn't much different from Selina. It basically didn't need to spend any money on daily necessities. At most, it spent money to open online accounts. To put it simply, Gold Nugget was now a true blue tycoon. The pocket money which Luke gave it every day was just a confirmation of its self-worth. This was what Luke talked to it about when he was free. It had never understood why the Fiend was so rich, yet he was still a small detective and so busy every day. Only now did Gold Nugget realize that it was just a way for a person to realize their own worth. Although Gold Nugget wasn't human, it didn't want to be a failure like back in its birthplace. It also longed to realize its own worth, provided that it could eat good food every day. It was already 1 a.m. when they got home. Selina quickly washed up and went to bed, while Gold Nugget continued to stay up late to catch up with its favorite HBO show. Luke was working overtime when his phone rang. He checked the number. It was Shira. After the call connected, they exchanged a few pleasantries and then talked about the terrorist attack. Luke was the person at the center of things, but the police department wouldn't casually divulge details of the case to just anyone. Homeland Security and the FBI were also involved in this case, and it was hard for even a big star like Shira to find out anything. Luke, this old acquaintance, was undoubtedly the best choice. Luke didn't hide too much. Shira wasn't a police officer, so there was no point in telling her the details. He simply summed up the general situation for her. The security checks for your next concert will definitely be stricter. There shouldn't be any problems. I'll be there that day to help check for any hidden dangers. Don't worry. Shira was very grateful. Shira had overheard a little when Claire had been speaking with Luke, and she guessed that he was probably the one who had resolved today's matter. If something went wrong during the first charity performance, her career would be ruined. As the person who had initiated everything, Shira would be under tremendous pressure if a large number of people died. Luke thought for a moment, then suggested, "You can ask Brian about the security work for the national tour. He probably has a lot of experience with this sort of work." Shira slapped her forehead. "I've become muddle-headed from how busy I've been. I'll call him later." "Thank you, Luke." Luke said with a smile, "Not at all, thanks for taking care of Claire." Shira sweated. "I didn't really take care of her." Luke said, "No, you've already helped a lot, really. Alright, I won't waste your time. You must be busy." After hanging up, he chuckled. Shira had indeed helped him a lot this time. In the end, Claire chose not to become a police officer. Instead, she planned to continue studying in college, mostly because of Shira. Shira had pulled strings to add Claire to the list of singers, which had awakened Claire's dream of becoming a singer. If it hadn't been for Daddy's system coming online back then, Luke wouldn't have been in such a hurry to decide his future. Young people who had choices were extremely lucky. The older one was, the fewer options they had for the future. Luke hadn't had a choice, but he hoped that Claire could choose for herself. Thinking that, he shook his head and chuckled. He was being unreasonable. How many people in the world wouldn't want to have Daddy System's amazing abilities? Even if he was given the choice again, he still wouldn't hesitate to choose the system. As a person, it was best to be down-to-earth and diligent, and work hard to earn more experience and credit points. On his Dallas trip, Luke had pissed off a super big shot, Mephisto, who was already on the 3-star dark red list of enemies. If the old man returned to Earth 10 years later, the first thing he would probably do was find a way to kill Luke. Next time, the old man wouldn't be so stupid as to use mental attacks on him again. Naturally, Luke had to work hard. The system had given him almost 3,000 experience and credit points for stopping the attack tonight. Host's experience, 10, 200/100, 000. Credit, 29,000. This harvest was worth how busy he had been the whole night. The next 2 days were peaceful. No criminals showed up to launch an attack during the second charity show in Los Angeles. Luke, however, didn't give up. That night, he and Selena went out again and wrecked several gang nests in a row. What was different was that these gangs were all involved in selling weapons on the black market, and explosives were also within their scope of operation. Selena didn't feel anything as she watched Luke beat up these guys until they wailed. Who knew how many deaths had been caused by the weapons and ammunition they sold? Not killing them was already too merciful. Breaking 7 or 8 bones was just a small thing. After all, the bones could recover. That was what the LA knee breaker thought. That night, they sat on the rooftop of an apartment building and enjoyed the night view of Los Angeles as they sucked on lollipops. They weren't famous, so they weren't afraid of being discovered. If they were discovered, they would be regarded as cosplayers. Work was important, but so was adjusting their mind frames. We've already cleaned up half of the bigger black market gangs in LA, but we don't have any leads. Could it be that the guys behind the attack brought in the explosives from elsewhere? She asked. After a brief silence, Luke nodded and said, "That's possible. Checks were run on those 3. They're from DC, and haven't contacted anyone here. The accomplices they're talking about are very well hidden. It makes sense that they didn't get the goods from an LA gang." Selena sighed. "Then did we do all this work for nothing?" Luke chuckled. "Not really. At least we know that these guys are very cautious. Just pay more attention in the future." As he spoke, he looked at the system notification. Host's experience, 15, 500/100,000. Credit, 34,300. He could earn 50% of the experience and credit points with Selena as his teammate. How could that be a waste of time? In the last few days, Robert, the retired sheriff who had been traveling, had finally beaten up a few thieves. Only then was Luke able to determine the percentage of experience he would get from this one-star teammate of his. 10%. Luke could only get 1/10 of the experience and credit points from one-star teammates. Based on Robert's relaxed lifestyle in Shackleford, he wouldn't earn as many experience and credit points as Selena did in a week, even if he worked for a year. But in terms of numbers, any teammate was rare. Luke was truly lucky that he was able to train Selena into a 3-star teammate. Their personalities were compatible, and they didn't have conflicting views on life and could understand each other. Along the way, the trust between them gradually deepened until it finally reached the 3-star level. Dustin, Elsa, Elizabeth, and Harrison would probably help Luke out when he needed it, but they hadn't reached the teammate level. Luke speculated it was because his relationship with them was still lacking. They were all adults with their own views, it was hard to form a rapport so quickly. Everything could only be left to time. Also, while the contribution rate for 3-star teammates was high, it was too difficult to specially train one. He wouldn't waste too much time painstakingly chasing high-level teammates. In the spirit of sustainable development, Luke's best choice was still the old saying, cast the net wide, catch more fish, and choose the best. As long as he had enough 1-star teammates, he could also earn a never-ending stream of experience and credit points, which was more efficient than relying on his own efforts. Time was fair to everyone. No matter how strong Luke was, there were only 24 hours in a day, he didn't have a second more than anyone else. Thinking this, he then recalled those 3 female brats. The copy girl, Stacy, and the Cassidy twin sisters had already been training at the temporary base for a week. It was time for him to make an appearance, or the lumps on Miss Stacy's head would never go down. The next night, Luke went to the temporary base on his own. At the door, he rang the bell. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and for a moment, there was no reaction from the 3 girls who were still training inside. They had been in this remote place for a week and hadn't gotten any visitors. Only 4 or 5 thieves had run over at various points to try and break in, but before the girls could do anything, Butterfly automatically shocked them with the yard's electric defense measures. While dealing with the thieves, Butterfly would also considerately let them know, ladies, there's some garbage outside that needs to be disposed of. The 3 of them would then go out and throw the unlucky thieves into the garbage can on the street corner, where they would sleep for a few hours. That moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Stacy, who was focused on combat training, couldn't react in time. Stephanie, who was reading a book, was a little more attentive. She was stunned for a moment before she exclaimed, "Is that the doorbell?" "Yes, Stephanie. The Great Wizard is outside. Do you need me to open the door?" Butterfly's gentle voice rang out. Inside the house, the 3 girls were all stunned, before chaos ensued. The house was usually completely sealed off, and no one outside could see in. It was summer, and there weren't any neighbors here. To make it easier for them to train, they were all wearing very little clothes. Meeting a mysterious wizard like this made them feel extremely insecure. In less than 2 minutes, the 3 girls had put on t-shirts and shorts. They gathered at the door and looked at each other. Stephanie asked, "Can you open the door and let him in?" Artemis didn't say anything. Stacy gritted her teeth. "I've been waiting for him for a long time." "Humph." Butterfly, open the door." "Yes, Miss Stacy," Butterfly replied. The door opened silently, and a dark figure stood in front of it. When he saw the 3 girls, he took off his Zorro hat and bowed slightly. "Good evening, ladies." It was clearly a British accent. The 3 girls didn't say anything and just stared at him. "Can I come in first? You should have a lot of questions for me," said the newcomer unhurriedly as he put on his hat. Stephanie nodded blankly. Of course. The corners of Luke's mouth curled up behind his mask. This girl with the lion's roar was the most susceptible, and was very suitable as a breakthrough point. After he entered, Butterfly immediately closed the door. Luke gestured. Let's sit down and talk, shall we? Stephanie immediately did as he said. Stacy and Artemis couldn't help but glare at the traitor. Didn't they say that they would show the wizard who was boss when they saw him? She was acting like a dog. Unfortunately, they couldn't think of a way to give Stephanie a reminder, and could only follow her. After he sat down, Luke looked at the three girls and said, "Don't be polite, sit wherever you like. Butterfly, give them each a glass of ice water." Butterfly said, "Yes, great wizard." Looking at the three girls who had yet to sit down, Luke nodded. "You can stand if you want. Let's get down to business. Butterfly has reported the results of your recent training. It seems you've all been working hard." He leaned back to make himself more comfortable. "So, I'm here to give you a small reward." Looking at the strange smiling face mask, Stacy couldn't help but say, "Don't pretend to be a good person. We don't want any reward. What we need is freedom." Luke chuckled and shook a finger. "No, Miss Stacy, you're mistaken. I never said that I'm a good person, nor do I need to pretend to be one in front of you." Looking at Stacy's ugly expression, he continued to attack her. "And you're not good kids. It's a waste to give you freedom. In any case, if you continue to do whatever you want, you'll sooner or later be sent to a special prison or some secret lab. At that time, you won't have any freedom anymore." Stacy was angry. "It's none of your business." Luke folded his arms and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm not a member of Child Protective Services. You have no right to refuse my supervision, nor do you have the ability to refuse it." As he spoke, he looked at the twins. "Besides, Miss Stacy, you also don't have the right to decide for them." Stacy immediately retorted, "The three of us have always been together, and we've always worked together." Luke chuckled. "Ladies, please tell me, are you really willing to unconditionally support Miss Stacy's every decision, including running the risk of being caught by special divisions in the future and continuing to do all sorts of illegal things?" There was a cadence to his British accent as his voice turned gentler and less aggressive, like a kindergarten teacher talking to a kid. Stephanie's lips moved, but she finally stopped herself from saying anything. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. Her sister Artemis subconsciously shook her head. "I don't want to rob anymore, and I don't want the police to." She suddenly stopped and covered her mouth in shock. She didn't know why she would say what she was thinking. Stacy's face turned pale when she turned to look at her. "Art you?" Luke interrupted her. "You have your own wishes, and want to do whatever you want. They have their own thoughts and don't want to become criminals. They listened to you before, so why can't you listen to them now?" Naturally, he wouldn't give them a chance to communicate with each other. When he had successfully hypnotized the three girls last time, he had given the twins a mental suggestion. His question just now had been a mental cue for the sisters to boldly say what they thought. The older sister, Stephanie, was a little weak, but she was also more considerate. In the end, she didn't say anything. Artemis, on the other hand, was so straightforward that her true thoughts were instantly exposed. In the face of his question, Stacy opened her mouth but didn't know how to answer. If it wasn't for Luke, who was an outsider, she would have been able to convince them to listen to her. But Luke suddenly pointed out the issue of dominance and placed it on the table. She couldn't yell that she was the smartest and best, so the twins should listen to her, right? There was an even smarter and more capable person in front of them who had caught all three of them. Whether you're friends or sisters, you have no right to ask them to commit crimes at the risk of being imprisoned or even death, Luke said unhurriedly. Otherwise, this friendship is worth less than dog sh*t. At the very least, dog sh*t can be wiped away, but this selfish friendship will tie them down, and danger and crime will accompany you for the rest of your life. Stacy was sweating. She wasn't an idiot. Luke was simply saying that the three girls were equals. They should decide what to do and what not to do together. If she dared disagree, she would have no leg to stand on, because Luke had already defined this as selfishness. In fact, it was indeed selfish. It was hard to say that blindly asking your friends to help you and insisting that you were always right wasn't selfish. Luke, on the other hand, chuckled inwardly. She really was a kid. How many people weren't selfish? Those who weren't had to be saints. He had never minded admitting that he was a selfish person. But if he wanted something, he would start with mutually beneficial conditions. He wouldn't force them, nor would he use friendship to blackmail his friends. No friendship could withstand such endless extortion. Making the other party feel that it was more beneficial to listen to his advice made it easier for them to maintain a deeper friendship. Dustin, Elsa, Elizabeth, and his other colleagues in the police department had all benefited from their interactions with Luke, and step by step he had built up friendships. It was hard to maintain an empty friendship. Actually, Stacy wasn't that bad. It was also because of the side effects of elementary replication that she was more outgoing and forceful. She naturally took the lead in this girl group. If she was smart enough, she wouldn't be stumped by Luke's sophistry. Stacy's face switched between red and black, and Luke was afraid that she would explode with anger. Thinking for a moment, she finally said, "But they also don't want you to lock them up like this." Luke chuckled. "I'm not your friend. Why should I ask all of you for your opinion?" Stacy's face twitched and she wanted to explode. This wizard was even more shameless than she had imagined. Luke observed Stacy, who was about to explode on the spot, with great interest, and finally said, "Okay, no more jokes. I'm only giving you one chance to change your fate. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not. You don't have to ask for my opinion." Seeing that Stacy was about to interject again, he put his index finger to his lips and gestured for them to keep quiet. "You're talented enough, and you don't need to rely on crime to survive. So, I'm investing in you in advance, which will perhaps produce generous returns in the future." The three girls looked at each other. They already had no family, and had been living on the streets as they swindled people to get by. Nobody had ever talked to them before about such a serious topic.